All right. Yeah. Let's finish this up.
Started all of this was that Anna went on Anna told all of us very openly in like sort of a jab in a way to discredit Steven that they were still sexting. She knows what that would she knows what that does. She knows. She's like, yeah, after everything, we were still sexting. This was the pipe bomb that set off the fucking explosion.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
It was
not welcome.
He did not have any sexual misconduct with me, and I will say this 60 fucking times. I felt comfortable always.
Chill.
I've never felt uncomfortable with my sexual dynamic with Steven. However, then becomes the criticism, which I think is extremely important.
Gunther, it seems like Anna kind of hyped up Lav and then left my Discord, not yours. Left her holding the bag. Well, Lav was unwise. Anna's not a credible character witness. I think even Lav admitted to that being a big mistake. The problem is, this plays perfectly into what I said earlier. It's fucking amazing because when Lav and Mr. Girl originally brought up Anna a little bit ago during the like bridge burning of Mr. Girl and Anna, or sorry, Mr. Girl and Destiny, I said that it was completely out of line for them to bring up Anna in that kind of a public way because they didn't have enough of the details. And I got absolutely vindicated when Lav comes on and is like, oh yeah, I believed Anna and I took her at her word, but I shouldn't have because I didn't have the full like understanding of how she works. And it's like, yeah, it does. Yeah, that's how it works. Just because you DM with somebody in private some details doesn't mean you have the full history and account to be able to understand some of the things that they might do or say. And I just feel great. I just feel really great about the fact that every fucking time this chick, like, every single time I open my mouth or make some kind of character judgment about this chick, it just comes true within a matter of a couple days, man. It just takes a couple days. Thank you for the $10. How do I pronounce your name? I'm going to call you Idiot. It seems like your name is Idiot.
To acknowledge is what is ethical when it comes to the fact
I know it's I did edit is your name, but I feel like it's Idiot. Thank you for the $10, Idiot.
that you have this huge platform and you're allowing all of these small creators or fans to come on and you're also having sexual relationships with them. What is normal? What is okay? What do we evaluate? That is a very interesting and apt conversation to have. I don't know whether or not it is abusive. It feels abusive to me. It feels abusive to me. But I'm also not the moral police. So this is a conversation that everyone can have amongst each other to decide how much of responsibility Steven has to take for his platform. Okay,
that's fair. That's fair that was your goal. That's fair that was your goal. I'm willing to just fully grant you that was your. Lav, come on, we have to respond at some point. You can't just like go on. Like,
okay, you can respond, but you have to let me fully fucking finish. You have to let me.
Okay, Lav, I feel like you've said quite a lot there. Come on, let's let Ahrelevant respond, and then we'll go from there. Okay, not Ahrelevant, please.
Okay.
I'm basically willing to just fully grant that was your position. You just thought there was some interesting stuff. You wanted to ask some questions. Maybe I can fully grant you that. I'm dubious. I'm dubious, but I'll just grant it for the sake of this conversation. You cannot possibly convince me that Max was just going, I think this is an interesting conversation. These are just some interesting questions that we need to pose. Because there is nothing in what he was doing behind the scenes that, as an, I guess, maybe a non-parasocial parry, which by the way, that's actually really funny. So good job on that one. But as a non-parasocial parry, what the fuck was he doing? Like there was no shot. Okay. He was just generously inquisitive and curious and like worried about his friend and doing like the trust but verify thing. Like it was not that.
Okay, so this is where that comes.
I didn't see. Is there any logs of that? We're talking about Mr. Girl, right?
This is where Anna as a catalyst comes into play. Because with me, Max was always very much like, oh fuck, like we think he has a sex addiction. We think that like we think that he's impulsive, whatever. Like we think that this is like, very normal. And then we started talking to Anna, and Anna was again feeding me that he was doing this on purpose. That this is something that he gets off on. And then that mixed with things that Steven had personally told me about being a sadist, really like confounded things. The personal relationship he had with Max about telling him things that made him a sadist. Like was really strange. And then Anna was telling us that Anna would do her normal looping thing where she'd be like, why are you calling me a stalker? And
God damn, these niggas are trading personal secrets in private like Pokemon cards, bro. Jesus, Lord almighty. Hey, listen, Pikachu, I choose you.
And 3 messages later, he'd be asking for nudes. These are things that Anna was telling us that ring crazy alarm bells when you are also feeling like Steven might not be like a trustworthy narrator or someone who can explain himself correctly. So you're hearing all of these things from Anna, who's spiraling.
Welcome
And Anna has
to
like a
Chud
very
Nation.
naive air
Think
about
some
her,
chill
so you want to
later
believe
chat
everything
going
she says, and she's reading off messages, and we're trying.
Wait,
He's
I'm sorry.
trying to.
If somebody's naive, you want to believe everything that they say?
Rises, I bet you do.
Well, it's hard, right? Like that's a hard thing, and I think that this is where again the
Maybe the
responsibility is
10
then
pounds.
put on Max and me. Like, how much did we believe her without checking in? But that's also why I think Max wanted to go to other women to see if this was like completely true or completely accurate, or if
And when he
other
went to these
women
other
were
women, did he
What
go
didn't happen? One
inquisitively
of
and
you was
cautiously
lying.
and just
I
like
have
really
no
tried to
idea.
make space for him to ask?
I have no
Okay,
idea.
I do. I know how he approached at least some of them, which is not at all just curious and soft and open.
Well, do we have evidence of that though? I know, Euridte is put in a position where she obviously might have to speak on something that comes from privileged information, but I would like to see if there's any information that can be public. You don't need to announce the name of the person. You can blur out the name of the person. I just want to see how Mr. Girl approached some of these women. I think that is very much in question, because if it was manipulative, if it was weird, if it was fishy, that is very, very, very bad. Very bad. Very, very bad.
Inquisitive. It was absolutely narrative painting. I mean, every single question he asked was begging the question and painting a narrative. So it's like this like I actually think in all this, probably you're getting a lot of shit because you're being like so public about it more than Max is at this point, which really sucks because the worst actor here is Max. Like everyone is like shitting on you. To be honest, Max is acting.
Gunter, do you have any links to that?
No,
Then you have. Yes, he has.
No, that's not even true, because you have to understand, like, Max like feels real disgust when you hear, especially the way that
I don't
Steven
care
has
that he
spoken.
feels that way. If you actually
No,
are
you
this
have to
concerned,
care,
hold on,
because when you're applying
if I
consent
believe
to him, you have to care.
if I believe that he actually cared as much as he says he does, which I do, I genuinely believe. I also believe that he genuinely thought that there was a problem going on. If you actually think that there is serious misconduct from one of your closest friends, it is your responsibility to the women and to your friend to be as careful and responsible as possible. And Max was not any of those things, and he is actively being irresponsible still with Anna right now by sharing things and talking about things publicly.
I don't know who that is
Even
real.
after she said that the most
I'm
traumatizing
assuming
part
that's
of what happened
you.
a year ago was her sexual activity being the public, and what is Max doing but pushing her, manipulating her, pressuring her to give him screenshots of her sexual fucking activity and then talking on Twitter about this shit. There is no world in which he's being responsible. If he actually cares about this shit, be an adult, be responsible about it. It's fine that you guys were worried. It's fine that you guys kind of like rah-rahed into concern. That's all human. That's totally fucking fine. Everything else is irresponsibility to a grave degree. In fact, so grave that you have to wonder either somebody's dumb or somebody's malicious.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. It's fine to worry about other women, but when it gets to the point where your feelings are more important than the victims in quotations, because I'm not really sure there are any victims, but if there are, the feelings of the victims are the ones that matter and are the ones that should be careful, because not everyone wants to speak out about things that have happened to them. And this idea that Max is going on a crusade for people that might not even need it is, problematic at best.
I saw the screenshot. Steven sent me the screenshots of what.
Chud got a pic of Mr. Girl DMing Eris and too regarding the situation. Do we have a link to that? Even some of the leaked DMs with Anna are incredibly sus. Even the ones he posted himself on his Twitter. I didn't remember any of them that might be sus. Maybe you could send them through Twitch chat.
Between Doobie and Max, where Max was asking if
Smith is a crazy Mr. Girl fan.
Women that Steven had been intimate with.
Can I link on
And
YouTube? I don't think it'll work. I think it cancels the link if you put it in YouTube chat.
Doobie was there was no narrative that Max was based on that. Doobie was like, yeah, I know she said that he was abusive. Like, Doobie was trying to egg on Max to get as much information for Steven, which I also think is like really bad faith.
Only a
like,
little bit
of course,
it.
Max is going to be emboldened to like say more things
You're
when
so
he thinks that Doobie is like on his side completely, and then also like that's just like I this.
So
God, I wish that
are you accusing Doobie of being?
Jesus Christ! Is this real? Hey, Eris, I'm coming forward as an emotional abuse victim of Destiny. Jesus. As part of the project I'm working on, I'm asking people who have been dogpiled by his community, especially if they've been involved with him romantically, to talk about their experience. Good Lord, is this real? Is this real? Oh my God! What the fuck? It was recommended that I speak to you about this. If you're interested, you can accept my friend request and DM me. Everything will be off the record unless you want to participate. Even then, it can be anonymous, although I'm reaching out to you publicly. Obviously. Wait, was this? So wait, this was inside of her public Discord? This wasn't even in, or this was like in a public Discord? This wasn't in the DM? Dude, how can anyone give an ounce of charitable? If you're not interested, I totally understand, Max. Where was this? Because it was recommended I speak to you about this. If you're interested, you can, meaning she hasn't already, accept my friend request and DM me. So this isn't a DM. Where is this? Eris and not aristocracy, by the way. Right. So what Discord is this in? I don't think that's what he meant by publicly. Well, it's if you're interested, you can accept my friend request and DM me. You can't DM these people without having the friend request first. So this isn't a DM, right? I'm not stupid. You can't do this. Oh, maybe if you specially set it up, but I don't think either one of them have it specially set up. Probably a mutual server. Yeah, I'm wondering where. I think it comes from Doobie trying to fish information from Mr. Girl, but he did mention to not reach her. What do you mean it comes from that? Like, what is it? Inside of a private server with Doobie and them? Maybe it was a group chat? Could have been a group chat, yeah. But it says, although I'm reaching out to you publicly, obviously. So I feel like this has to be a public server. Server that Mr. Girl joined prior to the message because he's well, okay, it doesn't matter. This bit doesn't matter whether or not it was, well, it does matter whether it was done in public or private. It could make it distinctly worse. This is completely out of line. Hey, Eris, I'm coming forward as an emotional abuse victim of Destiny as a part of a project I'm working on. I'm asking people who've been dogpiled by his community, especially if they have been involved with him romantically, to talk about their experiences. This is just about one of the most poisoning of the well ways I think you could possibly go about doing this. This is horrible. Absolutely terrible. As I said yesterday, what matters and what is in question is how he went about interacting with these people. If this message read something to the effect of, hey, Eris, I wanted to get in contact with you about your past relationship with Steven. Because I don't know, I believe that because it has come to my knowledge that there might be some new information that might be relevant to the past that you might have had with him, or something to that effect. I can't think of something immediately off the rip, but something to that effect. I don't think there's anything wrong with that statement. Or like, hey, I want to look into the ethics of Destiny's past sexual relationships with people that have been inside of his social orbit. If you would like to comment on this, please get back to me. Something like that. I don't know. I've never done something like this before, but I believe something like that makes far more sense. This is not okay, though. Like, while I may not give a perfect example, I think that is not okay. Yeah, that's insane to me. The weirdest part is that DGG has never hated or dogpiled on Eris. I don't know. That shit happened. I was told that shit was happening. I didn't pay close attention to it when it was going down.
Little rat in the background, is that right? Doobie's been a little rat, is he? A little double agent? Is that an exclusive reveal?
Well, he acted like one, and Steven said that it was because he was trying to get as much intel as possible out of Max, which isn't fucking healthy either. This is why, and sorry that I'm being emotional and crying again, but like,
talking about Zip
this
Zap?
whole thing just feels like,
Yeah, it doesn't
just
suck to
feels
be
like-
betrayed. It's so sad. It's true.
it just
Suck,
feels,
eh?
stop.
Yeah.
It's a pretty honest message. No, it's not about whether or not it's honest. It's about whether or not it's priming the individual, whether or not it's unethical. Honesty does not instantly mean that you're good, okay? Because let's say I honestly believe that Destiny is a rapist. I should not be going up to people and being like, hey, by the way, I believe Destiny is a rapist and I want to gather evidence on how he's been raping people. Would you like to comment? That's not how we should do it. When we're talking about like how individuals should be engaged in situations like this, it shouldn't be priming them into believing a specific narrative, because that is how you get illegitimate or inconcrete evidence. What you should be saying is, stuff like what I said. Hey, I'm looking into the ethics of how Destiny has engaged with women inside of its community. Is this something that you would be interested in having a conversation about? Something like that.
Mean Doobie for betraying.
Your
Mean
friends-
Doobie for betraying Max. Not like
Kyla,
Max
your
betrayed.
fri- Kyla,
That's fine.
Kyla, you're friends with Steven, and so you feel this hurt. I'm friends with Steven, and so I feel it also. But I'm also friends with Max, and I feel his hurt also. And you are completely disregarding the fact that Max
I
also
don't
is a
care
person with
about people's
feelings.
hurts when they're responsible for it. I can have some empathy. I care about him from like an empathetic level. Like, that really sucks that you fucked up so hard. The problem is he's doubling down. He's not actually changing his narrative at all. He's still pushing in hard. So, nah, I don't know about this. It's really hard to have empathy for Max when he's doubling down and isn't shifting on anything, right?
Well, it's not hard for me to have empathy with Max. So I will.
That's
continue to
fair.
have
That's
empathy
fair
for
for
Max.
you. And I've already admitted that I have the bias against Max. I'm not even going to even kind of try to pretend that I don't have a bias.
Yeah, this whole thing
against
just fucking
Max.
sucks. I tried to get them to talk to each other yesterday to fucking call because I
yeah,
thought we could all
so,
fix
like,
this, and
an-
both of them were
I
being
don't
fucking
know.
stinkers. They were both being so fucking annoying. Like, they
Stinkers?
wouldn't even fucking talk to
Wait,
each other. They just kept making
stinkers?
fucking jokes, and I was like, we have the opportunity to literally squash this right now, and neither of them would. Neither of them would. Steven goes on, calls him a rapist, says that he's manipulated me into fucking oblivion, and then Max is saying like the same thing. It's like the Spider-Man fucking meme of them fucking pointing at each other. It's fucking insane. They're both doing crazy shit. They're both
Sorry, I've got a
fucking
question.
psychotic and spiraling.
I've got a
Okay, but
question.
one of them is
Sorry, this is
the
important.
witness
This is
of
important.
this.
Lav, what was the funniest joke that was said?
That's really generous of you.
I'm an empath.
Uh,
Don't let it happen.
to get, I guess, to no, I'm not gonna talk about it. But we laughed.
Okay,
It was-
well, that's good to know.
This
There's
is
some
why
laughter
this
at
is so sad.
least.
Is also like some of like Steven is treating this like, I think Steven sort of looks at this as like pretty light. This is being blown out into a crazy thing for drama in a way it never should have. And I will be the first to admit.
What are you talking about? You literally called him Epstein. Whose fault is that, nigga? What are we doing, bro? Don't let this happen right in front of my eyes. Don't let this. Sorry, not Epstein, Weinstein. Excuse me. I got him confused because I was just fucking the analogies or whatever. Like, don't let her get away with this. That this is being blown out of proportion, nigga. What are you talking about? Who is blowing it out of proportion, nigga? That's you. That's where you eating, bro. You are eating right there, man.
That I should have gone to Steven and told him about how I felt before going to Max or going public with it. But also, I mean, the last time I tried to tell him how I felt, he said that I was doing Darvo. So I'm like, how how much responsibility does Steven take in the fact that, did he really foster the
Zip
sort of
zap, what
relationship with
about
me where
that?
he felt like I could give him feedback in confidence? And was it my fault for trying to act like I was stronger than I was when he checked in on me that one time and asked how I was doing with all of the DGG hate? And I was like, water under the bridge. Like, obviously I have to take responsibility for that too, because I expected him to caretake me when I was acting like I was fine. Like, all of us have done things that are fucked up. Like, this is like navigating real life relationships and friendships that are already hard.
You're
And
giving
like,
this idea that the only option you have.
Everyone's been meanie poo poo. It's just
We
a bunch of
stabbed
bad
Steven in
like
the
people
back,
that are
not a
messy
big
and broken,
deal.
having messy,
TV.
broken communications. Like, it's not that simple. It's actually not. Maybe on your side, that's all that's going on. Possibly, right? But the reality is like that is not all that's going on here. Like, the reality is like the way that Max reacted to this situation isn't normal. It's not at all how you treat your friends. Like, he's acted in horrific faith. Why? Unironically, because he's probably hurt about the blow up that happened with the DGG war, right? And he's doing what he always fucking does. He feels hurt, he feels upset, he creates a narrative post hoc, and then suddenly rationalizes his emotion into a malicious narrative about
What the
some
hell
other
was that?
He feels hurt, he feels upset, he creates a narrative post hoc, and then suddenly rationalizes his
Shoot me a
emotion
call.
into a malicious narrative about some other person, and that way he can't be feeling some sort of way and just have it be that. Now the person's all these bad, malicious, nasty things, and he did it to Destiny. He's done it to multiple
it to
people
me.
in a
He did it
row.
to me.
I know he did,
But this
and
is
it's wrong. Just to be clear, even if it comes from a place of brokenness, even if it comes, this is the thing you have to do with mental health. It is understandable how you could be doing these behaviors, expressing these things, but it is not excusable. And if you are doubling down on the garbage bullshit behavior you've been doing, you are fully responsible. And until then, all we can do is hold feet to Max's fire, unless he basically backs off or changes his position. Like, or
Ooh, hold feet to Max's fire. Ooh, misspoke. Ooh, that's an L. Erudite. You're gonna have to be dropped from the call. Ooh, misspoke.
apologizes. I don't know what else to do.
I really don't like this idea that your only option was to like talk to Steven, which you felt like
Gotta
you
get her
couldn't,
out of the
or go to
call,
stream and
boys.
just dump everything.
Get her out of the
Like, there's a
call.
bunch of other things you could have tried first. Like, you could have literally spoken to Kyla or any other mutual friend if you felt like you couldn't directly talk to Steven and you needed advice. Like, this idea that those were the two options and you decided to choose the stupidest one.
Okay, Kelly, shut the fuck up. I don't have
No,
a fucking
I
relationship.
barely spoken
don't
for the
have-
last 10 minutes and you're telling me to shut the fuck up when
I
no
don't
one else
have
is
a
talking.
relationship. I don't have a relationship with Kyla. Were there things that I could have done? Yes, I just fucking said that. Good job. You picked a part that I
No, you
already said
didn't.
that what I did was stupid. There was not. You made this false dichotomy in which I could only do two things. I could have done a bunch of
That's what
things.
you
I chose the
expected.
wrong one.
Okay, when
I
did
already
Max
said
start
that.
asking about Anna and inquiring into the situation? Do you remember what day he started doing that?
I think 2-3 days ago.
October 25th. Around the same time that he was getting banned from DGG. That's when he first started
What did
inquiring.
he say? What did he say?
I'm not going to go into divulging like private DMs and stuff like that.
Okay,
But there's
well,
like he was posting stuff on the Reddit.
Wait, I'm
a
sorry, what
dichotomy in
happened?
which I could only. I could have done. Yes, I just fucking said that. Good job. You picked a part that I
No, you
already said
didn't.
that what I did was stupid. There was not. You made this false dichotomy in which I could only do two things. I could have done a bunch of
That's what
things.
you
I chose the
expected.
wrong one.
Okay, when
I
did
already
Max
said
start
that.
asking about Anna and inquiring into the situation? Do you remember what day he started doing that?
I think 2-3 days ago.
October 25th. Around the same time that he was getting banned from DGG. That's when he first started
What did
inquiring
he
about
say? What did he say?
I'm not going to go into divulging like private DMs and stuff like that.
Okay,
But there's
well,
like he was posting stuff on the Reddit about what
can I
about
can I try
Anna
can
and
I
asking
try
about
and
it.
this is can I try to give you
Did
a
anyone
bit
help yet?
like a little bit of perspective? Is so when you're being dogpiled by Steven's community, and then Steven is painting you as someone who's using Darvo, and he's not understanding that like it's not normal to have this many people shit on you. And I honestly have empathy for Steven in that, because Steven has been dogpiled by so many fucking communities, he forgets how fucking bad it hurts. And then when his friend Max is trying to come to him like, hey, can you do something about this? He does nothing, and then it actually just makes it worse by saying he's an abuser and by banning him from the fucking subreddit. Then you're like, okay,
Whoa,
this feels
whoa,
abusive.
whoa, 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 whoa. Let's talk about the most abusive thing that just happened. Hold the fuck up. Hold on. What the fuck was that? Let's run that back one more time. Hold up.
He does nothing, and then
Did this nigga really just reset his fucking dono and sub and bit goals? Is that what I just saw? Did this nigga just reset his goals for the day?
it actually just makes it worse by saying he's an
This
abuser
nigga,
and by banning him.
he just reset his goals. He reset them. What the fuck is that? That is some scumbag shit. Some scumbag shit. What is that? I donated my hard money to a fucking goal. A fucking goal that gets reset? This man is gross. I'm kidding. I don't give a fuck. Just to make sure it's obvious. Okay. He was sly though. He thought he could get away with it. He thought he could get away with it.
From the fucking subreddit, then you're like, okay, this feels abusive. It does feel abusive, or at the very least, it feels like someone who is your friend is not looking out for you. And then and so of course, I think that that's an element as to why Max is doing this, because that dynamic feels abusive, because he wants to talk about like ethics, like streamer ethics, like what is okay, what is not okay. And I think that is a really that is a very complex.
Oh, like the stream, by the way. If you want content similar to this, if you want whatever kind of content, if you want to boost the algorithm, help juice the channel, just help the channel grow, even completely free. If you'd like to donate, that also helps a lot. It's actually dramatically improved my ability to be able to go to the gym and buy new clothes, work on my self-development, as well as get me the money necessary to be able to get me through the boot camps necessary to start programming. That's where all of the money from stream is going. If you'd like to support that, then please donate. But liking the stream is a free way for anybody to be able to support my content and get new eyes on the channel. If that's something that you would like to do, if you want to encourage me to stream on YouTube more for longer hours, streaming in general, like I said, I stream for 3 hours prior to going live here on YouTube, and we're going to see, how much longer we're going to be able to get out of content like this. And yeah, so if you want to support that journey, please. All you need to do is like the video. And if you want to, also talk in the chat. Any kind of engagement, whether it be putting a comment, subbing, liking the video, talking in chat, donating, all of that helps boost the algorithm and brings new eyes to my channel. And I would be very appreciative. Thank you so much. Well, Burt Warlock, $2. Like the stream to help, really. Yes, indeed. It's neither group chat or private. The name as an emote is of newly joined user. Oh, I see. Where's your goal? I should probably have one up.
No one has had the conversation like, are we friends? Do we hang out? Are we colleagues? Are we employees? Like, no one, because the lines are fucking blurred. The lines are completely
talking in
blurred.
chat boost the algorithm? Yeah, a lot. People talking inside of the YouTube chat and consistently staying inside of the YouTube chat also boosts the. It's like that. The YouTube chat and the speed at which it goes and the frequency of viewers to people chatting, as well as like liking the stream, are like the two biggest barometers that YouTube uses to judge whether or not to push the stream to other people. Because that's how you know people are watching the content and are engaged with it, actually watching it, not just like in the background, like botting views or doing anything like that. That's That's how YouTube knows this person has content that people want to see.
Work together. For some of us,
So-
this is our job. For some of us, we're friends. For some of us, we do. The drama makes us more money, but the drama also comes at expense of our personal relationships. Like, this is extremely hard territory.
Right into the
So Max is
feed.
like, obviously, like, feels like a wrong has been done to him. I don't think he's trying to ruin Steven's life because he wants to ruin Steven's life. I really think that he thinks that something is wrong here, that something wrong has
Sure.
happened.
Do you think that Cherry and Stardust actually thought that something was wrong? Do you think they actually convinced each other and themselves?
I do
Uh-huh.
think that they convinced each
And
other.
was what
Yes, I
they
do
did
think that
wrong?
convinced each other.
Yeah, and was it wrong what they did still?
Uh-oh.
I think
Was it
I
wrong?
don't think the initial them saying that they felt uncomfortable wasn't wrong. But then for Cherry to double down on it and for Stardust to make jokes about it was wrong.
Yeah, so the doubling down, definitely a problem, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes, but
Lav doesn't realize what's happening. There's no way she can't see the writing on the walls for this one, right, boys?
you have to be presented with new information. So that's what. So Cherry was presented with new information and then still doubled down on it. Whereas like Max has been getting all this confirmation bias by
Wait, what new information?
these other women who apparently are coming forward. Like I don't know if one of them is Bad Bunny or whatever, but now he's getting more information that Steven could potentially be abusive. So why would he not double down?
What has Max done to find counter narratives? Because if you're doing good investigative journalism, if you're really trying to investigate things, you're going to want to make sure that you're
I don't know,
testing
I'm
both
not
your
part of it.
theories
I don't know,
and
I'm not part of
non-theories.
Are you going to talk to Mr. Girl about this? Yeah, I have talked to Mr. Girl about this situation.
Oh,
Interesting. So do you think that he approached women, for example?
Do programming boot camps help? The boot camps get you certificates. So instead of me going through a college program and getting a degree through a college, I need to do a boot camp to get a certificate to show that I know what I'm doing for coding. So the answer would be yes. And it also costs a lot of money. It costs roughly $10,000 to $20,000. And so that's what I'm currently saving all of my cuck bucks, my stream cuck bucks for. And YouTube has been an unbelievable boon towards doing. I mean, YouTube has over doubled my income that I was making from Twitch. And so, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do is I'm currently trying to save for going to the gym, which between me and my brother costs between $2,000 to $4,000 a year more in cost for us. Buying new clothes is I've bought probably $400 to $500 worth of new clothes and stuff like that. And learning how to drive and finding, buying gas and repairing my car that I have to be able to, well, it's my grandma's car, repairing that car so that way it's, street legal and safe to drive. And, of course, saving up for that coding boot camp. Those are the things that I'm currently doing with every bit of my money from stream at the moment. This is being duo streamed? It is not. I think people don't realize that Lav was absolutely manipulated by Mr. Girl and think she's a malicious actor. I think she's just a useful idiot in this. Mad, I have no idea. I haven't seen the DMs. I haven't seen whatever. But she's like a fucking adult. So I don't know. I have no issues with that opinion, but she's 24 years old. I think she's a grown up enough to be able to, I don't feel comfortable making all of these excuses for Lav. I view them as excuses. I understand if you don't. For her behavior of her inability to grasp arguments, her inability to understand her hypocrisy, her inability to avoid Mr. Girl's manipulation. I have no idea if the veracity of which that's going on. I don't know anything about that. Okay? So I'm just trying to establish she's a 24-year-old woman. She should know better than to do a lot of the stuff that she's doing. Lav is not a useful idiot. She's a demon with full agency. Jesus Christ, Goose.
Well,
Max is not a bad guy, and this is the only thing
I
I'll
don't give
say.
a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Do you
Max-
think? Hold on. You've been talking a while. Do you think that he approached any woman who, for example, Steven is platonic with, or
Sheriff,
Steven has
I'm
had
not at
past
that
sexual
level
relationships
yet.
but now engages with them completely normally? Has he approached any women that are friends
Oh,
with Steven?
no.
He's not approached
any of
me,
these
and he
counter-narratives?
follows me on Twitter. He's never spoke to me.
I feel like if you want to be responsible in construing about whether or not your friend is a fucking
20K for a cert through a boot camp, what a money-making scheme. Yeah, but that certificate it's from based on everybody that I've been told, some of these certificates from these boot camps that you go through when it comes to coding are very, very important to getting a job. Like they matter a lot to be able to get you a job because it's kind of like just like a pseudo degree. So this is just what I've heard from people in the industry. These are very, very important things. And you might be able to get it so that way you do a deal where it's 10K and in exchange they garnish your wages all the way up to 20K, which I think is a mutually beneficial arrangement. I don't have to pay 20K. Instead, I spend 10K, and then they have invested interest in getting me a job so that way they can garnish my wages to get their last 10K out of me. I think that is a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. That is what I've been told, and I think it's what it is, yeah.
User, it's probably worth making sure you dot your I's and cross your T's.
I think I agree with you. I think I agree with you, but I also, like, you've got to understand that Stephen went on stream and called him a rapist and said he was blackballing him and said he was going to delete his website. Like,
That was
all of
after.
this-
That was after. None of that matters. That was after.
I really don't think Max is a bad person. I don't think he's a narcissist. I don't think that he didn't, I don't think that he fucking manipulated Anna into fucking saying anything.
IRI in chat. Ult back up. Ult is off cooldown. IRI is letting us know her ult is off cooldown.
Anna's been trying to reach out to anyone she can for fucking months about this. It is not, you don't have to manipulate Anna to fucking talk.
Thoughts on calling Mr. Girl a rapist? I think it was out of pocket. I don't think Destiny actually believes that he's a rapist, or if he does, I think he could be easily argued that he isn't a rapist. Like, I think if you told Destiny the context of that story, he would agree Mr. Girl isn't a rapist. I think he made a bombastic statement in a heated moment or something, or it could be possible that he does believe it and he has like private information or something, or he was convinced of something in kind of a statement. But I believe if Destiny was presented with the real information, he wouldn't have called him a rapist.
About this, she wants to, she begs to. So
Really, so
that
why
means
is she refusing to come on stream? Why is she actively trying to avoid these things and not giving him any screenshots?
because I will show you the fucking
She's
screenshot
playing
that she
hot and
sent
cold?
Steven today. She
She's a bit of
sent
a
Steven a
tease?
screenshot today. She sent Steven a screenshot today and was like, "Well, your community seems to like me again." He. Yeah, I do think Max is manipulative. She's playing a fucking game and it's insane. It's insane. I will send you the fucking screenshot.
Yeah,
It is
the,
crazy.
yeah, the real bad guy in all of this is the person who Max is trying to champion as the innocent baby victim.
Yeah, it doesn't really work too well.
Yeah, I was gonna say the problem is, like, Anna's being used as a character witness on both sides, and this is not looking too good.
Well, does it?
Well, I don't know
Narrative
what
is
he's
breaking
doing. I
down.
don't know what
They're
he's
turning
doing.
into a
Thank you, Crazy Tactics. I appreciate it.
Everyone has
singularity.
their own narrative. Everyone
The
has
black
their
hole
own
has
narrative.
opened. It is absorbing the logic. It is all broken now.
Hey, a Cuman, is that how I pronounce your name? I don't know how to pronounce your name. You're the person that was inside of Chuds' chat earlier in this video, right? I think I've seen you through. Oh, sorry, no, you were in the this, weren't you, or both? I don't remember. I've seen you around.
Everyone has their own narrative. I have my own narrative. Anna clearly has her own narrative. Max has his own narrative and reasons for going into this. None of us are really aligned, and I think that that's part of the problem. This whole thing is fucking crazy. It was like a big game of fucking telephone.
So, did anyone see my Shaylin interview? What did you think of that?
Shut the fuck
Glad
up.
to know she has her own phone, I guess.
I did not see it yet, John. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. No, just trying to lighten the mood a bit. Basically, Anna's in chat. I'm not going to bring Anna on. That would be very irresponsible to me. You've sent me these logs from Anna. Anna has said that some of these were supposed to be private. So what's that
Yeah,
about?
are any of these logs consensually released, Lav?
To Chud?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean,
I know.
I'm not
Before
I'm not
coming on,
publicised.
to be clear, before coming on here, in the
sorry, if I feel
past,
like
I
Anna's
always
playing a
ask
fucking
people,
game-
hey, what are you consenting to me talking about publicly? And I've had that conversation with Anna. How precisely
First of
can I talk
all,
about this?
Steven
with you?
gave me.
Did you do that?
Steven gave me some of those
Okay.
screenshots.
My phrasing missed you about power dynamics. I can jump on to smooth it over within 5 minutes if you want. Yeah, sure. If you have an issue with something that I said about one of your takes, you're more than welcome to jump on. I'm assuming your name in Discord is the same as your name in the shit. My Discord should be inside of the description of the stream. Yeah, go ahead. That's if you feel like I misrepresented your point or something. All right, this is you, right? Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Yo.
Hey, yeah. I don't think you misrepresented anything. I think I just slightly missed you. What I was saying about power dynamics is that it seems like the damage is sort of already being done with Anna, and as far as I understand, most sort of like authorities on the matter would say that no contact is the best way to go with a stalker. So it seems to me like there's the more sort of like cogent, aware, and powerful one in the situation should be taking the active step to disengage.
I agree. So do you disagree with the idea, though, that we could speak to the reasonability, and I think we would probably agree on the reasonability that it is that new information that has been come to light in private causes him to be able to ethically engage inside of a relationship with Anna. It's probably not very likely that we would agree with that information being sufficient to kind of forego the history.
Yeah. I think we agree. It's it's very unlikely that he has enough information to be making that judgment, but I can empathize with the position he's in, and I can see how he could come to that conclusion.
Right. And do you agree that, like, in order to properly condemn him, or to, maybe we could use different words, but do you agree that in order to establish that he is currently unethical for engaging inside of that relationship, with his explicit statement being that it's primarily baked off of a little bit of public but primarily private conversations and information he has about the social development or interpersonal development of her life?
You've lost me. Can you?
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Do you think it's reasonable for him to? Do you think it's reasonable for him to make the argument that that private information that he is using to come to the conclusion that it is ethical is not do you think we are entitled? Yeah. Do you think we're entitled to having that information become public? So that way
we're not entitled to having that information become public. What I would say, however, though, the bigger issue is the fact that Mr. Girl, upon learning about the fact that Destiny had been sexting Anna, obviously neither Mr. Girl nor Melina, people very close to Destiny, knew about the sexting until it was mentioned on stream the other day. So people are running this narrative that sort of like everyone knew about the sexting, but Mr. Girl is working on the assumption that there was no sexting, from what we can tell. So to be gaining the information and proof that there is sexting, and also being fed a narrative by Anna and Lav that it is fueled by a fetish for abusing women on stream, which is corroborated by the logs leaked by Anna and Lav, I can see also why Mr. Girl would come to the conclusion that he now cannot trust Destiny. It's sort of
wait. Why is that? Because that would assume that Anna is a valid character witness, would it not?
Yeah, exactly. So it's sort of like it's this bombshell that hasn't been shared by Destiny to him, that Anna is now sharing with him, that has proof. Because people didn't seem to know that the sexting was happening, right?
Okay, so yeah,
that's more my issue with the information not being shared, is that there were people close to him who didn't know about it and were sort of working on false pretenses, and obviously when they find out that information, their perception is going to radically change, and it's possibly going to be sort of like shocking and cause a bias when they start engaging.
Okay, so you're saying that it's reasonable for people to jump to some pretty extreme conclusions with such a significant thing being hidden,
being revealed to them.
Yeah, sure. I think I could probably break bread with that, but I think the way that it was handled was not.
It was negligent and bias. I would say.
Okay. All right. So
I don't like the framing of it being malicious, and I don't think it was sort of like a premeditated. I'm going to take down Destiny. Is sort of what I'm trying to say.
So let me see if I still have the. What do you think about? Do I still have? Can somebody relink me the logs that Mr. Girl sent Eris? Did you see that?
Yeah, so I have seen that. My understanding is that so here's the timeline basically. I'm just quickly run through I write up a brief timeline of sort of like that contextualizes most of the logs. Okay, so on November 6th, Destiny calls Lav a villain. November 7th, Anna and Lav speak about DGG abuse / Destiny having a fetish for it. November 8th, Lav comes on to Chuds panel. November 8th, Lav has a talk with Mr. Girl where they both cry together about the DGG. Mr. Girl says at the end of the talk that he wants to continue offline. Lav tells him about Anna and agrees to get them in contact. November 8th, Mr. Girl begins contacting people such as Eris and Doobie, and Destiny begins aware that he's ramping up the investigation. Max says later that this is because two women, assumedly Anna and Lav, came to him with stories of abuse. November 9th, Mr. Girl / Lav daughter logs. I don't know if you've seen those. November 10th, Shaylin interview goes public. November 10th, Destiny starts stream discrediting Max. November 10th, Max says two women came to him. Knows of five other stories. Shows Anna sexting logs. So I think through there, we can see a pretty clear line where basically Anna and Lav are hyping each other up in private. Then when Mr. Girl and Lav have this big talk where they cry to each other, at the end of that, Lav presents this hyped up version that Lav and Anna have constructed in sort of like this private conversation. And then they all come together and they have this biased notion of what's going on that has been sort of constructed between Anna and Lav.
Well, I mean,
So
I guess that I don't know what that has to do with what I was bringing up about the Eris.
Is the Eris logs? Is the Eris logs?
Yeah. Does this not look manipulative to you?
I don't think that looks malicious. No, I think that looks biased. He's saying, "I'm a victim of emotional abuse." I think he believes that.
Yep.
People have been dragged by his community. Eris had a big falling out, I think, right? Isn't that correct? This is the Eris that
I believe it is Eris Ann. I believe, yeah.
Yeah, Eris Ann. So yeah, Eris had that big falling out, obviously at the start of the year, I think.
I have no idea. I didn't pay close attention to that, so.
Yeah, I don't see. Obviously, the framing is leading, but I think that can be attributed to bias. That I don't see the malintent, I guess.
Okay. The issue is that when I'm hearing Mr. Girl say in public that he is presenting these people with adequate, like he's approaching this in a delicate nature, where he is not priming.
I would disagree. I mean, he might think he's trying his best, but I think he is being negligent and biased.
Okay.
For sure.
Do you could I not, if I was trying to build the case that this was negligent or beyond negligent, that it was like bad? I'm not saying that it is like he did this maliciously. What I'm saying is that the way that he went about it was wrong, and it was completely against what he publicly stated he had been doing. I think what he publicly was stating was that he was carefully going through and just basically trying to, like pseudo journalists, like, hey, I just wanted to inquire about a past sexual relationship you had with Stephen Kenneth Bonnell, right? And that's what I was expecting. I would say
it doesn't line up with the public portrayal. If
okay,
that's the case.
Okay. So, with that being the case, if I could establish that he did go about, let's say, gathering evidence from individuals that have been previously members of Dr. K's stream, you know, when he investigated into that he went about that in a careful and meticulous manner, in a way that, like, for instance, the example I just described, do you not believe that would lean into the idea that Mr. Girl might have done this maliciously?
I don't know if it's quite the same, because he's not investigating like a friend who he feels abused him as well. Like there's a whole different level of bias that could be operating there. I think you would agree, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a different level of bias, but that bias, he said explicitly, isn't like that shouldn't excuse the action of doing this. Even if you...
No, I don't think it should excuse it. No, I agree. I would criticize this harshly as negligent and say he was acting in a way that portrays a significant bias.
Okay, so then...
I would not excuse... That is my condemnation of it, but I cannot see any evidence that points to malintent.
Okay, what evidence could you be provided for malintent?
Mr. Girl saying something along the lines of, like, you know, really, I just want to get back at Destiny, or something like that. You know, like,
so just admitting it,
admitting it, or like significant like circumstantial evidence.
Do you think it would be reasonable for somebody to look at the situation between Dr. K and how he went about collecting the evidence for the Dr. K situation, and then juxtapose it compared to how he's going about collecting testimony for this situation, and for them to come to the conclusion that he could be probably or even running with malintent for this? Do you think that is an unreasonable position to hold, even if you wouldn't hold it yourself?
I think, yeah, I don't think malintent is supported by the evidence, even with comparing it to Dr. K thing, because I think if you approach that with any sort of level of understanding of like how someone would operate in a situation like that, if you're investigating, let's say you're doing a piece about a businessman that you don't know, which is basically what Dr. K is, that is a whole different thing to investigating one of your friends.
Well, yeah, I don't
like you would never say like that is a significant conflict of interest, right?
Sure.
What a conflict. Yeah, okay, go for it.
What I would be saying is, I don't think that's relevant as to whether or not there would be malintent. I can agree it's whether it's relevant
do
as
think-
to whether or
the
not
reason
there's
I
a
think-
bias at play, which
The
is-
reason I think that is relevant is because what you would be trying to show by comparing those two situations is like, look, he handled this situation well. How come he couldn't handle this one well?
Yep.
And it's like, well, obviously, because one of them, he has a significant conflict of interest.
Yeah, and that conflict of interest can lead to malintent, can it not? Just
don't
as
think-
likely as it can lead to a bias.
No, I think a conflict of interest, you can have malintent and a conflict of interest,
Mhm.
but all a conflict of interest points to is bias.
Right. And so what
you
I'm
get what I
saying
mean.
is it doesn't prove or disprove malintent. And so I think
No,
it would be-
exactly. But I think you have to be able
yeah.
to prove the malintent, right?
Right. And it's about whether or not it's so you think in order for
I don't
anybody
think that. I don't
so-
think that is okay. No, I'll just say I don't think that comparison is significant evidence to
So,
prove malintent.
Okay, so no.
Just like-
What I'm asking is, do you think that
Sorry,
you
okay.
need to 100% definitively have the writing in front of you? I did this to, in trying to actively, I don't know, tear down Destiny's career, and that's why I approach these women this way. Do you think you need that before you can make a claim of malintent, or do you think we can reason our way into malintent and say he probably is coming from this from a malicious standpoint, or do you think you need that harder evidence before you make a claim of malintent?
Sorry, yes. The piece of evidence that I think is working most against the malintent in this story, the piece of evidence that would need to change, that is circumstantial, that would prove malintent for me, is if he was initiating going and starting to talk to women, but what happened was Anna and Lav came to him.
What? Say again?
Yeah. If he had started, if it was all his idea to go and start talking to women about this, that would probably convince me of malintent.
Well, no.
the
I'm
issue
not,
is-
and it's not what I'm asking. So, I guess that kind of gets to what I'm asking.
Yeah.
What I was
You're asking me what piece of evidence, other than a confession, would prove malintent to you,
well,
right?
more specifically, is there any bit of evidence that work, or if
Yeah.
only it's like a caught red-handed thing? So,
Yeah, no. So
I
this is what would change it for me.
okay.
Is if he had approached the women instead of Anna and Lav going to him.
Yeah, so for me, I view it as reasonable to look at how he approached the Dr. K situation and how angry and upset he was over the Dr. K situation, and how, at least from my current perspective, he handled it pretty well with being able to inquire about, maybe I would need to go back over it, with inquiring about how he gathered evidence and information on Dr. K's previous patients or some of the people that he had employed for his like coaching thing or whatever. I think you can use that as a comparison for how he's approaching this and how differently they are to establish that there may be some malintent. I don't think it's sufficient evidence to.
I think you can bring that evidence, but I don't think it is sufficient to believe that. So I'm going to say that people who believe that are being unreasonable in their position. Which I feel like was what you were asking me, is would you call those people unreasonable?
Well, that
would you
was
say that's a
one of the
reasonable
statements
conclusion?
that I was asking,
Yeah.
and I was trying to ascertain whether or not you needed
So no,
to catch him red-handed or what.
No, I would not need to catch him red-handed and like see him admitting it. I would need to see him approaching the women. I just need to clarify a couple of people in chat because people seem to be a bit confused. Okay, here's the timeline of how they spoke to Anna. Was they had the misogyny talk on Rumble, Max and Lav did. Once that finished, Max and Lav carried on talking about their experiences with DGG. Lav said that Anna had told her that Destiny has a fetish for abusing women on stream. Then Mr. Girl asked to be put in contact with Anna, and Lav went and introduced Anna to Mr. Girl. So Lav was the one who mentioned all the shit to Mr. Girl, and then started bringing Anna in. Just to be clear. So people who keep saying that Mr. Girl tried to seek out Anna, that's not what happened. Lav came to him with stuff about Anna. That's all. Okay. Yeah, I think we're done. I don't.
Okay. Yeah. I think
Sorry.
we hashed out everything we needed to.
Yeah. Cool. It's good to talk to you for the last time.
Yep, for sure.
Catch you
Maybe I'll
later.
talk to you later. Yep. Bye.
Sure.
Okay.
Fucking culpable.
Let's slow down, cowgirls. Okay. So,
If
sorry, go on. I was going to say, you know, they were sent to me privately. I've not sent them to anyone. I've not released them publicly. Obviously, I don't really release logs unless there's
You're right.
already.
If I
Fun
feel
facts,
like
I
someone has
don't
been
know.
playing a game with me, I'm going to set the record straight. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if like Anna's cycloning. I don't fucking care. What she said to Steven sent to me. It looks fucking bad. She's talking about how she's like happy that now she has DGG's favor. That's fucking scary to do and then throw Max under the fucking bus.
Is
That
the thing that you
shows
sent me
intent.
what you sent to Chud?
That's one of the things I sent to Chud.
Okay,
yes.
yeah. Okay, this one is public, so this one is obviously like already been released. And just to be clear, if Steven is releasing Anna's logs privately, which I believe this one that got released publicly was released not with her knowledge, that's bad. That is wrong as well. Just to be super clear.
Okay, great. Then,
did
then
that
we're all
happen?
back.
Sent more logs than this one. Okay, but this is the issue. You can all be bad. You can all be doing bad things. That doesn't make all things proportionate, and that doesn't make everyone an equal like.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it equal across the board, right?
Wait,
For example, Max seems to have
Welcome
done
to Chud
many
Nation.
worse things than you maybe have done. So in many ways, Max is more culpable and more responsible than you are.
Forgive me. I feel like I'm having to play. I'm really having to do damage control because everyone thinks that I'm the mastermind behind this. So I'm very.
I don't think you're the mastermind.
Nobody
Hold on,
thinks
hold
that,
on.
don't
Just to
worry.
be clear, and
Yes,
if
they
Chud's
do.
chat is
Yes,
saying that
they
or
do.
anything, I don't.
They don't.
So if Chud's chat is saying that, you guys are stupid dumb fucks. Lav is not the
Misogynists.
mastermind of any of this, okay? Lav has probably a little bit too much empathy for people that she's connected with, which means that she like wants to just like basically she wants to see everyone be happy and healthy and whole and kumbaya, and that's really nice. But to think that Lav is the mastermind is actually so stupid. Lav is not the mastermind. She's coming public. I don't think that she's doing like the smartest thing, like how she's handling all of this. But Lav is not the fucking mastermind. Obviously, between Lav
You are
and
too
fucking
stupid to be
Max,
the
who has the history
mastermind,
of
Lav.
creating malicious,
Okay,
nasty narratives about other
no,
content creators.
no,
Is it
no,
Lav or is
no.
it Max? It's Max.
No, please.
Max is in his feelings, and that makes him quite vindictive, if nothing else. Like,
I mean,
the
he
sad
did this
things
to Brittany
is,
Simon already. Like he did this to
Yeah,
Brittany Simon. It was
yeah.
insane.
Okay,
the sad
I
thing
see
is, if
it,
he had
Tommy.
like a few weeks or a month to chill out,
this
he
narrative-
probably would have been fine. But
if this narrative is going to be perpetuated, then we need to add more narrative into the zeitgeist. Matt has been an incredible friend to me. An incredible friend to me. He has been so sweet. He has been so healing for a lot of parts of my life that feel very empty. He was a great person to talk to when I felt like I had no one to talk to. He's extremely understanding. He's invited me into his life in ways that are like exceptional that he did not have to do.
Welcome to Chud
And
Nation.
Shaylin also has
Mad
been
Max, we
incredible.
shall go.
So I hate that you're painting him as this like really malicious, horrible person because he is not. If he has done something wrong, it is a mistake. But he's not doing it because
No.
How naive. Now your age is showing, young one. Oh, God, how naive.
he's evil.
Somebody, okay, I don't think he's evil.
Nobody
I dislike him.
How naive. He was nice to me in the past, so anything bad that he does in the future is a mistake, and he doesn't actually mean it. Oh, God. Now, if you want to talk about a cult, that's cult-like. Jesus Christ. That is so naive. Good Lord.
And I think when Max gets in his feelings and gets angry at a person, he does a lot of garbage shit and he betrays all of his ethics. That doesn't mean that he's a holistically bad person. I've said from the very beginning, for example, Max is incredibly smart. He's a brilliant fucking artist. And I absolutely believe that he can be a really, really incredible friend. I wouldn't even be shocked to hear that. He is actually a like decently caring person. The problem is that when he gets in his feelings, when he gets bitter and resentful and angry at someone, the gloves are off and every single like
Fun facts,
margin
if
of
you wanna
content that
send
he
it, you
thinks
gotta
is
send it in
important
Twitch
seems
chat.
to go out the window, and he will post talk rationalize as to why he's in the righteousness for whatever he is doing. That's the problem. So
Yeah.
I believe you. I believe you about this complex nature of Max. The issue is that we don't say that we can excuse or
Thanks a
somewhat
lot, that's really
dismiss the
generous
like
of you.
actual like insane
$5 quote.
backstabbing garbage that he did to his friend Steven because question mark.
Steven-
Fifi's
Steven-
it seems to
Even-
cloud his vision a lot, his feelings.
Sure.
yeah, we don't get to apologize for the behavior. Like we don't
So why
wait.
can't
Him-
so why can't we say that all of these things are true and also just be like, and they'll figure it out. And they'll
Because
fucking
hold
figure it
on.
out.
Because look at what like if we want to paint a little bit of empathy for Steven now, Steven, according to at least like probably me, you, and Max's view, is somebody who probably has not very good trust issues, definitely has problems with vulnerability, opening up to people, and he went on this like deep explorative journey of being like, you know what, I should have friends. I'm gonna open myself up to people and be vulnerable. And he did that with Max, which is super base. That shows something about Max's character that Steven was willing to trust him with this stuff. And the problem is that he has been so royally backstabbed. There has been information that Steven told Max that was only between him
Always
and Max, that Max
dark true.
weaponized to try to get more information on Steven that has absolutely been devastating for this situation.
Zez,
how
I've
is it-
considered
How
it.
do we not have empathy for fucking Steven?
Well, also, Lav, there's a
There is more info that makes Mr. Girl look really bad. Apparently, he knew about the private relationship that Destiny had that the public didn't know about and lied to those women by saying that the public knew about those relationships to farm them for info. I need to see hard evidence of that occurring. I can't just hear that because I've heard that be said by other people. I need the evidence, the hard evidence, before I can make a definitive claim on that. That's just the way that I operate. If that did happen, that would be absolutely it just abhorrent would be putting it lightly. I think it would be a yeah, I don't know. It's just it would be horrible. Really, it would be a horrible thing to do to another person. And I would be hard-pressed to find a way that that doesn't make sense outside of malicious behavior. But I haven't seen the evidence of that happen. Great streams this week, really. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it, Samin. Salmon?
Yeah, sorry, there's something I just want to propose to you because, you know, I'm trying to be the neutral.
What intent would need to be shown in order to condemn Mr. Girl? I'm assuming you mean to me. Something like, something like this, that new guy 101 put inside of my Twitch chat, what I just read, right? If there was evidence that Mr. Girl went to somebody who had a private relationship with Destiny that the public didn't know about, and Mr. Girl attempted to tell them that the public did know about it in the hopes to fish them for information. I believe that would be condemnable. But I condemn Mr. Girl on several different fronts. I condemned him on this. This is a condemnable thing that I've given the context that I have, which is very limited, but given the context I have, this is bad. This is a bad thing to do. I've condemned Destiny on his continued relationship with Anna. I've condemned Destiny off, if assuming true, that he leaked logs of Anna without getting permission from Anna. I don't think he should have done that. Yeah, I think that there's that, but I think Mr. Girl doing the, especially this shit, is just out of line, especially with how he characterized how he went about it in public completely differently than this. But you need to watch the link I sent if you're going to condemn Mr. Girl on that. Why? What is relevant in there? Because I feel like didn't you link a really, really long VOD? But I don't think you've linked anything. Oh wait, yeah, you did. Here it is. Yeah, you linked a 4.5-hour VOD. I don't have to watch that VOD to do that.
Party and all this. Obviously, I'm split in many of these ways. Is it not a possibility?
It's at the timestamp, 30 seconds. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at it.
That's the reason why.
I'm not gonna do it, but I really want to ban you when I realize that this is not gonna have any relevancy to my claim at all, because it's not going to. But we'll watch it.
And that's the reason why we don't hang out anymore. So those are the two types of people. Now, for which type of person Ahrelevant is, you can take a guess on which one it is based on the fact that she's still with me. But
I never thought that you hated me, and
when you've gotten to the point to where you are literally spamming in chat to get my attention, to have a fight with me on stream over a person, then that is absolutely. We absolutely have. There have been times where I played different types of League games, different types of Minecraft games, whatever, where it's been easier to integrate and do things together on stream or whatever. But then there are times where I'm playing other games.
A handful of times after I've begged you a million times to be able to do that with
Sure,
me,
it depends, but like the idea.
Your schedule in such a way that you make it out as though you're only doing it out of pity or jealousy for me.
How long can it take to go through a chest, host? What are you doing?
Promote him to leader. That'll motivate him.
Okay, great. That mattered absolutely nothing. Congratulations, you're fucking retarded. That does not matter at all to my claim that if you are somebody that is approaching somebody with a past sexual relationship with an individual you're investigating, the ethics of their relationships with, that you would type that message. That has absolutely nothing to do with my claim. Congratulations. Wow, who would have thought? That has absolutely nothing to do with that claim. The way that you approach Eris in this situation, I don't know what the fuck I even just watched. How you approach Eris in this situation with, hey, guess what? You had a past sexual relationship with Destiny. I think it might have been unethical. Let's have a discussion about that. My criticism of Mr. Girl's approach to this does not change with that random bullshit clip, and it wouldn't change, I'm sure, with the entire 4.5-hour fucking VOD of that. I'm sure it wouldn't change a damn bit, but congratulations. You are not banned, but Jesus Christ, you make me upset.
He's inviting you in closer because he's trying to control you further.
No, because he's been very. He's even told me this whole time, like, if you want to have a relationship with Steven, if you want to go on his stream.
His approach is loaded. Yes, he's priming that individual to be against Destiny at the approach. That is not justified whether or not everyone in this chat room believes that Eris Ann was inappropriately treated by Destiny. Even if I believe that Destiny sexually abused her or some shit like that, or emotionally abused her, the way that you approach that individual should not be like that. So I have no fucking clue why you're linking me that as if it proves anything to that effect.
Want to do all these things, it will not have any bearing on our relationship whatsoever. You are free to do whatever you want, and I have, and I was able, and I told him, I was like,
Welcome
I was like, you know, I'm gonna have this talk with Steven. Maybe you can join.
What
and
would
he's
a
like,
clean approach look like? I've already said it like 9 times. I'm not gonna loop
I'm
again.
not really comfortable with that, but obviously do whatever you want. I'm here for you. Like this will not change our relationship at all. So no, there's no manipulation going on, and I have a fucking hair trigger for manipulation usually with men. So I really maybe let's, even if I grant you that Max has manipulated anyone else, he has not manipulated me at all. What I think is going on is I'm the stupidest person alive. I'm just extremely dumb.
Wait,
Wow, that's holy shit. Oh my God, Allah. But next week she's gonna be shitting on every single person that says that about her. If you say she's the dumbest person alive, next week she's gonna be like, no, I'm actually way smarter than you. I'm actually very intelligent. Have you heard of my takes about feminism? So I love it how she says this now. Wait 3 days and then boom, nobody's gonna be allowed to say that to her ever because, like, yeah. She's gonna take responsibility for being stupid here, but then the moment that she wants to act smart or make a point, she's gonna completely have amnesia about it. It's gonna happen, but.
Dumb, you're so easily manipulatable. What do you mean?
Suggestible.
No.
Doesn't that make you the easiest to manipulate? Isn't it possible that, like, I don't necessarily want to paint this narrative that they're trying to control you, manipulate you? I have no fucking
I think
idea.
my brain is fine. I think well. I just don't think before I speak. I just need to be more patient. I'm just impulsive.
Wait, so you're not stupid. You just don't think before you speak. So it's not that you're dumb. It's just that your rhetoric is bad. Oh my God. Oy vey, dude. I don't even know what to say, bro.
Impulsive and retarded. I'm whatever. I'm a bad person. Don't take me seriously. I guess. I don't know. Clearly I'm not okay. I'm very.
Fucking ay Dios mío, man. What is it like? Which is it? Pick a lane. Decide. Because if it's just you don't think about the shit that you say, then guess what? Your actions don't make sense. It's not an excuse. What you just said doesn't logically follow. If your point is you don't think about what you say, your shit doesn't logically follow because you made bad choices. You were like, oh, Anna told me something? Well, let me go over here and let me go inform this. That's not thinking about what you say. You built a logical pattern in your mind. You built up to a conclusion, and then you acted on that. It's not you not thinking about it. It's just you not being smart. So which one is it? Is it you not being smart, or is it you just not thinking much before you speak? Like, it's, come on, man.
Mentally ill. I don't know if I should be in this space, but now I don't know. All this shit is fucking crazy.
If you're mentally ill, can you truly consent to what happened to Destiny?
Having close friends and being emotionally vulnerable is for nerds.
Stop.
Sorry, my apologies. I just continue.
Anna wanted to ask a question. She says, she says that you were the one that reached out to her and that you agreed to keep everything private. Is that true?
Yes.
So you reached out to her, but you're saying she was reaching out to you.
No. Well, no, she'd been reaching out to me for weeks and months. And then finally I went to her in a fucking moment of weakness.
I see. What had she said in those previous reach outs? Had they been anything in them, or they were just like she was just trying to
they were all about Steven.
Okay. There was a lot of information in them.
How he was a misogynist, about her apologizing for him calling me a dumb bitch on stream, saying that was abusive, saying that these are all things that I left on red. I didn't even want to touch it. And then when I felt bad, and when I felt like I had no one to turn to, I turned to her, and it was fucking stupid, and I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but also
wait,
like her
hold on, Lav. Was it stupid, or did you say something that was stupid, but in reality you're a very smart woman? Which are like, hold on, we need to settle this. Did you say something that was stupid, or did you do? Whoa, you gotta establish. Like, come on, bro.
Saying that it was bad that he called you a stupid bitch. That's pretty innocuous. These seem like fairly like nothing burger messages.
It was anytime. It was for weeks, and then she did the same thing with Max. She does the same thing with Kyla. She enters everyone's chat and she talks about Steven. She talks about being abused. It's constant.
Okay, so wouldn't that cue you that maybe you should be pretty hesitant about
Yes, it probably should have. But
Okay. And so I understand that you're impulsive and you've already apologized and you feel really bad. I'm not holding your feet. I'm not holding your feet. I'm going to talk about Max. I'm not holding your feet to the fire. Okay. You've already I'm really going to say you've kind of just done everything that you can as far as like fixing your shit. My question is, you're impulsive, all these things. Max doesn't strike me as somebody who's like super impulsive. In fact, he seems very thoughtful, very smart, quite calculated, right? And I don't mean calculated in a bad way, like calculated just in like he's intentional, right? He's always thinking about everything. I mean, you can tell with how he streams. Don't you think it's strange that he would know about all these things, that he would, if he did a little bit of research, for example, into Anna, that he would have some of these flags and then maybe be concerned about whether or not he should really be just running forward with the narrative that he has?
I think the exact same thing of Lav, to be perfectly clear. Lav had the audacity to go on Destiny's stream and bring up Anna in public without even knowing whether or not Anna was a credible character witness. She goes on Destiny's stream, brings up Anna as if it's like some bombshell to be able to criticize Destiny about his previous contact with partners and his abusive nature during the conversation, or the bridge burning conversation between Mr. Girl and Destiny. He brings her up and then she brings her up, acting as though she has enough information to even have that conversation. And then, oops, I didn't really know the extent of it. Yeah, it's because you're fucking stupid. That's the reason why. Like, you made a stupid. I shouldn't say that she's. You know what? Maybe I just need to pick a side on that one and just call her stupid and commit to it. But it's because she wasn't. She wanted to bring up something that she had almost no information about. That was my big criticism of Lav and Mr. Girl, is they had such little information on Anna, but they think that just because they were talking to Anna in private, that means they knew everything. They knew everything because they were talking to Anna in private. They had the full details, the full scope, whatever. But that clearly wasn't the case. Now, Mr. Girl is a little bit less culpable in that situation because he didn't make such a bold claim in the same way that Lav did, but he did let it run or whatever. But Lav going like, oh, yeah, I mean, I knew enough about the Anna situation to bring her up randomly on the stream in a conversation about whether or not Destiny abuses his power, but I didn't know Anna enough to know whether or not she was a valuable, credible character witness. Like, you're fucking insane. That's cool, though.
He also thinks that he's a victim, and I also.
So he's just like the other girls. Like he's just like all the other girls.
No, I don't know, because I also to some extent still sort of feel
What
like
is he a victim of? Like, just because BGG don't like him? Is that it?
No, it's the power dynamic and it's the hard navigation between friendship and having Steven be like a producer and then having you be talent, and then maybe that can get exploitative, and then maybe if he's not protecting you from it and he's your friend, it's even stranger. It's a very weird dynamic to have. It's very strange to navigate.
It is strange. It is also very complicated. The issue is that isn't sinister. And here's my concern:
no, exactly,
is the pattern and narrative that Max established about women seems to match what he views his experience was way more. And it's very weird to me that he's now fitting women into this narrative.
Yeah, I also don't like that this producer dynamic is being touted as a truth. It's I'm sorry, it's not.
True.
And Max probably does believe it. I believe that you're saying that he does believe it.
I believe it also. I mean, it does feel like that, and maybe like I don't know. And again, I'm not saying this to be like you're barely on, you're irrelevant. I'm saying this because like me and Max have a very particular experience with DGG where we are literally the talent. We are literally upticking views by 30%. Steven is telling us that we've done a good job on stream or a bad job on stream, giving us feedback and how to do it again, director setting the scene, and then it becomes this like weird thing where it's like we're also friends. It is really hard to navigate, and I understand you do not have that experience, but I don't think that means that it does not exist.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that you feel that way.
Here's the issue. I just don't think. I think this doesn't exist for so many people in Destiny's orbit because I think this is a unique situation to these two people. I think that's what it is. I'm not sure if there's one of them convincing them that it is the case or isn't the case or whatever, but it's just not a situation that's felt by many of the other people. And I think they just need to recognize that this isn't this apocalyptic thing that's happening with everybody else and that they might just be a little bit too sensitive for this kind of an arena. They just ain't got what it takes. It is what it is.
Okay, but but the psychological
he's doing all of those things. Hold on. Even if he's doing all of those things with you and Max as talents, that has nothing to do with his sexual relationships with women on stream. And the problem is that you guys are.
Maybe Anna is lying. I hate Lav, but she may have been lied to. Though we told her to avoid Anna. Asmonok, the logs that you linked, and just to be clear with where I'm reading this from Twitch offline chat. Like these logs. Like, my issue with these logs isn't that, like, Lav is a victim of being lied to by Anna. The problem is, Lav toted Anna as if she was a credible character witness throughout a series of Destiny interactions. And then the moment where, ass met grass, and then she realized how quickly Anna could turn into a very unreliable character witness, because she's not a reliable character witness, then she tries to act like the victim of that situation. The problem is Lav was stupid, she is dumb, and she did not understand what the fuck she was doing, and she wanted to act like she was smarter than she was. And she thought, wow, Anna's giving me big information on Destiny and his manipulation, and so I feel as though this is legitimate stuff. Let me go to other people about this without even looking into it further, because she has no clue what she's doing, and she's naive. So yeah, she's just not a smart person.
shoving women. No, absolutely not. If he's unironically been DMing you, being like, hey, this is how we can make the stream more entertaining, blah, blah, blah. Like he's actually doing like some level of like stage setting for performing a little bit for streaming is theoretically possible. I have no idea whether you have like receipts of that or not, but let's just say that you do. That has nothing to do with how he's messaging girls for like sex. My understanding when it comes to his sexuality stuff is he tends to be like kind of autistically like explicit about like consent and boundaries
Yes,
and like
that's
what's
another
going
thing.
on in the sexual dynamic. The
Yeah.
problem, again, that I'm saying is that Max is shoving women into a narrative that's fundamentally about Max and his feelings about Destiny. And he's
Okay.
trying to champion his feelings
Sure.
with the suffering, struggles, and issues of women. And it's fucking gross.
Okay, well, that could be, maybe that's true. But then also, I don't know if you were watching like 3 days ago on stream.
Well, that's normal. No, it is not normal. It is not normal to do this. When every single person inside of your fucking orbit, a goddamn fucking litany of people, thousands of people are saying you don't have enough information about Anna and Anna's history to make some of the claims that you do on the fucking stream, on that public stream, and then you later go, fuck it, I'm smarter than every single person that I just have constantly said was smarter than me on specific things, including Destiny. I'm smarter than all of these different people. I know that Anna's a credible character witness. Oops, I found out Anna actually isn't a credible character witness. You cannot do that. You're fucking retarded. That's what it is, bro. I'm sorry. I need to stop saying that. It really bothers me how often I've been saying that. I get very passionate about how stupid people are, and then it fucking slips. It's inexcusable. But and I apologize. But like that's exactly what's happening. Right? Lav thought she was the smartest woman in the room. She thought she was the biggest empath in the room, and that everybody that was criticizing her for bringing up Anna in the way that she did and using that approach and speaking out of turn, she thought she was more intelligent than all of them, even after that conversation, so much so as to take Anna's word for something that she was saying, and then she took the L on that. It's her own damn fault. She's not smart. She's not a smart woman. She's not a smart person. And if anything, this is evidence of her being fucking stupid. That's what it is. So no, it's not a normal thing to do. What a normal thing to do would be when you bring up something like this, let's say I brought up the Anna situation in public to Steven as a possible note for Steven not having a healthy social relationship with some of his orbiters. And then everybody's like, stop, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're digging into years and years and years of context you don't have. You've been around for 3 months, nigga. You ain't got it. The normal thing to do would be, okay, let me take a step back. Let me kind of inquire about this a little bit deeper. Let me look into this, and then let me figure out what's going on. And then you would have found out she's not a valid character witness. Lab said, fuck that, I'm smarter than all of you. She is a valid character witness, and she got her ass clapped. It's her own damn fault. Don't make excuses for it. She's the same age as me.
But fucking Steven goes on to talk about how if you really want to be like big brain manipulator, then you be over communicative with consent because it forces women into
even check in with you?
What do you mean?
After some of the blowups on stream and stuff, didn't he check in and see how you're feeling?
Yes. I already talked about that. He checked in on me that one time, and I told him it was like water under the bridge. He was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yep, fine." And that's like totally
Isn't that him
my
being
bad.
responsible for the like reality of like
Yes.
what's going on inside the platform? So
No,
how the fuck are we
I
building this weird
already-
narrative about his sexual partners?
No. I already took responsibility for saying that I should not have like lied. That was manipulative. That was completely manipulative of me to do, so that I could so that I was like deemed like healthy enough to get back on stream. That is like my bad fully. I will absolutely take accountability.
Bridge the gap for me then. So you
Hold
and Max
on. Wait, what?
I already took responsibility for saying that I should not.
Responsible for the like reality of like what's going on inside the platform. So how the fuck are we building this weird narrative about his sexual partners?
No. I already took responsibility for saying that I should not have like lied. That was manipulative. That was completely manipulative of me to do, so that I could so that I was like deemed like healthy enough to get back on stream. That is like my bad fully. I will absolutely take accountability.
Bridge the gap for me then. So you and Max have a similar experience. I would say let's focus on specifically Max right now.
Well,
I'm not just trying not to attack you mercilessly over and over and over.
So
Max has an experience. DGG says some mean shit about him. And let's be honest, we've all seen DGG. We've all gotten hate, different levels, obviously. They can say some pretty nasty shit, right? They say some nasty shit about Max. Max decides they're meanie bobinis and he wants to go to war with them.
Meanie
He declares war,
bobinis.
unsurprisingly.
Meanie
He gets more hate
bobinis.
because, DGG didn't like that. That's kind of the casualties of war, etc. He eventually gets banned. There's a whole blow up about the ban, blah, 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 blah. We know all that history for the most part. And then he basically says, my boundary, Steven, is you have to do a thing for me. So his boundary is an ask, which is weird. Not really how boundaries work. But his boundary is you need to do a thing for me. You need to protect me more. And Steven says, I can't. There are only certain things that I can do. Steven, even yesterday, I'm pretty sure he revealed that he fucking dropped his relationship with the Groypers and any element of like interactions he was having with them to stand in solidarity with Max. So it's not like he's just like completely being a bad friend.
I
didn't know if that's true. I didn't hear that.
It was so now I feel like that.
So
is,
Max
like,
can
a
mind read
responsibility.
like a fucking genius, except for when people are doing kind things for him. That's certainly a on and off button for the magical empathy power.
Maybe who the fuck
Isn't that
No, I
fucking
don't think
weird? Doesn't it seem like Max is maybe looking for Like, if
Negative.
you're so consumed and convinced that the world's against you and that destiny's against you,
Okay,
you're gonna find the
also-
fucking evidence for it. But at some point, a healthy person goes, hold on, is there counter evidence to my belief? Maybe my feelings aren't quite right here. But Max never has that moment. Max never has the challenging or the thought questioning or the emotional challenging. What he does instead is there's a pattern for me, and now Lav is kind of having it as well. And he has a sexual relationship with Lav as well. Well, I wonder, I've heard some stuff about this Anna girl. I wonder if there's a similar thing going on there. And then he starts building a narrative. Steven brings a girl on, he fucks her, he dumps her, he gets DGD to dogpile on her, and then he lets the cycle continue and he gets to fucking clean his hand. And then we're trying to even pretend right now like he's not trying to paint Destiny as a malicious, nasty fuck. What world does that narrative exist where Steven isn't actually kind of a fucking monster?
So it's hard for me. So my experience with Steven is that we had like a sexual relationship, and then it became like very much like sort of like a platonic friendship. Like the sexual dynamic did not continue into like now. So now it does sort of feel like he is just like my superior in some ways. Whereas like with Max, they had like a very close relationship, and in some ways, I think that if you asked either of them, it would feel like they were like in some ways Max was Steven's like only actual friend. He talked to him about like relationship stuff, and then Melina would talk to Max about relationship stuff, and it became like this very close relationship. And so they have this close relationship off stream, and then on stream, Steven is just able to say that he's like manipulative, abusive, that he's crazy, that he's all of this shit. Like,
Was that comment about her sexual relationship? Was she supposed to be entitled to continuous sexual relationship with Steven? Also, doesn't she say she's monogamous now? So what is the? I don't even understand. Is she not? I don't know. Maybe she's in an open relationship. Like the fact that they had a sexual relationship and then it was platonic now, like she said that as if it was relevant to anything at all. Like he was entitled to continuously have a sexual relationship with her.
You've got to put into this like,
hold on,
especially because
is that fully wrong? Okay, first of all, like they are close. Some of the criticisms that Destiny has levied at Max are fair. There is some weird shit. For example, just to be clear, Steven and I are also very close. I also know a lot of what you're talking about. We've had very close interpersonal conversations with him and his wife. So it's not like I'm speaking from outside looking in and like wondering what's going on. I understand this dynamic. The issue is that, just to be clear, when I say close, everyone's going to assume that we're fucking. We're not. We're married. We're not fucking. And I'm friends with his wife as well, just to be clear.
Based in monogamy pilled.
How close?
The issue is that this is why, in my view, Steven's criticisms really punch home. People respect him. Okay? And also, I'd really appreciate if you don't imply anything like sexual about a relationship. Basically, no one's ever going to believe me that we're not sexual because of the Kuma Brain memes. But it's actually like genuinely, I'm just a platonic friend of these people. Okay? Like that's actually like somewhat important to me that people don't misconstrue that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
We have to be because apparently all of the orbiters are fucking him, so we don't have the choice.
Michael, why are you piping in with that? What's going on? What you got to say for yourself?
Because Euridte's been doing really well and I haven't had a chance to really insert myself, so I took that opportunity.
That's good. By the way, just quickly, sorry to interject. You gave NFT Black Guy $50, okay? I expect a little bit of fucking do-re-mi from you as well, because I let you on whenever. Right, continue.
Okay.
Go ahead, Euridte.
When Max deserves some criticisms, and the problem is that if you expect to be friends with Steven and never receive hard criticisms, you're just fucking kidding yourself. And specifically Max, who, let's be honest, isn't exactly this perfect shining like beacon of hope and joy, and he's just very careful. Like Max fucks up all the time on his platform. That's kind of part of what his platform does. Is he's like being all vulnerable and stuff like that. And within that means he's gonna fuck up. And the reality is like, yeah, he's done some really weird shit. He does make some really weird claims about things. And the reality is that at some point, Steven has to be a little bit honest and acknowledge that there are legitimate criticisms of him. If he doesn't, you'll see it. Everyone's probably still saying this about me. If you don't levy legitimate criticisms about your friends, then they basically can't take you seriously when you say anything about your friend. The reason why when Steven levies a criticism, it packs such a punch, it's not because he has these hordes of DGG dogpilers that he sicks on people. It's because people know that when Steven levies a criticism, he's got fucking receipts, that he's thought about it, that he's intentional about it. He doesn't just fucking riff off. He doesn't just say dumb shit about people. When he says things like, there are some weird shit. No, this is not biased. Give me, like, not at all. Are you fucking kidding me? He is absolutely researched. This is why people respect his opinion on things. This is why when Steven comes out against or for somebody, it changes the structure of the narrative because people respect his opinion. And yes, there is major responsibility for him in that. He fucked up with the comment about the phone with Max and his girlfriend. That was not wise when like his like comments about his friends have that much power. That was not a good thing to say.
The phone, Max and his what? He fucked up what?
Steven comes out against or for somebody, it changes the structure of the narrative because people respect his opinion. And yes, there is major responsibility for him in that. He fucked up with the comment about the phone with Max and his girlfriend. That was not wise when like his like comments about his friends have that much power. That was not a good thing to say. I understand why Max was upset. But if he levies legitimate criticisms at his friend,
I don't know what that is. Does anybody know what she's appealing to there?
you don't get to be mad as Max because guess what? Some of these criticisms are valuable and true.
Shaylin, what about
The big thing here is Lav, a lot of the issues that you're having with these criticisms and getting this flack is because of, it goes back to, we don't even have to talk about interpersonal things.
Somebody in the chat, Lav stocks underwater.
Go back to your political takes and your evolution there. You last night got on a stream, and as I was pushing back on you, started to backpedal on a lot of the reasons.
He implied Shaylin didn't have a phone? because Mr. Girl wouldn't let her a while ago by reading out a question from chat. Oh, the whole situation when Destiny asked Mr. Girl if Shaylin had a I didn't say anything about that.
While you were there, you said I sat some days and thought about this before I got on, and I said, and then you started to say,
I've actually never seen the real doll
because
review.
I'm not really sure. And it's like, well, you just contradicted yourself. You're not really thinking about these things before you engage, before you act. And if you do that, you probably wouldn't have a lot of these issues. But you're so easily influenced in all these situations, and you know, but yet you keep getting on streams and you keep saying these things, and now you're getting into serious territory. It's one thing when your issues on your views on sex work and trans people and all these other issues are going through an evolution in public. It is an entirely different one when you start engaging with serious things like sexual accusations and abuse and misbehavior. And lastly, to put a capstone on this, being a streamer is an incredibly difficult dynamic to navigate. Being friends with streamers is an even more so one, but you have projected a lot of onus onto Steven that no one else in the real world believes is there. There are power dynamics at play. There are power dynamics to consider, but the superior subordinate one that you keep leaning back on is not really there. You are putting it there.
Common like and W.
You have a choice to go on his stream. You have a
Wait,
choice to
but
decide
Steven
whether or
has
not
to
you
be-
benefit
Steven
from
has
his
to be
stream.
aware if-
Steven
if-
is aware, and he isn't abusive with that power. He doesn't sick his audience on you. Just because he gives his belief or his view on a situation that, in many cases, other people tend to be the first ones to come public with. Last night, he is going to give his opinion and feedback, and there's going to be repercussion. You're on the internet. That's going to happen. People are going to talk about you. People are going to go on the subreddit and make posts about you. That is the nature of the internet. Free speech, baby, all the way. You have to decide whether or not you can deal with it, but you can't keep internalizing it and then coming out with these crazy public statements and not having something well thought out and that you can substantiate.
Okay, great. I think that this is, again, I really struggle.
Yes.
Okay, no, I know that this, everyone wants to make this feedback about me. I get it. I've already said that I shouldn't have said anything. I'm very
Wait, just to
impulsive.
be clear, a lot of this would not have happened if she didn't open her mouth. Just to be clear, if she didn't facilitate the connection between Anna and Mr. Girl, a lot of this might not have happened. Most of this might not have happened. Most of this might not have happened if she didn't bring up Anna on the stream as a bombshell for how Destiny has an abusive relationship with his orbiters. A lot of this might not have happened. So I'm not going to let her get away with that.
Maybe I don't interact with the
How many
internet the
times
way
are you
that
going
I'm
to say
supposed
that
to.
before you do
Because
something about it?
I will never fucking do anything about it. I won't. This is just who I am.
Then why would
No,
no, you can't be on I'm on this personal growth journey and then throw that shit out.
What do you
Maybe
mean?
write yourself a little
Wait,
post-it note and stick it on your
you're
laptop or
saying-
something so you can
like-
remember not to be a fucking
they're
idiot
like-
every day.
There's
saying
like
that I'm
empirical.
you're
There are
on
empirical
the
things you can do to improve your
whole
impulse
day.
control. Are you kidding me?
She just
Tee-hee, whoopsie.
doesn't want to, I
You're
guess.
saying
Okay.
you're saying that I'm on this personal journey arc. I've been a streamer for 3 months. Give me a
Then stop interacting with this space, nigga. If you can't healthily engage with this space, stop doing it. You're a grown ass woman. You're not 12 years old. You dumb fuck. This thing is like, I'm 3 months deep into this space, and my cognitive ability to understand whether or not I can healthily engage is not there. Ooh, when everybody's shouting at you, stop engaging. Cut it out. You ain't got what it takes. And she's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Yeah, you know what you're doing. You like the clout. You like the attention. You like the fucking. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You hear the criticism. You know exactly what the fuck is going on, but you like the numbers. You like the way that you feel when you're in the spotlight, whatever it is, bro. You like something about it, and you're like, nah, man, fuck that noise. I'm gonna stay on this stream. That's exactly what you're doing. You fucking do. You cannot act like you're 12 years old. This chick is like, I'm just a little kid. I have no idea what's going on. Oh my goodness. You can't do that.
You have to get into these situations before you realize, fuck, maybe I need to step back and consider how I behave on stream and what I say publicly.
Do you think I'm not doing that? Do you think that this is not me literally doing that?
No, if you were
No.
doing that, you wouldn't be having the continual repetitive. It's every 3 days, Lav. It's every 3 days. You get on Destiny
Wait,
stream, you make comments,
okay,
you get
so
your ass
are you-
pushed
okay,
in,
so
and then you
am
come
I
back
just
3
not
more
doing
days
it
to do it
fast enough?
again.
Am I just not doing it fast enough for
No,
you?
you're
I'm
not making any
fucking sorry.
corrections. You're not making any corrections.
Why are you holding me to these
Correct,
fucking corrections? You're a stranger. You're a
Oh my god, dude. This is some fucking goofy ass shit, nigga.
You're a public figure, and I'm
wait,
levying
how-
criticism.
how-
to you.
He's a
fuck
stranger,
are you
but Destiny is
how-
more like a fucking producer.
Don't you have like like
Thank
basically the issue
you,
I have is
Kelly. Yes, true. True. Lycan's the stranger, but Destiny's the fucking producer with the goddamn camera, all the influence. Thank God. Dude. Holy fish, this is goofy ass shit. Just literally stop talking. My Discord at yours. Stop engaging the community. All this shit goes away, but don't forget, that's how that shit would cringe.
not like some baby tiny streamer. Don't you have like a 700K TikTok and you're like decently successful with music? Like this has been a big thing that I've actually had to like tell other people to fuck off about. Is they try to be like, look, like there is this massive discrepancy of like size and clout and capacity between like Lav and Destiny, and that's not true. You're very successful in multiple areas.
This is the last thing. This is the last thing I will say about my involvement. I'm obviously severely mentally ill. I don't
Stop with the I don't give a fuck. Nope, stop with the excuses. You're a grown-ass woman. Stop with the excuses.
None of this like fame, internet fame has ever felt fucking real to me. I was in a cult.
Cool, then stop. Then stop. If this internet fame has never felt real to you, then stop engaging with it because you clearly can't engage with it healthily. Move on. Go ahead. You ain't got what it takes.
For 5 years with no access to the fucking internet, and then all of a sudden I get on the internet, I become fucking famous out of nowhere. I only exist on the internet. Everyone feels like my friend. It doesn't feel like I don't know how to do this. I don't have I go online.
Then stop.
I say my little
cool,
silly things
then
on
stop.
live
Cool,
without
then stop.
consequence because it's the
Cool,
fucking
then stop.
it's the online world.
Stop
Nothing
doing
feels
it,
fucking
then.
real. You have to put it into perspective. Like I do not live. I dissociate constantly. Like I don't know like what
Yeah, sounds unhealthy. Maybe you should stop.
is real and what is like
Yeah, if you're literally so deluded you can't tell what's real and fake, maybe you should stop doing what you're doing.
not real.
That's crazy. I don't know how she could say all of that and act like the victim. Oh my god, I'm so deluded. I don't understand if any of these relationships are real. I'm very new to this space. I don't know, it's caused me a lot of emotional. Yeah, that sounds like just stop doing it. You just got done saying that it's not needed for your life. Your fiance makes a ridiculous amount of money. You don't have to do any of these things. Stop. So stop. Just stop doing it. You ain't got what it takes. Other people around you are able to healthily engage. They're able to healthily compartmentalize a lot of these things. You cannot. You ain't got what it takes. It is what it is. Not everybody's got it. Move on. I don't know what to say. Like you cannot act like the victim. You're the problem.
Non-harsh
like there's a common denominator here, and it's you.
Advice.
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
You had a friend. I don't know where that stands right now. You had a friend named Steven that you could have
We
gone
are
to.
friends. We are friends, and he gets it.
Sure.
He understands.
He gets it. That's not what I'm saying. It's fine that he gets it. The fact that he gets it and he likes you,
What about
and he's
that,
willing to
Anthony?
engage with you, something you could do is process things with him offline. Talk to him in chat. Talk to him on the phone.
I
Before you go
know.
public with these things, you could do that. Well, you say you know, but I'm telling you that is one of the key pieces to the puzzle when it comes
Great,
to
but
these
this
issues
is again. You're acting like this is extremely easy to navigate. So
I'm
take
tell-
how
no, that's
hard.
easy.
Take,
That
okay,
is
take
easy.
how hard.
That is
Take how hard it
easy.
is. Take how hard it is to navigate. Genuinely, take how hard it is
I've
to
been
navigate
in the
this
space for a
as
long time. It's very difficult to navigate. It's
okay.
Right.
Now add that. Now add that onto that. I'm extremely underdeveloped socially. Like extremely.
Then stop engaging in a space where apparently you need to have well, first off, I reject the idea that you need to have incredible social skills to engage with this space. That's just not true. As somebody that has had horrendous social skills for his entire life, right, and is only really on the track of improving it, I could tell you this is just not the case, that you need incredible social skills to understand what the fuck is going on in this, especially a lot of the situations that Lav has been put in. Her issues aren't with social shit. Her issues are with just understanding logical points, understanding comments, understanding arguments. It's not with like, oh, I don't understand who likes me and doesn't like me. It's about whether or not Madame Genevieve is like a narcissistic piece of shit sadist and Brittany is running a crazed fascist sex cult.
Underdeveloped socially. Now take all of that, and I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I know that I made a mistake. I feel fucking bad.
Lav, I'm telling you very easily what to do. I'm telling you, it's fine. Let's erase everything that's happened up to this point. You're gonna go forward from the stream, trying to make a change. That is the key. And
I don't know if I am, and you can't hold
Right,
me to that.
Lycan.
I don't know.
She doesn't want to.
This is pointless.
Right,
And this
I
has turned into a
don't
dog.
want to.
I've created a dog pile by mistake.
All right,
I'm
all
sorry.
right.
Lycan, I think
She's
you should
ulting.
I changed.
Lav, I believe you are capable of change. Honestly,
Why is this making? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Everything becomes about me. Everything becomes about me. I literally.
wonder
Why
why
can't we
that
talk about? Why can't
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder who's responsible for that.
we talk
Yo,
about,
okay,
why
Kelly,
talk
come on.
about the very apt criticism that is Steven sleeping with everyone that he interacts with? I think that is an interesting conversation to have. It always comes back to me. Why? I fucked up.
The reason why is because you're asking stupid questions that consistently comes from you. So like this is part of the delusion that I've talked about, that I see a psychosis that I see between people like Vosh, people like Hassan, or whatever. This the narcissistic streamer syndrome. I said it earlier. There is a narcissistic streamer syndrome that happens. I don't actually believe it's narcissism. It's what I've called it because it feels right with what I'm trying to describe. So bear with me. I'm not actually calling these people narcissistic, but if you want to claim that I am, so be it, because I'm using the word narcissist. narcissistic streamer syndrome is the idea that whenever there is some kind of event where you are called wrong consistently or you are consistently pushed back on a community, it is that you are being targeted unfairly and unjustly, and it's not because you're, I don't know, maybe fucking stupid. That is not an option that is in your mind. It's not that you could be consistently wrong over and over and over again and making really stupid points. No, it's that there's a unique dogpile, there's a unique culture, there's a unique anti-jerk that's happening as a result of you being a part of a community. And that's where it's at. It's like you just need to take a step back. Maybe I'm the dumb one. Maybe I'm somebody who's not making consistent sense in this fact of the matter. She's like, why am I being the one who's targeted when I'm bringing up that there may be a concern with how Destiny interacts with females inside of his community? Well, first of all, you're making stupid claims that you can't substantiate. Like 90% of the women that he interacts with, he's slept with. You make stupid claims like that like makes you a target, because it's like, okay, if we want to genuinely have this conversation, let's have it in a decent, in humane, articulate way. But then you already start with a claim you can't even substantiate, which is that he sleeps with 90% of the women that he's around. Beyond that, it's the fact of the matter is you are consistently bringing up points that get refuted over and over and over and over again. So it constantly becomes about you whenever you bring up stuff that is reasonable to talk about, because what you consider to be reasonable to talk about is just fucking retarded. That's what it is. Congratulations. Moving on. Thank you.
Couple of reasons, right? I get this.
What
I
else
get
can
this.
I do?
Okay, so here are like genuinely like how I think is like the best way for us all to move forward, which is like, I can tell that you're super distressed, Lav. I think it's probably better for the conversation to end sooner than later, because I hear the like distress that's going on for you, and I don't think that like anything good is going to come out of like pushing this even more. I really think that you should be. I think you should just slow down a little bit.
I think you guys are gaslighting Lav.
Cool, Smith. Thanks for the fucking psych terms. Good job. I think when you talk about like leaving Twitter for 3 days, I think that's a really, really good idea. I think a lot of this will just like blow over if you just.
You're just insulting her. You're just insulting her over and over, and then letting her melt down. And then every time she melts down, yeah, I don't fucking care. Every time she melts down, and she like scrambles for anything just to get a breath of air, and she's desperate and emotional, and so she reaches and says anything, and then anything that helps your narrative, you grasp onto, and then keep going forward with that.
Yep, that's crazy that just because somebody gets emotional and says some shit that's outlandish, like somebody's Harvey Weinstein, that I shouldn't be able to use that as an argument that this person is unreasonable. That sounds pretty crazy, right? Wow, it's almost like being emotional isn't an excuse for your actions. Crazy.
What the fuck is going on here? What are we talking about? Can we stop like fucking dogpiling Lav and talk about the actual accusations and actual meat of the matter? And get to, like, actual bones of what we're talking about here?
Nobody is that interested. I'm unironically trying to be kind right now because I don't hate Lav. I've already extended multiple amounts of grace. There are certain things that she'll then say to try to weasel out, so then we'll hold her on that.
You keep trying to virtue signal using me constantly. I already know.
Hold on. I only quote tweeted your Miss Andrews stuff.
Talk about what has been levied at Steven. You will do anything but talk about what's been levied at Steven. You are making it my
about what is levied at Steven.
Ah, I love it. I love it. It's never her fault. It's always the dog pile. It's always the community. It's not that she can be consistently wrong or stupid. It's not possible. She's so smart. There's no way I could possibly be wrong this consistently. It has to be other people not wanting to criticize Steven. It has to be other people falling into the sycophantic cult. Oh, yeah, I love it. Keep it up.
What do people feel like we haven't spoken about exactly?
Okay, so the thing in being investigated is that there's no evidence.
Let Kelly Jean ask that question to Lav. That's a very important question. Very, very important question, because Lav is essentially establishing that there are a bunch of sycophants that are unwilling to criticize Steven. I want to hear the response to this.
Right now, there's no evidence. The thing that's being investigated is that Steven has sex with women that then go on his stream afterwards or during the time he's having sex with.
Sorry, my mic cut. Sorry, my mic got super cut out. I just wanted to like finish addressing like my conversation with Lav. I really like, just to be clear, I've never quote tweeted you on anything about the Steven stuff. The last thing I quote tweeted you was on the Miss Andrews stuff, right? Which to some extent makes sense. That's kind of the thing I talk about. I genuinely think the idea of you like stepping back from Twitter for a couple days is really smart. I think that's a really, really good idea. I don't think you're wholly malicious. I think like when you get like your like toes held to the fire for like inconsistencies, I think that really sucks. And I don't
think she's malicious either.
Like harsh and cruel to women. So I think you're getting an extra dose of it, and that sucks way, way more. The issue is that like part of this problem is that the way that you respond to it often like throws fuel to the fire, if that makes sense. And then
it's very, very kind of you to give her an out where she can agree with you and then get off of Twitter for a while. Very kind of you.
Smith, literally, first of all, who the fuck are you? Second of all, why are you coming here and trying to just do the opposite thing and like
because it's a dog pile.
I think Chud wanted someone more on left side probably.
Okay, here's the thing. You're basically now just creating something. I don't know who the fuck you are. And you're basically saying that like me genuinely trying to like extend some element of like human grace to Lav is being gaslighting and manipulative.
Human, yeah.
She doesn't have to agree to me to get off of Twitter. She can have the same fucking opinion and just get off Twitter. I'm recommending she get off Twitter the same way, for example, when Anna loops, I highly encourage her to take a break off the internet. For example, when I start getting distressed and overwhelmed with the internet, I also take a break.
You sound distressed right now, so maybe you should get off the internet.
I don't give a fuck.
It'd really be great for me if you got off the internet right now, wouldn't it?
Good job. You're gonna mock a woman having some emotions. Good job. Very good, virtuous white knight. Well done.
You exactly what you're doing. You're emotional now, so I'm telling you exactly what you just told Lav.
No.
And that really works for me too, because it would mean that you shut the fuck up.
No. There's a very big difference between me being mad at some fucking loser fuck named Smith and a girl crying in distress and begging people to stop like attacking her.
Why are you calling him a loser?
Shut the fuck up, Lav.
Because
Shut the fuck up.
For so many obvious reasons.
Okay.
You need to take a break. You don't.
Let's go, dude. This is why we stand Erudite around here. Let's go, shit. This is some good ass shit, nigga.
Okay, here's one that makes you a fucking weirdo, Smith. Remember when Shaylin made the picture of Lav being a child of fucking Max and whatnot, and you fucking superimposed your face on the picture, and then you told Max that you were mad that he took Lav on as a child?
Are you laughing? You're trying to publicly humiliate him.
This is on Reddit.
I did do that.
Why are you bringing this up? You're trying to publicly humiliate him
because he just asked me why am I calling him a weird fuck?
I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that right now, but I will say that I stand by it.
That's
fine. That's fine. But you asked me why I'm calling him a weird fuck, and I'm just explaining why he's a weird fuck.
The only thing
I have no idea.
It's one of my greatest artistic achievements ever.
People who are in your fucking court, Kyla, get a fucking grip. Do not treat people like that. You're calling him a loser and you're publicly embarrassing him. This is the fucking problem with being a fucking online streamer. You're looking for your fucking stocks to go up. You're looking for public favor. You're trying to see what you can do to make your fucking stocks go up, to make you look good, to make you feel like you got.
I'm sorry. How does attacking?
Wait, hold on. Who the fuck is she talking to? Whenever there's any conversation that could be going on at all, she injects herself into it for fucking clout or social recognition. What was that stunt that you pulled where you jumped into the Sneeko, Gideon, fucking ABBA, LTG, whatever the fuck, multiverse clash? What was that? And you have the audacity to say that anybody else is looking to have their stocks go up? Who the fuck are you talking to? Are you, hello? You must have amnesia. You must have just hit your head.
Random person.
You've done it to me. Shut the fuck up. You've done it to me. You've done it to Smith. You've done it to everyone you fucking can to make yourself look fucking higher than them. That's the problem. That's the design of this fucking internet, and that's why it's fucking abusive. That's why Mr. Girl's talking about it. This is a problem. The fact that you talked about that, you're talking to a small creator like fucking Smith, and you're publicly embarrassing him because it looks good
is
for
he
you.
A creator? I don't know. I don't know if he's even a creator.
Like,
first of all, he came in.
I don't want to make this about me.
He came in hot. Okay, he came in hot and already being condescending as fuck towards me. So let's not act like I just like suddenly was like, oh, who's this new face? Oh, gotta get him. Like, there's no fucking way. Yes, I went in and attacked him. Yes, I think he's kind of weird fuck. I actually don't know if he's a content creator. And the reason why I outlined the Reddit post is because you guys asked me. No, because you asked me. Yo, yeah, that's a really nice narrative you love. The reality is that you asked me why am I attacking him?
All right. Well, this is really cringe. Come on, we're like talking about Reddit posts of a superimposed picture. Come on, let's cringe.
If you convince me to start crying and then start scrambling for something, you'll give me your hand to reach out to and I'll grab it. And you're like, see, look, you should just get off of Twitter. What the fuck?
I didn't convince Lav to cry. It was after she talked with Lycan, and Lycan was holding her feet to the fire that she started crying. Right. First of all, so rewrite that one.
All the aggression
Second of all, no, it didn't. Absolutely, Lycan was holding her feet to the fire way harder than he was. He was not letting her wiggle. He was being super harsh, and then she started crying.
All the
passive
aggression came from you. The hidden aggression, the stuff you can't actually fight back against, came from you.
What?
Like what precisely?
Like what? Yeah.
The whole time. If I wanted to,
just an example.
The bag post. Yeah. What do you mean?
If I wanted to, I could take this stream and write a giant essay about it.
All right, just one
example. Just one. Let me run it through my head. I just stepped in to make sure it stopped.
You can't remember one? Then why say anything?
Okay. Before we get back on this train or whatever.
Pixie, say your piece. You've been speaking enough. Say your piece and get the fuck out of it. Go.
Thank you. I truly think you're capable of change. I truly think you're capable.
Oh, Jesus, that was cringe.
No, please let me finish. Like, because I was in your position a few years ago. Like, I'm not fucking.
DM it to me. DM it to me.
Fine, I'll fucking DM it to you. I just think you have to stop being enabled.
Smith is molding in your YT chat, justifying the harmful enabling he's doing for Lav. I don't know what the fuck Smith is doing in my chat. I see Smith in my chat. I can't tell. I'm looking over every once in a while, and they're just saying, like, just wait, or stuff. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. To be frank, Low Tier God wasn't there when she joined. Oh, okay, I didn't remember. Low Tier God joined 15 minutes after she did, but she's a super clout trick. Thank you for correcting me on whether or not Low Tier God was there at the initiation, though. I didn't know. I just know there was a bunch of creators.
By Max.
Great. Thank you so much for publicly saying that. That did so much. See, this is another thing. It's like all these people want to give public feedback. It's a fucking virtue signal. Tell me in my fucking DMs. None of these people talk to me. None of these people talk to me in DMs. They're like,
whoa. No. First off, let's stop with this. You're an absolute piece of shit scumbag if this is the point you're trying to make. Nobody genuinely cares about Lav because nobody's trying to have a conversation with her just in DMs. You're a scumbag. Let's start out with this. Why? You say that we should give you the courtesy of DMing you in private when we feel like your conduct in public is inappropriate. Why didn't you DM Steven when we were talking about his conduct being inappropriate with Anna? Why wasn't that entirely handled in private? You're a fucking scumbag. Get out of here. You're unwilling to do that on such an incredibly high level where you admit you were wrong. You admit you were in the wrong on how you perceive, how you handled the character assessment of Anna. And you didn't want to handle such a sensitive situation with so much surrounding context in private, and you dare even for a moment to even consider that we have an obligation to approach you in private on that? You're a scumbag. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Like, you feel like we're just trying to help you. These people don't fucking talk to me. They want to fucking virtue signal so that they look bigger than me on fucking stream.
That's not true at all. I've talked to you multiple times.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about
So
liking.
these people,
I'm not liking. I'm talking about Pixie.
okay.
You have been sweet to me. I'll give you that. You've been sweet to me. You've been a little weird, a little incongruent, but yes, you are one of the few people that does reach out to me. Yes.
Yes. So wait, does that mean that possibly when I was reaching out to you just before, it wasn't some nasty manipulative thing to get you to agree with me, but just actually genuinely saying this might be best?
I don't
for
know.
you?
I don't know. I don't know.
doing the same thing
I
that
don't know
Pixie
about
just
that.
did.
I don't like the way that you treated Smith.
There's a big difference between me and Pixie, though. For example, I've talked to Lav in DMs multiple times. We've had a like decently long conversation. We've talked about hair products. Lav, I'm assuming you're fine with me like talking about. There's nothing super spicy that we've talked about. And then I've also told her multiple times that there are certain things that I deeply value about her and complimented her, like on her like the feminine aspect that she brings. I've talked to her about the like feminist critique that she levied against me publicly and told her that I was actually really interesting and that I've been thinking about a lot. I told her that I was like 90% on my way to becoming like a feminist, and I was fully owning that like that was in part because of like some of the arguments she made against me. And so it's like
that's cool. It sounds like you like each other, but it sounds like you're trying to convince Lav to change in a certain way so that she can agree with your narrative, but you're not. Listen, I understand that.
If you want to characterize it that way, sure, because my narrative was right, and that she ended up agreeing with it being right, at least from my, and I'm assuming Euridte's perspective as well, that Anna's not a very valuable character witness as to the state of affairs of her past. And so, yeah, the answer would be yes, because my narrative is more right than hers. Yep. And just calling it a narrative sounds great optically, but the fact of the matter is some narratives are more correct than others. And one of them is that let's not be fucking stupid and act like we know the entire context of a two-plus year relationship just because we've been on the internet for 3 months. You can't use the excuse of, I'm like a little kid that has no idea what's going on. I have no idea what relationships are real and what relationships are fake. I have no idea who to believe and who to not believe. I've been on the internet like this for 3 months. But also, like, yeah, let me turn a 2-year relationship into quick, fast, and easy content that I can then ambush an individual with on his stream. You can't do it. It's not something that you can do. But it's interesting to hear people try and make excuses.
Lav can kind of jump back and forth sometimes a little bit, okay? But like overall, if you take a step back and you watch her overall behavior, it's not too confusing. You know, like I think if you give her a little bit of like empathy, you can take a step back and be like, okay.
Nobody cares if she actually changes or not, but she can't keep complaining about it if she keeps making the same mistakes. Like,
I actually do.
Kelly doesn't miss.
I think Lav is like, so this is where a lot of people will like fully disagree with me on. Lav is actually so fucking smart. She is incredibly adept.
No. There's no way. Okay, this will be the first time I think I'd say that Euridte gets it out. She is not smart. She is not a smart woman. Maybe she means about one specific thing. As an overall person, Lav is not a smart person. There's just no way. The brother Rose Wrist, smart. Pixie, I'd say smart. Dylan, smart. These are smart people. Lav, are you joking? Like, what are we doing? Like, what barometer are we using? What caliber are we using to measure this shit up? No way.
For like her life, like the amount of like trauma that she's had in her life and stuff, like she has a lot to fucking offer. So when I'm like talking and like giving her public critiques of like things I want to change, I genuinely want to see that. You don't have to agree with me. I could be fucking wrong, just to be clear, and I'll still be able to engage with you even if you don't take my criticisms. I hope that's abundantly clear.
Here's the thing. Both things can be true. I can also be absolutely fucking retarded and very inquisitive and smart. Both things can be.
What? Smith wants to come on. Lav is smart, but she's self-centered in some way. I don't think she's smart now. Real Smith let me on to defend myself after this. Oh, you can, if you want to defend yourself now, you can. Sorry, I didn't see the message. If you want to come into my Discord, let me know what your name is in Discord and I'll drag you in.
true, but you have to take me where I am. You have to take me where I am. All of this like weird feedback that's like you could be this, you could be this, are putting expectations on me that is ruining my fucking life. Just let me
That's
be.
all I was
Just let
saying.
me be.
Yes,
Just let
of
me
course,
be. It's
of
the same thing
course.
with fucking Sneeko. When I had a conversation with Sneeko, I was like, holy shit, you're actually pretty fucking smart. But if you compare a fish to a fucking dog, like you can't. They're just different. And to be honest, sometimes it feels like, and I know that this stupid. I'm not victimizing myself. I don't think that I need kid gloves, but I do feel like a kid amongst you guys. Like I'm like I don't. I come into this world because I'm fun. I'm an entertainer. I'm an artist. Okay, I'm not a philosopher. I don't have a degree.
Okay, so then stop talking about politics. Stop talking about politics then. My Discord, not yours. It's really simple. It's really, really simple. If you don't think that you have what it takes to talk about these, then stop. Nobody's forcing you to talk about politics. It's that easy. I don't know. I don't know where we're getting this idea that it isn't that easy. It's literally that easy.
I haven't been debating for 10 fucking years. I came into this space because it's
Join
fun
a
and it's
voice
fun
channel, Smith. Join a voice channel.
watch. So you have to give me some fucking grace. You can't hold me to the same standards that you're holding, that everyone's holding you to, Kylo. Or
When did she talk about politics? I'm assuming you're joking.
I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. And I agree. I agree.
You're not even worthy of being lower. You can be on the same standards. I don't think you're that. Like you're not really. You're putting your.
All right. What's your issue with the coverage I've been doing, Smith?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, all right. Hold on a second.
Do you want me to pull up your camera on my stream?
If you want, yeah. It's up to you. It's your stream.
Sure. All right. What is the
Okay. So my issue. Okay. So most of what you're saying, I don't disagree with. But I disagree with the attitude that you have about Lav. But I don't agree with any of your detailed observations of the situation of her and her actions. But the attitude that you have about her and the attitude that most people have about her is what I came on to there to stop. And it's just okay, so if I agree with you, and I do, that she was, in an emotional state and she did that stream and it was, very stupid or, not well thought out. And then the response to that is a giant shit storm where everybody comes down on her. And then in streams like this that I went on there, she's getting like ripped apart. And I really think that what Euridte was doing was like insidious. And I can explain why, but you have people going on being hyper aggressive. You got Euridte playing good cop, but like she's only reaching her hand out anytime that Lav says like shows any weakness. She's like, "Oh, you said that you're a moron. Okay, I agree with you. You're such a good moron." Oh, and they're really destroying her psychologically.
Well,
and it's
hold on. Let's get the story straight. I just had a disagreement with Euridte where Euridte said that she believes Lav is smart. Okay, so the idea that she is a moron is not the case from Euridte's position. Euridte
no, okay,
believes
yes,
that she's
okay.
smart.
Well, that was just an example. It's just like in this conversation, there were points when Lav is like, well, she's like, "You're smart." Well, Euridte's like, "You're smart," but like, and sometimes you're not smart. And then she like gives Lav like a room to be like, "Okay, you're right. I'm actually a moron." Like and then she goes and she starts insulting herself and breaking herself down. It's
What's
not
wrong with
something
that?
normal. This is nothing. This is not. What's normal about that? You've been streaming for too long, bruh. This is not something human beings are supposed to be doing. Like, this is not a normal human engagement.
Do you assume I don't have any normal human engagements with normal people?
Do you do that to your friends in real life?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, if you asked me a question, let me answer it. All right, sorry. My nigga comes up to me and is like a fucking calculus. With some of my dudes know a lot about physics, a lot about chemistry and anatomy, and they come through talking soft about philosophy, which they have. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm gonna be like, nigga, you're really smart when it comes to physics, but you ain't got what it takes when it comes to making an argument as to, I don't know, whether or not trans people have need dysphoria to be trans. Like, yeah, that's something I can do, and that's something I've done.
Absolutely. That's not what I'm talking. That's not what I'm seeing here. What I'm seeing here is like, you have the claim is much more important and heated than like a disagreement about philosophy. So that's to your credit. So the people coming are much more heated. So
Well, it's
that's
because the content of the original
understandable.
claims are more heated. What
Exactly,
Lav is
yes, exactly.
the
It's
claims that
understandable.
Lav is levying is greater. So
Yes,
obviously there's going
that's
to be
what I just
greater
said.
condemnation.
That's exactly what I just said. So I understand that it comes with that greater condemnation, but still, the situation is so you have someone say, maybe someone's like, I don't know, someone makes some kind of claim like that in your real life. You don't get like a bunch of like your friends to like gather around them and like a make a circle around them and then be like, you're fucking piece of shit, blah blah blah, and then they start breaking down and crying, and then they start talking about how awful they are, and then you reach out a hand, and then they start defending themselves, and you're like, fuck you, you need to fucking feel like a piece of shit, you fucking garbage, and then you're like, oh, you're right, I am garbage.
Do you think that is a fair? Do you think that is a fair assessment of what's happened? Okay, I find this.
100%.
So I find this to be absolutely ridiculous.
That's why I said we should watch the whole thing first.
Well, we've watched a fair bit of it, and we'll get to the end of it. But I think a more accurate display of this is what typically does happen in real life, which is like, hey, listen, dude, you took an L, you fucked up. A lot of us agree. We just witnessed you take an L. You fucked up. And they go, well, yeah, but I'm young. No, nigga. No, you ain't. You're 24 years old. You ain't got excuse. Don't put that shit. You took an L. Take that L on the chin. Let's talk about how, like Lycan said before he left, based common Lycan W, is he said, let's talk about ways that we can make sure this doesn't happen in the future. What principle, what idea, line of logic did you use to come to the conclusion this was a good idea? And let's work on how to modify that so it doesn't happen in the future. None of that happens with, excuse me.
I have
hold
multiple problems.
Hold on. And then
you're saying too many things at once, and I'm not going to be able to remember what I wanted to say.
Well, you can write it down or something. It's just one moment.
Right? I don't even remember it now.
Okay, well, you can write it down or something, all right? But it has to be a specific question about how real life interpersonal relationships work, right? And then
you're
if you
giving me a shit ton of shit.
Okay,
start
buddy.
over. Start over.
Start everything that I just said over?
The whole paragraph.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So when
I do
somebody,
appreciate it.
sure, when somebody takes an L, let's say in my interpersonal life, because you're talking about interpersonally, somebody takes an L in a group, they say, I don't know, make a crazy statement, trans people aren't real. Something like that. And then we all go, yeah, dude, you're getting on a bit of a miss. That seems like an L. And they're like, no, I'm not taking that L. It's because I'm young, or it's because of this excuse or that excuse. That's not a proper reason. That's not something that you should be able to fall back on. Like, especially when you're of the age of 24. Like, no, not an excuse. What we want to hear is, where did you go wrong in your light of reasoning? What can you do to improve it going forward? And how can we resolve this? So being in a group, that doesn't matter. Like, yeah, you could take an L in a group and you can have everybody in the group be like, yeah, nigga, you took an L. That's a perfectly fine thing to do IRL, and that happens all the time.
Okay, so yeah, I agree. The fall, you just excusing all your behavior like that's not an excuse. You should still have to own your actions. But I would argue that Lav has owned her actions, and now what they're talking about is not her actions but her character. And while there is a pattern of behavior, I think this is by far the most egregious thing that she has done, and nothing else. Like the other things, people got equally vitriolic towards her about that were nowhere near to this level. And on top of that, it's not like a group of friends or anything. This is like you say something about one person, and then so this person's really popular and really powerful, and all of their friends have a stake in coming at you and condemning you and making you cry on camera and looking good and trying to get a W on you just so that they look good and get credibility. Everybody's gonna jump in. Pixie's gonna jump in. Everybody's gonna fucking try to get their fucking piece of your pie, and they're gonna try to get as much. That's not normal. That's not. I saw Lav being emotionally destroyed. I saw people doing something to her that's gonna last for a long time, and I was like, and I have my own issues with Lav. That's the thing. That's my secret weapon here, because I'm not a Lav cell. I have ongoing disputes with Lav. That's what Euridte was talking about. I had a dispute with Lav where I could tell she was insecure about me, so I took that family portrait, and I replaced her face with mine just because that's how I think she saw me in that moment, and I thought that was a very apt, creative way to express how I felt about that. So I have my issues with Lav. I'm not a Lav cell, but I don't want people to fucking do this to someone. It really freaked me out.
Are you done?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. First off, Z Halo, thank you for the $20 towards the coding boot camp thing instead of the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support for that.
Really quick though, I want to say I've never seen you do this though.
Do what?
What I'm describing as a behavior I've never seen you do.
What? Jump onto panels and then shit on people?
Yeah, when you jump on that kind of a panel, you know exactly what kind of questions you want to ask, exactly what you want to talk about. You don't go to just get your piece of their fucking liver.
Well, I don't think that's what that's what some of these people are doing. I don't think that, like, for instance, that's what Euridte's doing or did inside of this conversation. It feels like that's a point of contention for us. But let's speak to the specific position earlier about that you made in regards to Lav. People coming at Lav's character. They should. Her character is in question. When she makes consistent mistakes that are repeatable and replicable. This is why I said common Lycan W, right? Lycan made an assessment that was very clear and very apt and something that I've agreed with the entire time. Lav does not mean it when she says she is sorry for anything, because if she did, she would take steps moving forward to prevent it from happening again, but she never does. There is no step that you can show me that she has illustrated to make sure that she doesn't do inappropriately take certain individuals' character assessments as word of mouth or fact. You cannot show me that she is not taking opportunities wherein which she knows very little about individuals and then just blowing that up like she says or whatever. Oh, I don't think before I speak. She has taken no tangible step towards making sure that that doesn't happen in the future. She isn't putting any checks and balances on herself. What she'll do is she'll go in public, say, I'm sorry, my bad, oopsie, and then not do anything to actually make sure that that situation gets remedied in the future. Common Lycan W.
Right. There are probably ways she could make sort of like steps or ways to check and balance and stuff. But to be fair, it's a pattern of behavior. But the other things that she's done that people have gotten vitriolic about are not like this at all.
Okay.
This is the only
So
thing that actually matters.
let's focus on that claim then. All right, that specific claim.
I'm saying that to point out that she has a pattern of a certain type of behavior, but this is the only time it's ever been actually like something that we like need to talk about. Like other times like the sex work like opinion changes and stuff, who cares? It's just opinions.
What do you mean? She's morally condemning individuals as being like fucking pervasive narcissists on it. What do you mean? Who cares?
It's not like
those people
it's
care
not
a
like
lot.
an accusation or something.
Yes,
it's just kind of. I guess so, but I just don't see it as
I guess so. It absolutely is that people are preying. Yes, it is. People are preying on their customers and are in a predatory fashion through their interactions with OnlyFans. And maybe I can agree with her or whatever, but those are steep out. Okay, great.
You want me? You're right. I think you're right, but I think the real life ramifications just aren't equal. So it's actually the same action, but it's just not. I feel
sure.
like
I agree. Destiny has in his sway of influence has more power than Lav might.
Not just that, but the type of accusation. Like nobody cares if you say that OnlyFans girls are taking advantage of their customers.
That's
it's not
true at
anything.
all. That nobody cares.
It's not going to change, or it's not going to harm their business.
It absolutely can. Yes, it can.
Will it?
Yes, absolutely.
I'll have to take your word for it. I don't feel.
Wait,
that,
just to be clear, you don't think Amaranth was harmed by the idea that she was using all of her customers, like Keemstar's tweet, that Amaranth was using all of her customers because she was inside of a real life relationship and she was manipulating everybody behind the scenes?
In Amaranth's situation, she was on Twitch, which is like much more of a socialite type of situation. But on OnlyFans, like the customers on OnlyFans, they like, if you told them like exactly like the whole like say Amaranth was never on Twitch and she was only on OnlyFans, and you started doing an OnlyFans campaign on OnlyFans or something to try to like inform her customers that you think that she's like preying on them, they'll be like, shut the fuck up, get them. I'm trying to jerk off here. That's what they would say.
No way. So you're willing to say that you don't think Amaranth had any harm to her public credibility or her bottom line when it was hard established that she had a husband? You don't think there was any kind of...
No, I think that she did. Absolutely. No, what I'm saying is
that's the point.
I think that's related. I know, I agree with that point, but I'm saying I think it's related to the platform. If I'm just saying, I already agreed with you that your underlying premise, I agree with. Like you've turned me on that, but I just think that in the real life weight, like I think when you're talking about someone whose content is on OnlyFans, the ramifications, because if they're on OnlyFans and Twitch. No, yeah, but
Madam Genevieve was and is, or maybe not
She's a
is
Twitch
anymore.
streamer?
She was, I thought, right? She had somebody
not
correct
sure.
somebody correct me if I'm
Maybe I'm
wrong.
wrong.
Did she not have a Twitch channel? I thought she did, and then they decided to start stepping
If she has a
back recently.
Twitter channel and all of her OnlyFans people are watching that, I think that would have a much more bigger impact. So yeah.
Okay,
you're
so
right.
let's assume that she didn't, because let's just for the sake of argumentation, let's hit it on both sides. That she didn't. Do you still not believe that it could affect her bottom line on Only? Okay, but that matters
it's
a
just
lot.
Not the same.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it does matter.
No, it's a
I already
material,
agreed with
real
you.
life harm.
I'm just I'm not trying to say that you're wrong at this point. I'm just explaining why I feel like it's just not as it doesn't make me feel as strongly. It just doesn't feel like as big of an impact. Like as
What do you mean?
like,
It's
like
literally her career, is it not?
No,
Like,
no,
she
no. It
makes
is
her
your
money.
career, but I'm
Okay?
saying that when you criticize an OnlyFans creator that makes porn on OnlyFans, and that's their platform, it's different from criticizing a streamer. I think just the relationship between the audience and the streamer is much more socialite, and you can win and lose people in these argument type of things a lot easier. But on OnlyFans, it's like it's like you pick the OnlyFans girl, and then like I don't like there's not even like as much of a way to reach these people, and it's kind of isolated, and they're not really like looking at streams where people are talking about the creator at all.
I can break bread with the idea that it is easier to reach. For instance, if I wanted to destroy Lav's public credibility on Twitch, it is easier for me to do that because I am on Twitch, in comparison to if I wanted to destroy her public credibility on Patreon, or when she was on OnlyFans or something. I think she was on OnlyFans. It would be harder for me to do that because I don't have any influence on OnlyFans or Patreon. But that doesn't mean that when I make slanderous or whatever claims, if we agree or disagree on whatever claims, that it isn't harmful to her material life.
Yes, right. I was only just saying that it's hard to influence an OnlyFans creator as like a Twitch streamer or something. It's just not. I don't think the way you can influence the relationship between the clients and the business in the content creator is like very reachable.
Cool.
In that context.
But that isn't relevant to whether or not it's wrong.
No, I already agreed.
Okay,
I'm just saying,
so then it's not really relevant to the conversation
I guess
we're
you're right.
having,
It
right?
is wrong. Okay. So here's what I was gonna say though. So I think you're right that like you say you have this type of pattern of behavior. You're sort of irresponsible with what you're doing and saying publicly, and how you're like condemning people and stuff. So everybody, okay. I agree with a lot of what you have to say, but but I think you're just missing what I'm seeing. Every what you described, having like a checks and balances system, like Lav could have. I don't even like talking about Lav because there's just so much. I'm trying to get to this why, but she gets people trying to tell her what system of checks and balance she should be doing constantly, and she's incredibly like confused. Like she started off confused, and if you think she's less confused now, I don't know what to tell you. She's definitely a lot more confused. Like and like she's more emotionally destabilized and turbulent. Like it's just not the way people are reacting is not actually the best way to help her or change her. I think the way to help her and change her would be a lot more friendly and kind and compassionate at this point.
Okay, I think that's been tried well enough by Destiny. I thought he was very friendly to her for a very prolonged period of time, held her hand while she had several different hypocritical claims, flip-floppy and shit like that. And I think we've seen that bear out, and I think it was just an L. I don't think it worked out. I don't think she's receptive to that.
That's a different conversation, but I don't agree.
I don't think it is.
I agree, and in some ways I agree, and it's very different, but I don't agree in totality, but that's a different conversation. But do we need that to hinge on this conversation?
Well, it doesn't. No, it's not a immovable thing that we can't move past. But Destiny had absolutely been very, very cordial with her and hand-holding her through. I mean, the baby gloves thing or whatever was a whole meme for a reason. The kid gloves, sorry. The kid gloves was a thing for a reason. He absolutely.
I think that the kid gloves thing is part of the problem. Like the kid gloves thing, like I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like no, fuck no. Like every time this comes up, you just get fuck no. Like She's an adult. You don't need fucking kid gloves. And everybody's brainwashed her to think she needs kid gloves. She started off saying don't wear kid gloves, and now everybody's brainwashed her to think that she needs everybody's brainwashed her to think she's a retard and like a child. Like
well, to be fair, I don't think she's a very smart person. But she's not a child. I think she should take responsibility for her action, but she often acts like a child, I believe.
Yeah, so
hence the connection back to my previous argument about one of my niggas walks up to me and is like, oh yeah, by the way, oopsie, I just said that like trans people aren't really like being legitimate or don't really have any agencies to say whether or not they're trans. But don't forget, guys, I'm 24. No, nigga, you're a grown ass adult. You pay taxes. You have fucking car insurance. Act like a fucking human being, an adult, and take credit for your
respectful. That's the most respectful way you could handle that too. Like it'd be disrespectful.
And I feel like that's what we're doing to Lav. We're like, hey, you're a 24-year-old woman. You got a fucking fiance making $500K. Nigga, who the fuck are you talking to?
Wait. That's what you're doing. That's not what everyone's doing. Most people are doing. Disagree. Most people. That's why I said insidious with what Euridte is doing, because she's not doing that. She's doing the opposite.
Okay.
She's doing this hidden. That's why I said hidden passive aggressive. Because she's literally doing the opposite. No, you need. Oh no! I love you. You just need kid gloves because you're a retard. It's okay. Just admit that you're really stupid and you're really irresponsible because you're actually really smart. It's that to me, when I hear that, shivers down my spine.
So you think Euridte's being manipulative by saying that
utterly
by saying that Lav is smart and appealing to her so you agree then that Lav is dumb?
I think she's smart in some ways and dumb in some ways. Like
okay, hold on, wait, stop, pump the brakes, nigga, pump the brakes. No, pump the brakes, because that could be Euridte's point exactly. In fact, it is what you came in here. It is what you came in here to be able to discuss. Is that there's certain moments, you said it yourself, that Euridte believes that Lav is very unintelligent, like in certain social situations, but overall. That she might be a smart person. She holds, it sounds like, your exact same position. So either you need to make sense of whether or not Lav, or that Euridte can hold the position, which she absolutely can, that Lav makes dumb decisions about specific things, but overall she's a smart person, or that you need to just agree that Lav is stupid and the reason why. Okay, go ahead.
My position, I haven't stated yet, but my position is I hate evaluating her in such a way. Like let's let her stand by her actions. Why do we have to? That's why I said earlier. Discussing the kid gloves thing is like is part of the problem that I see as the insidious thing. I don't want to be telling her if she's smart or stupid or I don't think it's useful to make public statements or whether or not she's smart or stupid. We should just say, this is what you did, and we're going to talk about what you did, and like that. Because the whole conversation up till that point was incredibly personal. It wasn't about her actions. It definitely 95%. 95% of it wasn't about her actions. It was about her character and her like.
Wait, just to be clear, your actions are a reflection of your character. Do you disagree?
Right. No, I don't disagree.
Okay, so then whether in a conversation about her actions, the conversation about her character would necessarily occur, and vice versa as well. In a conversation about her character, her actions will be necessary to be able to be. Right. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do understand that. But like in a court of law, so this is something that people have conversations about regarding ethics. So in a court of law, you're going to bring the character of the witness to the floor. It's something that's always been done, and this is why like people that are, and I'm not trying to draw parallels whatsoever, but that's why so just don't go there. I'm sorry I mentioned it. People that are accused of rape or making rape accusations will be afraid to go to court because their character is going to be put up to stand and they're going to get like broken down. And there's people have these ethical issues with it, and that's why there are rules in place to protect people. And there's only so far you can go. There's there are limits to it. There are no limits to that in this case. And people, not only are there no limits, but people are making money off of going as far as they can and getting as big of a W as they can. And
I'm not going to disagree with you. There's a perverse incentive to be able to dig into people and make them emotionally unstable on stream or do anything. Of course there is, right? That's how entertainment in general works. Like there's a perverse incentive amongst news companies to show you that there's a bunch of black people in your area that are trying to kill your white children, right? There's perverse incentives in all of these things. So of course we're going to need to make ethical guidelines and rules to be able to keep this in check. I do not believe that I saw anything so far on that panel that crossed that line. You disagree, right? Where is that disagreement manifesting? You said specifically, Erudite, let's focus on Erudite's actions. Because I think, and throughout most of that, she was very articulate with very key points that I agree with for the most part. The only thing that I disagree with is that she said Lav is pretty smart. I don't really think Lav is very smart. I don't.
Other than that, can you tell me one of her other points? Because I couldn't tell you one of her other points. I think they were all
points?
muddy. Yes.
Okay. That Lav is actively doing a social strategy of saying, like, Anna is somebody that was worthy of taking a look at in careful consideration as a character witness as to whether or not Destiny was laughing sadistically at the humiliation of women he's had past sexual relationships with, and whether or not that can be appropriately used as an argument for Lav's inability or inconsistency with how she applies her. I don't know how to describe that in a more essentially, Lav is out of line for how she treats people that have a specific narrative that they want to push in certain circumstances. So when Anna approached Lav with the information that Steven was sadistic with women instead of past sexual relationships, Erudite's point about, hey, maybe we should do a little bit more vetting. You've had information similar to this before, not like exactual information similar to this, but key moments where you should have learned that you should have vetted people a little bit better going into this, and you did not take that to heart, and so now you're kind of stuck in this predicament. Essentially,
I think that
she
you
should have learned
been
her
there
lesson.
because you're so much better at this than her, in my opinion. Because I felt like any point like that that was made was swamped with with this what I was describing as this push and pull, where you both compliment someone and insult them at the same time so that they can reach out their hand and grab for it, which is a very manipulative, underhanded tactic, especially when someone is emotionally dysregulated.
I think it can be, but I also think it can be warranted, as I presented with you with the real life example of me and my friends. I think I can say, listen, dude, you're a smart guy. You're a really smart man. You know, my friends are very intelligent about physics, about chemistry and biology, but then they can miss really hard when it comes to psychology or when it comes to philosophy. And so I could say, listen, dude, you're a really smart guy. You're a really great guy, but this is a big L and you're really out of line. There is nothing wrong with that statement. And I believe that's exactly what Erudite did. She said that she's a very... Go ahead.
That's manipulative. I'm gonna double down on that one. You've won me over on some points. You lost me on that one. I think that is manipulative behavior.
Why?
Because if you got a problem with someone, just talk about if the act of trying to win them over in such a way, especially when it's like 3v1, and so like they're already like on there's no way they're winning. They're already freaked out. They're already like, you know, like squirming and desperate to feel like they can have some air or some validation. And you use that tactic. It's just, and I think
okay,
that
let me explain why I don't believe that tactic is manipulative. And if you disagree with this, I would find this to be incredible. Okay. Is the reason why you do things like this is because people will often get defensive and feel attacked. And the reason why you like she has a separate strategy than me. I agree with you for the most part. I'm probably not going to do this unless I'm like friends with you or something. I have some reason to believe. Right. So I'm probably not going to do that. Erudite's perfectly within her reason to do that. Apparently, they've had private DMs between Erudite and Lav. Maybe they are rather friendly inside of private discourse and stuff. Maybe they're rather friendly even right now. I don't know, right? The context of their relationship. But that specifically it prevents people from getting really defensive, and I think that's very important, is to be able to establish you're not a terrible person, you're not like an amalgamation of evil, you're a smart person in different ways, you're smart here, you're smart there. I just want to let you know that I don't believe that you're this heinous fucking caricature of a supervillain, right? I think that you're a smart person, but this is a miss. That is a very human thing to say to another person when you when you want to communicate to that person that you don't fucking hate their guts, and that in reality it's just this one little thing that they're taking an L on. There is nothing manipulative about that. And if you disagree,
okay, so like it's very human, and I do it too, and you do it too. Everybody does it. It is very human. But I do think it is manipulative, and I think that the context matters, and when I say context, I mean like the amount, like if it's just one-on-one conversation, that it's still manipulative, but it's just not the same. Like if it's in this context,
let me possibly break bread here.
Because wait. Let me say when it's in the context, the context of there's being a 3v1 and it being a public statement where you're saying you suck, but you don't only suck. So here, reach out my hand. Just admit that you suck publicly. There's no way Lav can win in that situation.
Okay, so let's start.
Even if she was right.
When you say manipulative, are you assuming that manipulation is bad?
No, that's why I said it. Like so.
Okay, so then if we assume manipulation isn't bad, then I can agree with you because I agree that I'm manipulating you right now and you're manipulating me. You agree with that, right? So so it's not bad. I'm manipulating my audience. My audience is manipulating me. My audience is manipulating you. So if we agree with that, like that definition of manipulation, I can agree with what you're saying. What now? Do you believe that this manipulation is bad though? And why?
That's what I was saying. The context. I think the context is what makes it bad. Okay. So I think it's okay to be normal, like the normal levels of manipulation we all do every day. But when it's a certain context, like I just said, where it's a public statement, it's a 3v1, someone's incredibly emotionally dysregulated. The thing that you're talking about is a result of them being emotionally dysregulated in the first place. The reason that they did it. Cool. So when you come at them. You have to like. I think
can I get you right there? Because I agree with you. She's emotionally dysregulated. Wouldn't that be the perfect moment where you'd want someone to try an erudite strategy? When somebody who's emotionally deregulated, emotionally unstable, feels like they're in the hot seat and being attacked, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity to be like, hey, look, we don't all hate you and all the way down to your guts. We actually think you're pretty smart on this, that you're pretty smart on that. We don't hate your guts. We just want to talk about this one specific thing. This sounds like, if anything, this is a perfect argument from my end to say that Erudite made a beautiful move.
Okay, I think I got you on this. The
chess speaks for itself.
I think I got you on this. So I think the history proves me right that it's not the perfect time because this is the strategy being employed on Lav like consistently every single time, and she has a history of this. Like people know her for going back and forth and sort of flip-flopping on every issue. But the situation, like, so what happens is she'll say something that pisses people off and they completely disagree with. They employ this tactic where they're like, no, you're actually smart. You disagree with me. And so they reach out their hand and she's like, okay, you're right. And so she flip-flops and then she does it again. And then she flip-flops because people use this manipulative tactic and it makes her look like fucking insane. But I think, you know what? Internally, she's not even as inconsistent. I think this pattern of behavior being, this tactic being used on her repeatedly is making her probably like less mentally healthy. But yeah, I think that it's proven that it hasn't been working.
Okay, so if I even were to agree with you about the idea that saying that she's smart about other things, but she might just be wrong about this, let's assume I agree with you that this isn't good for her. That doesn't mean that it's bad. What it just means is that that strategy doesn't work well with her. Because I think me and you, let's say me and you right now, right? I don't think you're a bad guy. I don't. Do you think that me saying that makes me manipulative in a bad way?
A little bit, because it makes my heart go, oh, that's nice. I don't know. It depends on how you're using it.
But you think that's bad? You think that's bad for me to say that?
Well, okay, no, it's not bad, but it matters if you're using that to smuggle in. So, like, if you're gonna say something to me,
contention.
If you're gonna say something to me that I'm gonna strongly disagree with, that's gonna make my chest go like heated, like I'm angry. It's gonna say something that's gonna piss me off, but you want to smuggle it in by first saying something nice.
Well, no, that's the key point of contention is that you believe that Erudite's smuggling it in. That she is not genuine. If Erudite genuinely does believe, if Erudite genuinely does believe that Lav is a smart person, that she's intelligent, but she's taking an L on specific things, what is wrong with her communicating that?
Because she's only communicating that just so that she can smuggle in the thing.
How do you know that?
Example, earlier today or last night, I saw some post. I could find it, but I remember the gist of it was. It was I don't remember who's posted this on Twitter originally, but Elder Drazi was replying to someone, and then Erudite replied to him, and she's like, I think he might have been replying to her, and then she replied, Elder, I adore you, but what you're doing here is, and then she like gave her all of her grievances, and then I responded, Don't. And then after that, then he agreed with her. Oh, you're right. And then I saw that and I responded, don't let her fucking trick you. She fucking doesn't adore you. Like she does.
How do you know that? This is what I said earlier when I said you are assuming her being you are assuming that she is not genuine about that. She could be genuine about that, and you might have an argument about it, but you are assuming.
You're not gonna convince me on this one, but I could be proven otherwise. But you don't have the tools required. Like if there was evidence, but
I'm not trying to
evidence. Unless there's evidence, I don't think that she adores Elder Drazi.
Right, but you are assuming that she doesn't. You don't have any hard evidence to right, and so
but from what I know about Elder and what I know about her and what I know about the limitations of their interactions, I do not think that her saying that she adores him. That's just the most.
Okay,
the lightest way I can say that is it's incredibly hyperbolic, and even just being hyperbolic in that context, yeah.
So then you understand that you are taking a position that you don't have the hard evidence to back up that she doesn't genuinely believe the various different things that she says. But in order for you to be able, or in order for the general public, I believe, and ethically, to agree with your position, we would have to be provided with evidence that Euridte is not genuinely of these opinions that she says, and that she is trying to use these opinions to smuggle in her criticisms. I would agree with you that if you give me evidence that Euridte in secret is like, oh yeah, by the way, Lav is one of the dumbest, most retarded people I've ever met in my life. Holy shit. But then in public,
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Hold on. In public, she is smuggling in, oh, you're so smart, you're so nice to be able to do these things. Then I would agree with your, but just if Euridte does believe that Lav is smart and she does believe that Lav might be taking an L, there is nothing ethically wrong with her going, look, I want to make sure that you don't feel attacked right now, so let me preface that I think you're a smart person, but this is not your smartest moment.
Oh, I don't know if it's ethically wrong, but because there's no ethical standards to go by here, but I think it's morally, I think it's morally wrong in ways that I've already pointed out. But I think that you could never find that type of evidence. I think that this is something that Euridte, look, I just posted earlier today because after arguing with her, I don't want to give the impression that I absolutely hate her. I think she gives really good opinions about like certain topics, like, and I'm doing the thing, except I'm not talking to her. But I want to preface, I don't want her to think, I guess I'm doing exactly the thing. I don't want her to think I absolutely hate her because I'm only shitting on her. So I guess I am doing that. But
so there's nothing wrong with doing that, though, to communicate that you do not.
What I was going to say.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think that you would never find that type of thing because I think this is just how she conducts herself. I don't think that she does this on purpose at all. It's like it's just her way of communicating, and I think her way of communicating is sort of underhanded. So I think she'll always give whenever she has something to criticize someone about, she will always like give them like a sweet, nice little compliment with it and try to give that, and so that she can push and pull and have this good cop, bad cop, and one person type of attitude every single time.
Okay, let's assume I agree with that. What is wrong with that strategy? As long as she is as long as she's genuine,
it makes everybody drop their guard, and it makes people it makes people unable to actually engage with her.
Okay, what is wrong with somebody dropping their guard because they don't feel like this person hates their guts? Because that's the effect. What is the effect of her saying, listen, I like you, you have really great takes on all this shit. It is so that way the individual, we already established this earlier, the individual doesn't feel as though they're on the chopping block for their entire character, but rather, no, Euridte loves your takes on this, your takes on that, your takes on this. Let's just talk about this one specific problem that we have with you right now, right? That is the effect, is that way the individual doesn't feel like their entire world is collapsing in on themselves. What is the issue with that?
So if you look at it from the perspective that Euridte is right, or you look at it in the imperative to convince someone of something, or you look at it from the perspective of her. So you're just, you are her and it's better for her to convince someone of something. You're absolutely correct. But if you take an bigger perspective, an outside, like a bigger sociological perspective, and you think about the consequences of this being the predominant type of encouraged behavior that rises to the top, which it pretty much is. What it means is that the people with the best ideas, or the people who are correct, or the people who are being the most honest, are the people who rise to the top are going to be the most convincing ones. But the people that are actually correct on something, or they're just gonna get, you know, kicked down to the dirt in the wayside.
I don't think that's true. I think
it's manipulative.
Well, no,
You're trying to get someone to agree with you by smuggling it in.
You're assuming malintent there. That's not necessary. No,
I'm not. I do not think she has malintent. Okay. I really do not think she has malintent.
No, I believe that is necessary with that statement. If she doesn't have malintent, then all she is trying to do, this is my frame of view, if she doesn't have malintent, all she's doing is at worst sugarcoating her criticism. That's it. Like, hey, right. Guess what? You are a great person. You're a wonderful person. But I think that this specific thing that you're doing is not good. There is nothing wrong with that, because that makes somebody feel as though their entire character isn't on the chopping block, when in reality, from Euridte's perspective, it isn't. She is being honest. She doesn't want to lynch Lav on the fucking public chopping block. So what she is doing is communicating a genuine desire of hers to be able to only critique this one specific thing. She's also communicating it to an audience, which is, in my opinion, far more responsible, because if she doesn't do this, some of her audience might have a takeaway where Euridte is trying to say that Lav is a terrible person who's fucking retarded and is so stupid. So Euridte going not only directly to Lav, hey, look, I think you're a smart person. She's also communicating it to the audience that, guess what, audience? Even though I have these opinions, we can still believe that Lav is smart while holding these opinions. So it works twofold, not only to get Lav feeling as though there is a position of understanding of what is being critiqued, but also the audience. So that way the audience doesn't have a misinterpretation of Euridte's point.
But you've completely missed my point. So so you're absolutely correct in that if she's correct, or she should advocate for her opinions in the best way, and convey that to her audience in the best possible way. That tactic is going to make that happen, and most easily. And I don't think she has any malintent. I think this is a natural behavior. A lot of people have this behavior, and I think it's manipulative, and it helps people get ahead. Okay, but if you step out and look at it from a sociological perspective, like I said before, this type of behavior is not, so if she is wrong, so if Lav was correct somehow, and I'm not saying that she was, then what you're doing is you're actually gaslighting someone, and you're actually and so that behavior in itself, this is why I like the word manipulative is vital. That behavior in itself advances your position regardless of the position itself.
I disagree. I think it can, but I believe, and that's where we would take issue with the genuine nature of it and how it's deployed. But the idea that it just makes if you're wrong, it's gaslighting. I don't even know where.
I don't even know if gaslighting is the right word. I'm not a fucking psych.
Sure. So let's just go over whether or not it is good or bad if you are wrong. Okay, if I am wrong, let's say I present to you that your hat is stupid and perpetuates racism or something, right? Okay. But I also first off start with the compliment. I like your lighting. I like the way your mic works. I think you're an intelligent guy. But also your hat perpetuates racism, right? If I am wrong, which we'll just assume that I am, right? I'm wrong about that claim. That's not gaslighting or negative at all that I said that. No, it's not. It's just that I want to make sure that it's plain, that everybody knows that I'm critiquing you for a very specific thing, that is your hat and the racial implications of your hat, and not whether or not you are a good person overall. It's whether or not you might have maybe picked a pretty racist hat to put on, bro. And so maybe we should discuss that. And whether or not I'm right or wrong doesn't affect whether or not it's manipulative or not. It's just I was wrong. I mean, it doesn't stop you from being a good person.
I'm more likely to agree with you, and your audience is more likely to agree. So if you start saying that my hat is okay, so here's a perfect example. So you start saying that my hat is racist, and you're convinced in your heart of hearts that I'm actually trying to promote racism on your stream right now, and you have to fucking put an end to it, and you're wrong. So you start levying these things, and you're just like, okay, but you don't think I'm actually right. You're just, look, your hat's making everybody racist right now. You need to fucking stop. And you're trying to convince me of that. And the way that you do it is, well, you're not a bad guy. I think you sound smart, but your hat, dude, your hat's racist. And I'm like, okay, I guess you're right. You do have my best interests in mind, so maybe I should just listen to you. You're black, so I'm white. I should just listen to you. Okay, I'll take off the hat. I think that
what you're describing
that tactic is incredibly. I'd rather just have the conflict where you just say, "Bruh."
Listen, man to man, person to person. I'm assuming you're a man. Can I?
Yeah.
Okay. Man to man. I'll shake your hand on that. I think being more direct is probably just better. I like that vibe a lot more. But the recognition, the human move is that you are going to have to deal with people that do emotionally break down when you're more direct. They do emotionally break, that can't really handle it because they feel like their entire character is coming under, especially when we're doing it on a public platform, like you said, where there's like, it feels like there's multiple different people attacking Lav. Euridte, I would say, did the much more human move, better move than what I would have done if I was in a situation, which I just would have gone in on her. It's much more human to do that, so that way this person doesn't feel like they're assailed from a million sides. Like Lav herself said, that she is constantly under character assassination and character attack, and I believe if more people took like Euridte's approach of, hey, listen, you're a smart person, whatever, they're going to feel less like they're attacked. But I want to make a note, is it feels like what you're appealing to is when I make a more convincing argument, right, something that is convincing rhetorically, but without necessary merit, because me saying you're a good guy, but your hat might be racist, there's no logical merit to me saying you're a nice guy to that. It's just pure rhetoric to be able to get you into a position where you understand where my exact critique is and whether or not I'm right. So it's not like it logically bolsters my argument that I say that you're a decent guy if I'm making a comment about your hat being racist. I don't think making a convincing argument that doesn't have logical merit is a intrinsically bad thing, but it seems like that's what you're getting at.
I think it is, and like in your what you just said, like get you into a position that just seems morally yucky. Like it's not great. That doesn't sound great to me when you say get me into a position. But specifically, the point that I specifically disagree with the most is that you say where it's the public context makes your position stronger. I think it's the opposite from my perspective. I think the public context, it's not man-to-man anymore. You know, like you had to do that aside man-to-man earlier. It's different when it's a public context because you're not talking to like one person. When you try to move someone, you're not trying to move just them, you're trying to move the audience. And when you do these tactics, you're really, because it's really hard to convince someone on the spot. Most people aren't willing to be convinced, or if they're emotionally dysregulated, the only way you can convince an emotionally dysregulated person is through manipulative tactics. And I think unless it's like incredibly vital. And you could argue that in this situation it was, but I would argue it's not because of the amount of this criticism that Lav is getting. She gets enough, like, and everybody has to do their piece. But if it's vital, if it's vital to do that type of tactic, maybe you can absolutely justify it. But when you're actually saying that for the audience and you're smuggled. So like I don't think that, like I said earlier, I don't think Euridte actually thinks like these like exclusively like negative things or says in private negative things about people and then publicly says that she likes them and stuff. I just think that she likes when she likes to make a point about or give criticism, I think she likes to first, okay, what do I like about this person, or what's a nice thing I couldn't say about this person? That's just natural to her. So
I think that's a considerate position. I think that is a kind, compassionate, considerate thing to do.
I don't. I think the most kind thing to do is not to sugarcoat it.
Okay, so we could agree or disagree on that, but let's talk about alternatives, okay? Because at this point, it does feel like we're looping. So let's talk about alternative realities. Let's talk about Lav being on a panel full of 3 people where she is constantly saying how she feels like her character is impugned and shit like that. You think Euridte's best move is to not sugarcoat anything, not start with, okay, look, Lav, even if it's genuine, her opinion, I believe that you're a smart woman. I believe you're a very capable woman. I'm not here to destroy your entire character. I just want to talk about this one specific opinion you have. You think a better reality is for Euridte to say none of that and just go, hey, Lav, you're in the wrong, after Lav had expressed feeling dogpiled. You think it's better. That is a better reality.
First of all, yes, but in the context of the dogpiling, I don't think there's a great way to handle it. I don't think that dogpiling is the best way to do it in the first place. If anything, one-on-one is perfect.
Okay, yeah, I disagree. I don't think this is a good way to handle. I think when somebody has expressed explicitly that they feel like their entire world is coming crashing down because everybody's character is assassinating them and everybody hates them for everything, I think a very good human move is to go like, hey, look, You know, I don't hate you as your entire person. A lot of the people here don't hate you as a whole person. Let's just talk about you not having one specifically good take. I think that is a very human. I think that is a better move than just going, fuck it. Yeah, you know what? You're taking an L here no matter what.
But you're changing it a little bit, I think, when you say that you're just isolating it to one take, because I'm not describing isolating it to one take. I'm describing trying to smuggle it in with good compliments and stuff.
That's what my point was you have two realities in front of you. One where in which Euridte, after hearing Lav explicitly say that because we agreed, Lav said that she feels like she's being attacked consistently on her character and that she's being like, so we agree on that material reality. She is saying that, and you believe Euridte's best move is to go, okay, Lav just expressed she feels like she's being attacked on all sides, from all flanks of her character, and I'm not going to be more specific about my critique and that I don't actually hate her for all of her character. I only dislike her one opinion here. You think Euridte going, fuck that, I'm not going to be more specific, I'm just going to say, Lav, you're wrong. You think that is a better reality than the human move, in my opinion, of Euridte going, look, Lav, I actually don't hate you as a person. I just want to talk about this one specific issue. You think that is a better alternative?
When I came into this call, you were laughing at me and insulting me on your stream a little bit. Within your means. I mean, I didn't come in and do that. I just said, this is where I disagree with you.
Yeah.
I think if I were to come in and be like, I think that if I were to come in and say, I love you, Lav, or Relly, or whatever. I said Lav, dude, that everybody's gonna
just move on. Just faster you move on, the faster it is. Just move on.
But no, I've already done it to myself. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, but if I had done that, I don't think it would have worked on you, because I think that your communication style is very direct. I think that the type, it only is, you know how like hypnosis only works on some people and some people it doesn't work on?
I don't know shit about hypnosis.
Okay, like,
I've heard that before.
You have to be suggestible, and like, because to get into a hypnotic state, you have to like really trust the person you're listening to, and just kind of like really like, okay, I absolutely trust you right now, and you just like close your eyes and you just listen to nothing but their voice. You have to be very trusting, and I think it's the same type of dynamic here, and you're taking advantage of someone's trust in order to smuggle in your disagreements. And it wouldn't work on someone like you. Okay, it would work on someone like Lav.
I can agree with that, but I think that one of the reasons why it wouldn't work on somebody like me as much is because I can actually, I'm a different type of person than Lav. I can handle 30 or 40 people disagreeing with me. And if you knew about my history, you would know that's true. I used to go in Discords where 14, 15 people would disagree with me, and I'd love it. And because I didn't give a fuck, large streamers would end up disagreeing with me, and people do. It is what it is. I'm a different type of person, but that doesn't mean I'm better or worse than Lav, right? I think, hold on, yeah, and I know you agree with that, but that's what Euridte's taking into consideration, is that the direct kind of communication style I'm more used to, which is I can handle 50 people disagreeing with me at once, let's go, right? As long as nobody's shouting over each other and I can bam, 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 respond to people, we're chill, right? That I may be able to handle that, but Lav isn't a lesser human being for not being able to handle that. If Lav can't handle that, maybe going like, hey, look, just so you know, all of us being inside of this disagreeing with you doesn't mean that we hate your guts and that no matter what you do is bad. Like, for example, I do not hate your guts. That is a perfectly human move and responding to the fact that people are different. Not everybody's like me. Not everybody's like you. Some people are like Lav. And
you're flip-flopping it, motherfucker. You're saying... Okay, so what I'm saying that someone like Lav, who is very emotionally, like, she's more ready to be more emotionally available. Okay, she's more emotionally available, I think, up front than you are. It's the thing that I'm saying that she can't handle as well as you, quote unquote, can't handle, is that she can't handle someone sugarcoating something in compliments as much as you. I think that works on her really well, and that's why I think that she keeps flip-flopping on everything, because everybody keeps telling her what to think by hiding it in these compliments. And I think it's making her go crazy, and when I see it happening like over and over and over again.
So let's assume that's true.
Mhm.
If what is the alternative? To not sugarcoat it, because that hasn't worked. Okay, but hold on, that hasn't worked, because if it did, ABBA would have turned that chick straight in a second. ABBA was not ABBA.
The best man to her ever. ABBA is her best friend.
Okay, sure. Hey, yo, God bless. All right, me and you can shake hands on that one. ABBA is being straight with her the entire time, based. Right, being straight with her the entire time. Why didn't she change? Why didn't she change? Why didn't she capitulate to everything he said? Because me and you agree he was straight with her, direct with her, candid. Why didn't she change?
Well, it doesn't guarantee the change. Like, what I would say is that the manipulative tactics, what I'm calling manipulative tactics, are what gonna more likely to guarantee some sort of well, it doesn't even guarantee the long-term change, but it makes like a upfront change. If you want the long-term change, this is why I started at the beginning of what I mentioned. I think if you want the long-term change, just a confrontation in itself isn't going to do it. You're going to have to, if you want to make that type of long-term change with someone, you're going to have to do something much more compassionate and something much more long-term and something.
I think Euridte's trying that, and that is a better strategy.
Maybe.
I think ABBA's strategy that I agree is based is not. His strategy is more concise for this chick is getting this wrong, this chick is getting that wrong. These are the hard truths, and if you disagree with it, you disagree with it. But these are the hard truths, and he's laying it out how it is, and his stocks are booming as a result. But but Euridte, I believe, is trying a more compassionate strategy. That's a higher likelihood of actually getting through to her. ABBA's strategy is never going to get through to somebody like Lav. It's just not going to happen. She's just not that type of person. Hold on.
It doesn't get through to her, though. It gets through to her in the immediate moment. It looks like it got through to her on stream, which is the product that we're all selling. And so that's why everybody's incentivized to use these type of fucking tactics. But I don't think it actually, and I think I'm vindicated already in the fact that it hasn't gone through to her. So what I think that would quote unquote get through to her would be someone like ABBA being a consistent presence in her life, cutting through all the bullshit and doing. You can be honest and direct in a compassionate way. Like you don't have to sugarcoat your comment.
I think Euridte does that. I think that's what she does. She is stating pretty plainly that saying truths that Lav definitely doesn't want to hear. She's literally breaking down and crying and ulting on the timeline, right? Euridte is giving her hard truths she doesn't want to hear, and while also being compassionate and considerate and being like, hey, look, I know you feel like you're being dogpiled by everybody here and everybody hates your guts, but I don't hate your guts, and let me give you a couple of reasons why. I actually think you're a really base person. I think you're whatever with this. Your opinions on that are really good.
Okay, so Euridte at some points was giving those hard truths and stuff. And then she like starts to, but like it's hard to differentiate because she was with that other woman who, which was much more like
Kelly G?
mean. Yeah, she was more mean up front, not just direct, but she was a bit mean.
I think Kelly G was based.
I know, whatever, but you can't disagree. She was
she was more mean, of course. Yeah, objectively, less compassionate.
So that combination is weird. Like to have someone kind of be like try to be like nice to you, and someone it's just hard to deal with emotionally. So I think that might be why she was crying, or like on the verge of it. But if you're gonna be like direct to someone or something, or give out the hard truth, like you're saying, and Euridte kind of leaned on that a bit. I don't think she went all the way there. I think she always had a little bit of this sugar sprinkled on it. But you do that, and then person gets emotionally dysregulated. This is what I described in the thing. That's what I keep describing. You do that, they get emotionally dysregulated, and they're like upset and they're freaking out. Especially if there's 3-on-1 and they don't feel like they're an equal presence to the opposition. So they feel hopeless and helpless, and then after they get emotionally dysregulated and you're calling them out on this stuff, then you reach out with the compliments afterwards. But you're not stupid. I said all these things about you, but like
it sounds like we've established enough to be able to get to a point where we either agree to disagree or we make a breakthrough. If we've established that ABBA has a based, direct way of confronting Lav about some of the things that she does that's not wise, then in my opinion, that is a good showing of Lav being not receptive to that kind of feedback, and that different strategies ought to be employed if we want to convince Lav to change. And I believe that's what Euridte is doing, whether intentionally or not. I believe she is trying different strategies rhetorically to be able to convince Lav that not everybody is out there to hate her. It doesn't hate her guts or whatever. And I think Abba's a good example of that strategy being tried and Lav being wholly unaccepting of it. And I think Euridte has a higher chance of making good progress with Lav, because Lav is just not the type of person to ever take that kind of direct confrontation that Abba has to put out seriously. She's just not that kind of person.
That's your position. My position is that I agree that the Abba approach hasn't worked. I think that I think the proof in the history also proves that the Euridte approach also doesn't work. It's just much more confusing, and I think it makes her look really bad because she flip-flops because of it. I think it forces the flip-flops, and I think it's proven not to work.
Okay,
and
so
what I'm saying works. The thing that I'm presenting that would work, someone like Abba being like, okay, so say instead of like it being Twitch, or like, it's just not gonna be the case in this context, but say it was like an actual workplace and Abba was in the workplace, and she was partnered with Abba and he's like present in her life. And he's like, there's no reason, because Abba has no investment in her.
So I think this is a bit beyond the
what
point
what I'm saying is, wait, just let me finish real quick. I'm saying that she needs someone to have an investment in her well-being that's going to be direct with her.
Okay. I think Abba's strategy has been tried. If you want to agree that or disagree with the idea that Euridte's strategy could work or might work, or whether or not it's been tried, that's fine. I could break bread with you with the idea that Euridte isn't going to get through to Lav either. But then my suggestion becomes different. Lav should just stop engaging with the space entirely. If soft-handed strategies are not working, where because by Lav's account, I'm getting dogpiled, there's so many people coming at me and attacking me, it always ends up about me, and then there's people like Euridte like, hold on, this isn't like about you being a terrible person, let's talk about just one specific take that you have and why it's wrong here and why there. If that isn't working and Abba's direct strategy isn't working, maybe this just isn't the space for her, and maybe she should start going to, I don't know, gaming streams more consistently. I know she played Overwatch or something. Maybe it's time to make the flip.
I was going to say that I think that I think if you're saying like completely off of streaming and stuff, no, I think that it's just the certain type of, especially like the Destiny orbit and the debatosphere, which is pretty much the same thing as the Destiny orbit from my awareness.
What, the debatosphere is the same thing as Destiny's orbit? Is that
pretty much, right?
Yeah, I don't think any really other large content creators have a debate sphere outside of Destiny, which is one of the things that I like about Destiny's community and the way he upholds it.
Yeah, but so yeah, I think it's like that is not meshing with her well. So, but
I agree.
The thing is, I hate giving all these prescriptions about Lav because she just gets so many of them that like there's no way she's gonna like get any productive. She's not. It's not going to be productive. Like so, like if the more prescriptions that you give her, like say I'm right or you're right, we're both right or whatever.
Yep.
It's going to get like lost in the sauce of all the fucking shit that she gets thrown at her constantly. Like right now, probably someone's writing another Twitter post to her, telling her like, oh well, you should probably do this, and like so when it comes to the actual person she's going to listen to, who she respects, who's going to give her advice, it's going to be harder for her to be receptive to it because everybody's fucking telling her this.
Yeah, so because she's going to feel like it's the 50th, 100th person to give her
I genuinely see her, like what's happening to her is like fucked up. Like I don't agree with how she has conducted herself in this situation here.
So what would be your prescription then? Less people give her advice?
I don't know. I just... Yeah, I guess.
So you're going to need to figure out a prescription, because the prescription right now, from my point of view, is everybody because she's continuously consensually participating in a debate space, which is very obvious. The culture is, if you're here and you make a stupid statement, everyone's going to talk about it. Everyone's going to want to engage with you on why they think that you're the problem, or how they can help you solve, not having the correct take. So if she feels uncomfortable with that, then she needs to leave the space.
My prescription is I got on that stream and tried to put an end to it being a dog pile. That was what I did.
How?
Because then it was a 2v2 sort of. So
okay, I never liked this. It's 2v2, whatever. So you just came into the stream just because it was a 1v3. That was it.
It was a 1v3, but then at the point when I got on, then it's a 2v1. But Chud isn't. He's not impartial, but he wasn't talking a lot. So it's technically like a 3v1, but it was more like a 2v1. But I was like, Chud, every single time you have her on, it's a dog pile. Just get me on there.
Okay.
I want to put it on.
And do you think a reason why that might be is just because she has very, very disagreeable points and that there's a lot of people, right? And so wouldn't that be, so then what is their prescription of the people that like nobody talk except for Euridte and Lav?
I honestly, I don't have a prescription. Well, like I kind of agree with you that maybe the debate stuff isn't healthy for her at the moment.
The issue is you need a prescription. You need one.
Do I need?
You do. Because if you say to me,
that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Everybody has one for her.
No. But no. I'm talking about a prescription to the problem of dogpiling, not the prescription of how she should better.
Okay.
You're talking about it feels wrong that she was getting 1v3. It feels wrong. So is your prescription then, because you need a prescription, because otherwise you're saying, well, this kind of feels wrong, but you don't have any way to change it. That's useless, really. That's not usable. It's not usable information. We need. Oh, this feels wrong, and this is how we can fix the problem. Because otherwise, you're just saying, here's a problem. If you want to brainstorm, we can brainstorm or whatever. But like that's not how it's being presented. What's being presented is it feels like you're saying that a certain thing is unethical and that or immoral, and that it should change. You need an alternative to how it should
change. It's the philosopher's dilemma, because a philosopher's job is to ask the right questions. The philosopher's job is not to answer the right questions.
Yeah, I think that might come from more epistemic positions or axiomatic positions, not like whether or not certain ice cream is the right flavor. Like, I feel like
right flavor, yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like we're a little bit of abstracted to the point where we could pretty reasonably say that if you're going to bring up like whether or not it is ethical, Lav's treatment is ethical in this situation, you should probably have some solutions or some methodology to be able to come to the right conclusion. You can't.
Okay, I think that the right conclusion, first of all, shouldn't be a dog pile, and it shouldn't be this type of situation where everybody. Okay, so like you said, we already said there's an incentive for people to come in and take a bite of the pie.
Yep.
And she's gonna be the pie.
Yep.
So okay, that situation needs to be. There's no rules. Like a big undercurrent for this whole thing, all this Mr. Girl shit. It's true that there are no ethical rules for this shit, and people keep getting hurt in certain ways, and people might think that those people are stupid or they shouldn't be part of streaming.
Yep.
But regardless of whether or not there are certain types of people that shouldn't be part of it, that can't handle it, those people are going to keep coming in. It's like a mill, and it happens over and over again. And I think maybe we should try to make some ethical standards that we can all kind of agree with as streamers, and just kind of like, okay, we're going to try to have this. This pirate's code, we're gonna do this,
I could agree with you if it wasn't such a small group of people that had such easily fixable problems. It seems to be primarily two people, Mr. Girl and Lav, that have these significant ethical issues with their treatment as orbiters inside of this sphere. Very simple solution: stop engaging with Destiny's community. There is dozens of people that are engaging with his community in a perfectly fine manner. I think it is very bizarre to change the entire rules of how these dynamics work, top to bottom, for two people. I think that is bizarre. And what we should is like, what we should maybe do.
I keep doing this to you.
Yeah. What we should maybe do is just take a look at those two people and be like, maybe you guys just have an unhealthy engagement with this, and it's not like an ecosystem problem. It's a you problem with this ecosystem. Understand?
Okay. Yes, but my point earlier was that you're absolutely right. It's just a couple people. But it's like a mill, and there's always a couple people. Like at every point, there's we can keep going down, and like there's a bunch of people that just couldn't handle it, and they ended up like going a little bit crazy, and everybody hates them. There's a bunch of people that have left the orbit that everybody hates.
True.
I don't want to listen, but we all know, and like. A lot of those people I actually do kind of hate, or like, I mean, I don't know them personally, but I just get a sour taste in my mouth from the whole thing. But regardless of that kind of feeling, that doesn't mean that we should, like, I think so. The point of ethics I would say that I'm spot on this. Maybe you're going to disagree, but I think the point of ethics and having ethical standards is for that that margin of error. So for instance, like you could have a situation where a doctor could do a better job by not wearing medical gloves because maybe they can feel better or something.
Sure.
And so I could actually imagine that being true. Like there's a
Yeah,
doctor,
we can agree on that. Like maybe the physical touch, skin to skin contact could make somebody feel better, whatever. All right, so continue with your thing.
But in a specific, but like one out of 1,000, or maybe I don't know, actually they end up getting sick because of it or infected.
Yeah.
And so 1 out of 1,000, we still put that in place. Now, in that case, it's major health health concerns are the problem.
Number one priority.
In this case, it's the emotional well-being of people and also sort of their career.
So I would agree for the medical field because that's fucking medicine. But but to compare streaming in Destiny's sphere, because it's not even streaming in general, it's streaming in DGG's sphere, is not comparable to the medical field. So like when we're talking about ethical practices to accommodate for the most people possible, it makes sense when we're talking about medicine because somebody might die if you don't do that. Somebody might catch an infection. Nobody's going to die because they can't be a part of Destiny's orbit. That's not going to happen.
Right, I know, but it's just like we have these types of things about sex. In particular, I think a great conversation to be had right now is the ethics of being a big streamer and having sex with people that come on your stream and stuff. There are no ethical standards for that. There's no pirate code, and I think that it ends up fucking people up a little bit. And even if you're all above board, and even if you're very you're doing your due diligence as a participant in the sex and everything, and you're doing everything perfect, eventually someone's going to get hurt, and maybe it's because they weren't the right person for that, and that's not going to, and no matter what you did, they were going to get hurt. And that's why I think we make these ethical rules. I care about the Lavs and the Mr. Girls and the Bad Bunnies and the Denims. Like, I don't like Bad Bunny, I don't like Denims personally, but I care about their well-being. Like I don't think that there should be like a situation where people are just going to have this happen to them. I don't think it would be too much of a compromise to just set up some kind of rules about how we engage with the situations that end up dogpiling. Like how
I think there is. I mean, there literally is in Destiny's server, right? Like no dogpilings over 3 days, isn't it? If
it's
3
kind of
days
made up on the spot.
No, I'm pretty sure it's pretty well established that like if there's a consistent dogpiling for 3 days, he'll ban it. Isn't that the rule?
Something like that. There are some rules like that.
So there is clear attempts at Destiny to curtail certain attitudes or environmental effects that might negatively impact his orbiters as well as his community. So there is an attempt at doing this. I could understand with you saying that maybe he's not attempting it in the right way, or maybe there isn't proper guidelines, but we are attempting to make a pirates code or whatever inside of the lawless land of social media usage.
Right. And to be clear, I think that a big part of this conversation being so hard to have is because of how charged it is, especially in the fallout of recent events. And I don't think this is how any of this was supposed to go down. But I think that there's a productive conversation, and I don't think that this should be a condemning thing, like we're trying to condemn Destiny or anything. I genuinely feel I have nothing but I would trust Destiny with a lot of things, and I think that he does a lot of good.
You're doing the thing now, by the way.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm not talking to him. I just want I'm trying to make you're right though, and I pointed it out earlier, but I think it's different when I'm not talking to him, and it's not a dog pile. It's not a dog. Like I said earlier, it's the context that matters. Like when it's man to man, it's different. When it's one person and I'm talking about him, but I'm talking to the audience. I'm not talking to Destiny right now.
Right, but talking to the audience, you can appear with that same manipulation. That's my problem. I don't agree with the idea that just because he isn't in the room, you're not like manipulating a narrative that you are more reasonable than you come off as.
I was pointing out the difference though, but I think that
I don't think that difference is substantial, or it should be substantial in your eyes. If you take issue with the idea. If you take issue with the idea that somebody can be personally manipulated by the statement of, well, you're also a very intelligent person and thoughtful person, I just think you're wrong about this. I fully believe that you should have a problem with me making a statement about somebody who isn't in the room. Oh, that they're a very great person, they're a very thoughtful person, but, and then I bring in the criticism. I think you should have an issue with both, not just an issue with one or the other.
Well, the problem I have is the context, where I think that you can use the push and pull as a way to. Okay, well, what I'm trying to do is the point of the manipulation. When I'm trying to say that I don't think that what my position should be a condemnation of Destiny, I'm trying to explain that. I'm trying to
do the same thing Euridte is, and make sure that you're precise with your language, and make sure that everybody, not only the audience, but also the person you're talking to, knows exactly where your critiques lie with the person. It sounds like a based thing to do.
No, because I'm trying to, first of all, I think the context matters. You said you think it shouldn't matter, but I think the context of being a dog pile absolutely does matter.
I never said anything about the dog pile. What I said specifically.
That's when I think it matters the most.
So it's not about whether or not it matters the most. Your statement was explicitly about Destiny not being in the room, and that's why you could get away with saying what you did about.
Yeah, well, I just don't feel the same about it. I don't feel like I'm being too manipulative. I do not. Okay, here I'll try to do it without doing that then. Okay, just so I can stay consistent. I do not want to condemn Destiny. That's what I'm trying to say by giving these compliments to while I'm trying to give criticism. I do not want to condemn Destiny. I want Destiny to keep rising and getting more popular, and I have no desire to hinder that in any way. I don't think he should be deplatformed in any way at all. I think that there are no ethical or social ethical, like not like legal ethical, but socially agreed upon ethics for streaming whatsoever. And I think that that's just a very productive conversation to have, and especially when it comes to sex and stuff.
And I think Destiny is happening, especially when we talk about sex. Destiny has definitely had those conversations. I'm not sure the Twitlonger apocalypse that whatever happened like a year or some change ago, where there was like fucking 50 Twitlongers that came out on Twitch. He spent an endless amount of time talking about the sexual dynamics and what is right and what is wrong and how to properly approach these things and why. And he got several different victims of those Twitlongers coming on into his stream and saying, "Thank you so much for communicating these things in a way I didn't feel like I could communicate myself. You get it 100%, right?" And so he has done things to be able to try. And especially with the sexual stuff in regards to the Twitlongers, he has taken steps to try and create a culture and an environment of people taking these things more seriously and looking at them in a specific way that isn't so one-dimensional as people are used to.
I want to take. I'm interested in that. I don't know how fixated I am to the point where I'm actually going to go investigate that, but I'm interested to know what that is, and I might end up looking at that I get so inclined. But
like the what you call it, Lily Pichu Bedmeister situation is one you could look into, where he was open about that. The Arcadium one, I believe, is where one of the I believe the victim of the Arcadium one of the victims came forward to him and talked to him about it inside of his chat. That, like, I think the one of them said thank you. If you want to look into that, what other and any other ones? Chat, Pokey, not Lily. I thought it was Lily Fedmeister thing is where I thought he talked about that. There was a Pokey Lily, and then there was Lily. There was a Pokey Fed and then a Lily Pokey, no? No, it's Pokey? What am I thinking? Hold on. I thought that Fedmeister had like snuck into Lily's bed or something. I swear that happened. Am I wrong? I apologize if I'm wrong. I swear that happened. I really do apologize if I'm incorrect, but I'm like 95% certain I am correct that that happened. I apologize though if I'm wrong. But anyway, yeah, there was that, and then the Arcadium situation, like I said, is I'm pretty sure where one of the victims of that situation came into Destiny's stream and was like, "Thank you for covering this." I believe it was in that one. There might have been another.
Well, yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know what he would have said.
Also, sorry, another one to think of. This is a little bit more recently. Was there was the Fresh and Fit sexual misconduct allegations by somebody who went on the H3H3 podcast. That one's a lot easier. It's super quick to be able to go through. It's like Abba and Preach also have a video on it where there was a woman that went on H3H3's podcast and told a story about sexual misconduct that they had or heavily implied and discussed sexual misconduct that they believe occurred between them and Fresh and I think it was Fit Myron from Fresh and Fit, and Destiny explained how these things work. Abba explained how these things work in a concise way that I believe is it changes the culture of how we view sexual relationships online, and Ethan took a huge L on that one. Oh yeah, and then obviously the Adriana Lee shit is something I don't know how I didn't remember, but that's definitely like a 10 hour deep dive or something.
Was there any that particularly were about like having sex with someone? Okay, so the thing that I would like to like, I mean, this isn't my like hill to die on. I just think that this is a very interesting. Maybe I can talk about it, but the dynamic where most of the women who he doesn't have sex with that are on his stream are like the best of the best. They're geniuses, you know, and like most of the other women he has sex with. What? And there's like I don't know, like it's been like even the conversation that you were watching earlier. They were making jokes about how like Euridte was making jokes about how she's upset that people kind of always accuse her of having had sex with Destiny because he's had sex with so many of the women. But like she's a genius, you know, like she's cream of the crop kind of person, and like Brittany Simon is a really smart, you know, genius type. When I'm saying genius, I'm just throwing it around, but so wait, they're really smart. They're like the best of the best. They're good at what they do.
Are you saying that the smart people don't fuck Steven?
No, I'm saying that if it sort of feels like like women that are on the stream are either like the best of the best, or they have sex with him.
How is that not exactly what are you saying that like the only people that have sex with Steven are not smart women?
No. I'm saying that like the only women that don't have sex, I don't know this for a fact. I'm not trying to make an you can tell me I'm wrong. But I would, it feels like a lot of the women that don't have sex with him that are on his stream are like really, really good at what they do. And then there's women that aren't the best at what they do. And the only ones that don't have sex with him are the ones that are just there by merit. But I feel like there's like this.
I think they're all there by. I think they're all there by merit. I don't think any of them. I don't think.
You think so? Am I being sexist?
I don't know. I don't really give a fuck. At least at the moment. I mean, it is, yeah. If you actually are being sexist, it's worth looking into or whatever. I just don't care to leave that.
It's worth to me admitting that I might be.
Yeah, sure. No, I don't even understand your point. Is your point that like people are sleeping with Destiny and they lack
my
merit?
The point is that there's sort of a situation where, or like even I feel this way and I might be wrong, but because I feel this way, I think because I feel this, it should be addressed. That I feel like sleeping with Destiny as a woman kind of increases your chances of getting on his stream and stuff.
Yeah, so that's a narrative that he's been trying to, or that he's been talking about. I don't see any evidence for that. Where's your evidence?
I don't have any evidence. I'm that's like I said. I'm not trying to. I have no evidence.
Okay, so
I'm just saying.
I would say large statements like this should only really be levied when you have evidence about them, because otherwise it creates a very negative, toxic environment for the streamers. So when we were talking about previously about the ethics of like how to treat streamers and stuff like that. So let's say I wanted to say that Lav is actually a very manipulative person and is somebody that will use her sexuality as a weight, as a cudgel to be able to get men to do what she wants. And then you say, oh, okay, that's a pretty serious thing. Do you have any evidence for that? Nah, I just kind of get that vibe. You would tell me, rightfully so, that I probably shouldn't be saying stuff like that without some kind of evidence, right? I would hope.
I don't know. I think it's hard to prove that kind of thing.
I think it is. I think it is hard to prove it, but I think we should have some evidence before we just start saying that in public, right? That we should.
No. So what I was saying earlier, what I was trying to preface my statement because I was aware, but going in, that I had no evidence and that I might be on my face wrong. So I said that first. But I was just saying that it feels like there. Okay, what I was saying was, to me, and maybe not to most people, but specifically to me, it's all I can speak to. To me, it feels like if I was a woman, sleeping with Destiny might benefit my career. And my only point was, if I feel that way, I shouldn't be feeling that way. Like maybe I'm just a moron, but like there should be clear that that's not the case.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I agree,
but
like sure. No, I agree with that. I think Destiny agrees with that, and I think Destiny has tried to make that clear to people.
Okay.
Is that because you have individuals that don't sleep with him, right? Like Euridte, who are treated quite well in DGG, but at moments, right? So there is evidence that not sleeping with him you could still do incredibly well in his community while not sleeping with him. And then there's evidence of people sleeping with him doing incredibly well in his community, like Melina, being one of those people who...
Yeah, but she's still sleeping with him.
Yeah.
What if you stop?
Like, I don't know. I don't have a list of women that have slept with Destiny. Cherry, let me use it. Cherry is doing okay, is she not?
This is the rabbit hole that Mr. Girl was... This is the thought pattern Mr. Girl was going down.
Okay, what about Cherry? Cherry's doing perfectly fine, and I'm pretty sure they're not sleeping consistently together right now.
I don't know how she's doing.
I'm pretty sure that she can come into Destiny's chat whenever she wants, and
probably
that's pretty chill. I'm pretty sure that she's doing all right. Her stocks probably aren't great because, granted, of her own doing, of the claim that she made about Mr. Girl, but that's not Destiny's problem. That's her problem.
Right. Well, to bring this more meta, what I'm doing right now is going through the thought pattern of that I would assume someone in Mr. Girl's position is going down, and just like I'm just like it's worth like asking questions about. I don't know. I think that he is much more convinced that Destiny's like upfront abusing people, and I'm not convinced of that. But if he's convinced of that, then asking, I don't know. People are saying that the messages are like he's convinced. You mentioned this on your stream just a while ago, like when you saw the introduction message that he made.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned in your chat that it sounds very honest, but you said that it's priming.
Yep, it's priming. So that's actually a really good point that you brought up. I don't know how you can look at that message that Mr. Girl sent to Eris and not believe that it's problematically manipulative, but you can believe that Euridte simply just saying that, hey, Lav, I don't think you're a terrible person or a very terrible overall bad person. I don't want to character assassinate you. But I think that this one aspect of your argument is not good, is problematically manipulative. I don't know how you could see Euridte's action there as not problematically manipulative.
It's utterly different, though. Can you pull up that
sure.
that message? Okay.
Yeah.
This is perfect.
Okay, we can pull it up. I'm assuming. All right, you're seeing what I want you to see.
Self down when you say.
Shit! It's inside of my Twitch. Let's see if it's still. up here somewhere.
But I might agree with you that it's priming regardless.
Well, it's not just that it's priming; it's that the priming is bad. We would have to also agree that priming under that circumstance is bad.
And that, yes, I would agree. Yes,
okay.
I would agree.
Okay, so if we agree with that, then
I might agree with that. I might, but I still think that those are utterly different things.
Okay. I would consider it worse to prime somebody as to whether or not they come forward about a sexual misconduct claim than whether or not you prime somebody to agree with you on whether or not they might be wrong on a political position. I think the stakes for the Mr. Girl situation is
perfectly helps me illustrate why I think it's wrong.
Give me one real quick second, Chip. I need somebody else to relink me this because it is no longer in my Twitch logs. So if you guys want to help me, it is the DM that the message that Mr. Girl sent Eris. If you could link it, Eris Ann, if you could link it inside of my Twitch offline chat, that would be very helpful. But right now, I've lost that link.
Okay.
I
remember the gist of it, but yeah. But what I was saying was priming someone to think that they're wrong is different from. That's just priming someone to think that they're wrong is I think underhanded. That was the whole conversation we already had.
Okay.
But in the case of the Mr. Girl message, from the gist of what I remember, and hopefully we'll get it up. So I'm not going to go into specifics, and maybe you can trust me not to go too far. But when I heard you call it priming, I was like, maybe it is, because he was very explicit. And what I saw is explicit honesty about his intended reason for being there and reason for asking the questions. And he was saying, this can be private, or this can be public, or this can be off the record or on the record. And he was very explicit. And I feel like I'm an abuse victim, and so I'm coming forth to ask you questions. All of those statements are could be described as full disclosure of all of his intentions and all of and giving complete power over to the other person to choose how they want to engage with it.
Yeah, I disagree. I think it primes people.
I think you might be right that to disclose that you think yourself are a victim of abuse from an individual and then ask them about their experience with that individual, that in itself might be priming. That might be tainting the water so that they're now thinking about it from the lens of trying to find a reason to feel abused. That might be true.
Yeah, I still haven't got it. If somebody wants to link it to me, please do.
I'm not 100% convinced that, but I think that you might be right. I don't know. I just don't know.
Oh wait, I'm so fucking stupid. I should be able to go. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure that this isn't good. This is going to be the right Imgur. Okay, hold on. I just realized I'm not on an incognito tab, so I can just do that and pull up the history. Wow. Okay. Here it is up on the screen. Hey, at Eris, I'm coming forward as an emotional abuse victim of Destiny, period. Mm-hmm. As of part of this project I'm working on, I am asking people who have been dogpiled by his community, parentheses, especially if they've been involved with him romantically, end parentheses, to talk about their experiences. It was recommended that I speak to you about this. If you're interested, you can accept my friend request and DM me. Everything will be off the record unless you want to participate, and even then, it can be anonymous. Although I'm reaching out to you publicly, obviously. If you're not interested, I totally understand, Max. I think this is problematic priming.
Like I said, I think if it is priming, it's the fact that you're saying that you believe that you are a victim of abuse. Like the alternative that you presented, I think is less honest because, but it doesn't, not to its discredit, to not disclose that you yourself think that you're a victim of abuse might, I don't know. I can't tell.
So then at worst, then my argument would be at best, sorry. Then my argument to him would be have somebody else look into it who isn't so primed that they would have to have that kind of disclosure. Then
might be right.
Then that would be, you're too close to the issue to be able to do it if that's what you feel like that position should be. But I don't.
I
feel
might be genius.
But no, I think Mr. Girl can look into this. I think it is perfectly ethical for Mr. Girl, even if he does believe he is an emotional abuse victim of Destiny. I think it is perfectly ethical for him to look into it. But I do not think this is the way to do it. I think the way to do it is, obviously far more like, hey, I wanted to talk to past, partners of Destiny, romantic, intimate partners of Destiny, to inquire about your experiences with Steven. If this is something that you would like to talk with me about, then please, respond to the friend request I've sent you in DMs. This is a far better way of doing it rather than this, because I'm asking people who've been dogpiled by his community, especially if they've been involved with him romantically, to talk about their experience. Like, he is straight up just saying, you've been dogpiled, and when you were in a romantic relationship with Destiny, I'm an emotional abuse victim of Destiny. Let's talk. This is problematic priming, in my opinion.
Right. You might be right. I like I said, I'm confused on this, or unable to make up my feelings, because I think you might be right, but also I understand his perspective was probably, I'm going to disclose every single thing about where I'm coming from and my intentions. That's probably his mind state for it. Like, so, and that probably hurts him in a way. It makes it.
Do you see how this is kind of difficult for me to parse through, that you don't see how this is, like, quite obviously, like, problematically manipulative, but what is definitely problematically manipulative is Euridte saying, I don't think your character is all that bad. I just want to talk to you about one specific problem I have with you.
Well, we're going to disagree. And, but what I think is, I think what I see so this is going to be something we're not going to agree with, but I believe that Mr. Girl's message right there is the result of a compulsive need to disclose all information and to be honest 100%. That's why I think he did it.
Okay.
You might disagree with that. I think that Euridte,
I think that was his intention. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Euridte has a compulsion to, every time she has criticism or something, to increase the chances of that criticism being internalized, or to get someone to respond positively to it. She has a compulsion to, as long before or after or during criticism, she will also praise someone, or she'll only extend her praise while they are agreeing with her criticism. So she'll give them room to reach out for a helping hand, but only if they agree with her critical feedback. That's how I feel. I can't prove that.
Well, the problem is you're speaking to a measure of intention there.
I think it's compulsion, but I think that
Okay, so why does compulsion matter if it's not intentional?
Because I think that I think that the reason that someone has such a compulsion, as I'm describing Euridte as having, which may or may not be true, it's what I believe. The reason that someone has that compulsion is to get the upper hand in a conversation and come out on top, and it's going to be a winning way to conduct these conversations. But the reason that Mr. Girl would have such a compulsion, as the one described, is out of principle. Which is,
so you understand the problem with that is you're assuming that the compulsion for Mr. Girl to be able to prime somebody about the investigation of whether or not sexual misconduct occurred, you're saying, oh well, his intentions were good, and like that it is, or that you believe that his intentions were good, and that with Euridte, it's like, well, I don't know what her intentions are, but her effect can be negative. Both effects, like, even if I agree with you that Euridte's effects are negative, it is weird that we have two effects that are negative, but in one sense, you're like, well, Mr. Girl's intentions are fine, and then when it comes to Euridte, you're like, well, I don't know.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the purpose of the Euridte tactic that I'm claiming, the purpose is to make someone agree with you, But the purpose of the Mr.
Same with
Girl
Mr.
tactic,
Girls thing.
no, I'm saying that I think the purpose of his tactic is to remove any to have full disclosure, which is an ethical.
Oh, okay, sure.
principle.
Then I agree that Euridte is doing the exact same thing. Euridte
Really?
Euridte's being honest. She's being transparent about how she genuinely feels about Lav in that moment. And now, just like with Mr. Girl, could it be that that moment is very convenient for what you are trying to communicate or what you're trying to push? Sure, because it just so happens that communicating that I'm a victim of emotional abuse by Steven and that you were dogpiled during your previous interactions with Steven, while it is honest, could have the effect of manipulating you into my favor. It's still honesty. If you're okay with that, you have to be okay with Kyla doing the exact same thing. I would argue to a dramatically less degree by your argumentation. But I would say that, yeah, with the stakes entirely different. You'd have to be okay with Kyla doing that.
No, because you lost the plot, mate. Because
Why is that?
So full disclosure in the Mr. Girl case is full disclosure, all relevant information regarding him, his intentions, and his proposal moving forward. All of that's on the table. With the Euridte situation, full disclosure means
intentions and
anything. No. If you're saying they're both, what you were just saying was they're both an instance of full disclosure.
Yep.
So
both
which is
are
what
full
I disagree
disclosure.
with. Which is what I disagree with, because in the Mr. Girl case, like I just said, what is being disclosed is everything relevant to the inquiry. Everything that
it is. Hold on, it's not
myself,
relevant. It is not relevant to the inquiry that Mr. Girl is a victim of past emotional abuse by Destiny. It's not, because I, as somebody who is not a past victim of emotional abuse by Destiny, I can be somebody that looks into that same issue myself, right? Like, it is not necessary that he is an emotional abuse victim of Destiny.
Right.
You could say that it's
necessary.
You could say that it's good for transparency. I would agree that, like, so that way we don't have people that clearly have a motivated interest, but that has to do with their intention, right? So, like, whether or not he's a past emotional abuse victim of Destiny is whether or not that cues us into whether or not he is genuine and his intent on looking into this, right? And if we want to get into that, we can, but whether or not,
no.
But it's not critical to whether or not he's going to do the job of looking into it.
It's not crucial to the question, but earlier you said yourself that him it changes things. Him actually believing he's an abuse victim makes him closer to it, and that you still think that he's within his right to investigate, but you think that it does change things with him being closer. So I think it is relevant, and you've already admitted it.
Well, no, it's relevant to whether or not he's going to do a good job, but that's not relevant to whether or to the merits, what you said earlier, the merits of the claim. If you want to make that argument, then Euridte's comments are relevant as well, because it's relevant as to the stakes at which the criticism of Lav are at play inside of Euridte's condemnation of Lav. Euridte's opinion. Go ahead.
You're possibly right. So when Euridte does that, it might be relevant to know that she thinks highly of you before saying something. Like, there's a scenario where that's the case.
In order to properly communicate where the criticism is going, because Lav clearly communicated that she feels like she's being assaulted on all sides and her entire character is being pulled apart. And
where the criticism is going, though, yeah, but that's where I completely disagree. Where the criticism is going is the same place as everyone else, except it just sounds nicer.
Okay, just to be clear, that's not.
Let me finish my point, and then I'll just shut up for a bit, okay? I just want to finish my overall point about.
Sure.
So the in the Euridte case, the criticism is that, Okay, so in the Mr. Girl case, there's different ways this could be interpreted, which you've convinced me that it might be priming to say that you believe you're an abuse victim of this individual, because that might prime the other person to then be analyzing it.
And the dogpiling comment.
Yes, and that, yes, you're right. That might be priming, but also the other way that can work out in his favor would be to do the opposite. And I think it probably did do the opposite in most cases. It kind of takes away your credibility. It's like, okay, so this person thinks that they've been abused and now they're coming to me, and so that's why they're asking this. And so it actually makes it a lot more like you can take a step back. Okay, this guy's believes this, and I don't think this, so I think this guy's crazy. And maybe that's why so many people reported it back to Destiny, because they saw this happening, because he wasn't really protecting himself from that. He wasn't hiding in the shadows.
Wait, he tried, so that's different because he tried a strategy and it failed. If we can agree that it can prime people, it works on certain people and it works. No, it absolutely can. That message can.
Sure.
You know for a fact that message on certain people will cause them to feel a specific way, like a sense of camaraderie. Oh, he gets it. I was dogpiled by Destiny's community, and he's an emotional abuse victim himself. He gets it. He understands. I'm going to be more open with him about this. He sounds like he really gets it. Like, absolutely. Definitely. On certain people, that would definitely be effective. You have to recognize that.
If they already think that they are a victim, if they already believe that they're a victim, he's not changing their belief that they're a victim. He's just increasing their likelihood of being more honest. But if they don't believe that they're a victim, him being honest like that, so he's not changed someone's opinion. If they don't believe
they can reconsider whether or not they've been victimized based on that.
That's the case where it would be priming, which I'm considering.
But there is no proof that obviously any of these people have been primed to the point where in which they've changed their opinion, but that can happen, and it is more likely to happen when you make statements like what he did. That's why it's problematic. That's why we talked about the ethics earlier of like wearing the gloves or not wearing the gloves. It is more likely that somebody might end up saying something reckless by being approached in the way that Mr. Girl approached Eris. Yeah, it really is. You are more likely to make a reckless statement when approached like that than you are about a statement like, hey, I'm just inquiring about past sexual relationships that Steven has had and the ethics.
I don't know. I think I keep going back and forth about this, and I'm just you're not gonna get me to decide how I feel right now.
Okay.
But on that, because I can see it multiple ways. But I really think that if you say that I believe I'm a victim and you were dogpiled and you say that you're dogpiled and that's how I feel, then I think that becomes much more of like a legal talk kind of situation.
No, it presents itself as a camaraderie thing. I went through something similar. You went through something. I know you might be right. So let's talk. We went through a similar experience. We share a common enemy here. This dude, he did both of us wrong. Let's talk about it. Let's stop the silence. Let's really get the truth out. That's the way that can come off, and that's why I think it's inappropriate.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. I can think of way more inappropriate ways of doing it.
Of course, so it's not relevant.
That way seems like a fairly, it might have that effect on people, but I'm not convinced. But I think you might be right that it might have that effect on some people. But also, I think it also could have the opposite effect on people and make them like report him or like because of the level of honesty about the intentions and where he's coming from.
Can I share something real quick?
Yes.
Inside of Twitch offline chat, it was just sent in, and I think this is honest. This is literally a part of the power of what the Me Too movement is. Is like, hey, guess what? You're not the only victim, and that absolutely encourages people to come forward. Right, that does, right? So it matters in the way that you say, like, Me Too, right? I'm not saying that the mere statement of Me Too is problematic, but that it absolutely encourages people to come forward. And if you don't say, when you're encouraging people to come forward, you do it in a problematic way, like I would say that this was, then I believe that you do encourage people to come forward in a way that can break ethical guidelines because you're priming them to believe a state of affairs that is incongruent with reality.
So are you saying that the act of saying Me Too, like
no. Oh, the point of bringing up the Me Too,
you got to hammer this out.
Okay, so yeah, the point of bringing up the Me Too thing is to show it does encourage people to come forward. So we do agree that at the very least, saying I am a victim as well encourages people to come forward about statements. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we agree he is encouraging people to come forward about statements. I don't think, with the added context of saying, oh, you were victimized as well, right? Because you were dogpiled by his community. I think that's where it becomes an issue. So you're saying, hey, I'm like you, I went through a negative experience, come forward, and you're encouraging them to come forward. and you're saying you were a victim. You're not here. You haven't heard them out yet, right? You haven't heard their side of the story. You said you are a victim of dogpiling. You were a victim of dogpiling as being a past romantic relationship partner.
Say that in that message. What he said was, I'm looking for people who were victims, and I was told to speak to you.
Let me go back over it. I'm coming forward as an emotional abuse victim of Destiny. As part of the project I'm working on, ask people who've been dogpiled by his community, especially if they've been involved with him romantically, to talk about their experience. Do you disagree that that this presentation heavily implies that Eris is a victim of some kind of misconduct?
Yes, but it's a little bit different when you also add the note that I was told to reach out to you. Like you were, like that you've got me like 80% of the way, but it also he's saying he's not saying that I think you're a victim. He's saying that someone else thinks you're a victim.
No, wait, I'm pretty sure he explicitly is saying that you're. I'm asking people who've been dogpiled by his community. There is no ambiguity there. He's saying that you were dogpiled by his community to talk about their experience.
Okay, you know what? You've won me on this one.
Okay.
I think that part might be priming.
Okay.
But the distinction I was making was, he also later says that someone told me to reach out to you or along those lines.
So yeah, let me read that out just so we can have clarity. It was recommended that I speak to you about this. If you're interested, you can accept my friend request and DM me. Everything will be off the record unless you want to participate, and even then it can be anonymous, although I'm reaching out to you publicly also, obviously. If you are not interested, I totally understand, Max. We haven't even talked about where exactly this took place. If this did take place in a public Discord, I would say that's even worse, because if Eris doesn't respond to the statement, it looks like she's not actively trying to, it looks like she's like trying to stay silent about her getting dogpiled by a community of people, and that she doesn't want to speak up against the big boogeyman Destiny, because she was addressed in public by Max about being, where he makes the affirmative claim, you were dogpiled, I'm an abuse victim of Destiny, and if she doesn't come forward, it looks like she's like cowering from the great and powerful Destiny and Steven because she's been silenced. But and that's kind of, that's another point on that. But yeah,
I think that the debate we're having, which I wasn't necessarily prepared for, like emotionally, or like haven't thought it all 100% through. But the debate we're having is a really big cultural one that I don't think we have as a culture really had this argument, but it's genuinely about Me Too itself. And I mean, everybody, for the most part, you probably agree that it started off like really good. It's like,
wait, what started off really good?
Me Too.
Oh yeah,
like,
of course.
It started off uncovering like serious, and it employed this tactic of saying, I'm an abuse victim and I'm reaching out for more abuse victims. And
correct.
So it's the same tactic. But
no, I think it's the same tactic if we talk about like the public distribute, like how saying that like, hey, I'm a victim of X person as well. Like, so you can feel comfortable about sharing your story because I'll share my story simultaneously. That's an okay thing to do, to just say that in a vacuum. But the person investigating it should not be that person, right? You understand that, right? That there is a conflict of interest there. That if I am, let's say I am personally a personal abuse victim of Steven, I don't think I should be the one investigating Steven into his past things. You can be. There's nothing illegitimate about that. It's just about whether or not I am the best person, the best fit for that. And especially when I approach other victims of Steven, I say, I am a victim myself. I believe you are a victim, or not even I believe, stating you are a victim, and I want your statement. And God, especially if that message was in public, oh my God, Eris is put in such a terrible situation, because if she doesn't respond, it looks like, again, she's being silenced by the great dictator Steven. But if she does respond, then it looks like, oh shit, there's some merit to the fact that, oh yeah, he was sexually abusive to me. So she's damned if she does, damned if she doesn't.
I want to hear you, because you're pretty convincing right now to me. but I also still believe that the motivator was full disclosure.
I think that was his intention.
Yeah, and I admire that, and he did accomplish that goal of full disclosure. But you might be right that it does have that priming effect. I wouldn't be interested in you having that like conversation with him, because I didn't write this. This isn't what I would have written, you know?
Okay.
That's why I can't defend it. Like, so.
Yeah, I would also look into, there was when he made his public Twitter stream, I believe he had stated that he was handling it with the care and diligence of like a journalist in a professional manner, of saying, like not priming. He explicitly addressed the idea that he was being manipulative to people when approaching them, and he said he was not. That he wasn't doing any of this kind of priming or manipulation. And I think that through that message, I feel like that's a clear display of that not being the case. And that was a public message. I don't know about the private messages he has sent. And I, to this day, will not make any further claims that he is manipulative inside of any of these DMs or public messages without seeing proof of them. I did not see this public message until this stream, and I had been asking my stream for any evidence of said manipulation that was reported to have been occurring all the way up till now, because I had no hard evidence, and I need hard evidence before I can make a claim. And I think this is problematic.
So you think that this is distinct from Me Too type journalism or investigation?
Yeah.
Of the wording?
Yeah, I think the wording is very important. I think coming forward to somebody and being like, you are a victim of somebody, and that I am a victim too, and you let me get your story. I think that this is not generally something that we should do if we're going for a unbiased or general journalism practice. I don't think we should do that. Now, if you want to talk about a public image of like a campaign, of course, that's phenomenal, right? Hey, I'm a victim of Harvey Weinstein. If you are too, please reach out to us and we can work together. That's great for getting people involved who might not feel comfortable publicly, but just this, like going up to individual people and being like, you are a victim of Harvey Weinstein. I'm a victim of Harvey Weinstein. We're going to like do, especially in public, in that way, singling out an individual person in public, God forbid, terrible, absolutely horrible. So yeah, I would never go like, oh yeah, I was a victim of Harvey Weinstein. I walk up to a woman like on my live stream and go, you're a victim of Harvey Weinstein too. But if you want to talk about, you know, the claim in private as to whether or not you want to come forward, let me know. I would never do that. That's I think terrible.
You won me over 100%. I agree. I think that, yeah, I agree.
Okay.
But I do still think that it is very honest too.
I don't disagree. It's honest. Yeah, I think it is the most honest thing he can do. I think it's the most transparent thing that he can do. I think that it's just not something.
That's why it's so emotionally conflicting to say that. But yeah, I feel what you're saying. So you know what? I do agree. I just feel it. You're right.
Yeah. All right.
That's all I really had to say. But I just wanted to defend myself about the other shit. So yeah, I said my piece.
All right, listen, I'm going to do the thing to you, buddy, all right? I'm going to do it to you.
Right? Do what?
I think you got good drip, okay? I think you got good drip. I like the glasses. I like the sweater combo. I like the hat. Okay. It's good drip. I like the lighting, bro. I don't hate you. You're not a bad person, okay? Does it change things if I say it at the end of the conversation instead of the middle of the conversation? I think it does, right? Because I'm not priming you for any further argumentation. Does it change anything there? Am I doing a bad thing by saying that?
What's on my mind is it's nice to hear you say that for the sake of your audience, because then they hear you say that. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's all confusing when there's an audience.
Yeah, listen, I mean, Euridte has an audience. You spoke to Chuds' audience. I think there's some merit to the proper communication of where the criticisms lie and where they start and where they end. I think there's good reasons for it. I think Euridte's pretty based, but yeah. I don't know. All right. Much love. Talk to you later, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. See you later, buddy. Bye. All right. Cool. I think that person was reasonable. As much as we did have disagreements, I think that they were open to some of my argumentation, not just because they conceded on specific points, or I shouldn't say conceded, because conceded makes it seem like they lost a fight, but because we saw eye to eye after some talking on some of those things. Not just because of that, but because I genuinely felt like they internalized some of the arguments that I was making about manipulation and shit. I felt like I tried to see eye to eye with them on the topics of manipulation, where they had said things like, Euridte was being manipulative, and then I tried to establish whether or not being manipulative is bad. Or whether or not, when we stated that Euridte is manipulative towards these people, if it's just like the standard word of a manipulation where technically everybody's manipulating everybody. I feel like I was trying my best to engage with that conversation in good faith the entire time. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Also, he sounds ish and looks ish like interaction cop YTuber. I don't know what that is. I think it might be true that Mr. Girl has more of a chance to manipulate the person if he does not disclose his past experience. The issue with that is Mr. Girl is saying that this is a neutral investigation, so he should be doing impartial introductions, questions, regardless of personal feelings. Clearly, it isn't a neutral investigation. And Adele, I can agree. I can agree. So I think a really important part is an alternative, right? So like what I was discussing with them before is like, what is the alternative to this, right? This was a question that I asked Smith, is what is the prescription? I think inside of Mr. Girl, I think the prescription for me, for Mr. Girl, should be that I would hope that Mr. Girl wouldn't have to be the one to investigate this, but of course that's not going to happen. So assuming he has to be the one to investigate it, or he feels the obligation that he has to be the one to investigate it, I don't think that he has to disclose that he's a abuse victim of Steven to initiate a conversation with, especially in public. Disclose that he's an emotional abuse victim to be able to do that. And if he does, that's fine. I think that he can, and that's not necessarily unethical. Similar to the Me Too stuff. I don't think what makes the Me Too stuff ethical or unethical is somebody being like, hey, I was a victim of this person's abuse or whatever. So that's just kind of like a supererogatory position. What the real position is, hey, I'm an abuse victim, and I believe that you are an abuse victim, and so let's have a conversation about your experience. I think that's where it becomes a problem, and especially compounding with that being in public. If Mr. Girl were to be inside of this chat with me right now and say, so you think I should just not disclose that I'm an emotional abuse victim? I would say, no, I don't think that's right. That you should just not disclose that you're an emotional abuse victim. I think what's right is that you should disclose that I don't think you should be saying that this other person is an emotional abuse victim without looking into their specific case. What do you mean when you say supererogatory? Sorry, it's kind of a meme term that Voss said, but I actually believe in it. Supererogatory means going above and beyond. That's what it means. So an example of me recently saying this is I believe a supererogatory thing for Destiny to do wouldn't be to not fuck any of his orbiters. But we have to define what orbiter is, because not fucking any of your orbiters doesn't really make any sense, because it's like, what if Destiny is having a friendship with somebody and they show up on his stream once, and then are they an orbiter and he can no longer fuck them, like, whatever. But like, as a general rule, if Destiny never fucked any of the people inside of his social sphere, I think most people's lives in Destiny's like orbit would be better, just easier, simpler. There wouldn't be any complex background weird drama dynamics that a lot are obviously on display like right now. I think that would just probably be the case. Now, does he have to, or is he morally obligated to? No, because I haven't seen any practice with how he's engaging with these people that's unethical. It's just whether or not everybody's life would be a little bit simpler, a little bit easier if that never happened. And I wouldn't put all of the blame on Destiny, obviously. Any of the people that are consensually engaging in a sexual relationship with him could also just go like, yeah, no, I don't want to fuck you, Destiny. So yeah, I wouldn't put all of the blame for that on him. I'm just saying that, like, that is a difference between a supererogatory thing. Would it be for the best if nobody fucked Destiny in Destiny's orbit? Yeah, probably. Life would be a little bit simpler in this shit. But there is no ethical obligation for that not to happen because there's no demand. Understand? I hope people understand that those are the difference. That there's a big difference. I can say, wow, it would be great if Destiny donated all of his money. It'd be great if Destiny did these things. Those are supererogatory. It'd be great if Destiny only covered real politics instead of this weird drama stuff. This would be great if that should happen. But there is no ethical requirement for him to do so. It's just, I'm saying that it'd be cool if he did it.
God, shut the fuck up, Smath. You literally don't know. Like, you're not even listening to her.
Jesus.
Like Lav is actually identifying something that I would say, like, is decent.
The only reason you're agreeing with her is because she put herself down in that compliment. That's
Okay,
the
Smath.
insidious thing about what you're doing here. It's so fucked up. Here's an example, you
Bro, you're such a fucking, like, one class in psychology, and now I know exactly what's going on. I can see into Lav's heart way better than you can. I only have a good reason. Max is my father.
Max is my father.
But I know that she just put herself down in a way that looked like she was bolstering her.
Mr. Girl founds down tremendous after smugly thinking Ahrelevant was on their side. What?
Herself, but it was absolutely a put down, and then you're like, oh, I agree with you. What the fuck?
Yeah, if you didn't cut me off, you probably would have heard the rest of my reasoning.
No,
Yeah,
I came in
just
after you were
want
done.
to- I
Or
just
if I
want
cut
to
you off,
say-
I don't remember because I was pissed.
Any predictions on the stock market? Not the Wall Street shit, the important one? I don't know. Lab stocks are going to be really down. I imagine, right? Didn't Destiny say that he's done with like Lab in DGG? Didn't he say that? So yeah. I don't think it's fair to say it would be for the best by implying that simplicity is the best for all of those people. What? Sheriff, I don't understand.
Just want to say, like, I'm a big titty cosplayer and on the entertainment side as well, but I'm still aware that I need to, like...
Let's go.
Yeah,
Kelly, let's go.
Sorry, Kelly.
And I still know not to, like, run my mouth and say random shit on my stream, so it doesn't really matter what
You are
background
so much
you
better
come
than
from.
me because of it.
No,
you are
but,
so
like,
much better than me because of it. Good for you. Good for you,
You
Kelly.
don't need to be a genius to know these things, surely.
Good for you, Kelly. That's awesome.
Okay.
Good for you.
I agree with Kelly. I think it's pretty fair to say that, like, hey, guess what? These are pretty normal things that you kind of learn how to do when you become an adult. And even as somebody who doesn't talk about politics 24/7 like Kelly, she can know basic shit like not to do this kind of weird shit. I think that's part of the reason why I don't think Lav is smart. I'm not saying Lav is stupid. I haven't hard committed on that, but Lav is definitely not smart. Definitely not.
Just to be clear, though,
I'm actually so
You
sorry.
are using
willing-
your background as an
Wait.
excuse, and I'm saying
This
it's
is
a rubbish
Kelly,
excuse.
okay.
Mr. Girl tweeted a video of you saying that Destiny partially responsible for the perception Anna is crazy. Yeah, and I addressed that to him directly. I asked Destiny directly, and I confronted him with that because I believe in that conversation, that short conversation he had with Mr. Girl, he said that he wasn't responsible for the perception that Anna was crazy. And then Destiny clarified and said that he does believe that he had a significant role to play in the perception that Anna was crazy, but he felt like what Mr. Girl was trying to say was that Destiny was the only reason why Anna was perceived as crazy. So yeah, whether you believe Destiny or not, I don't really care. I didn't give a fuck. What I cared about is what I felt like wasn't true, which was the idea that Destiny had no role to play in the narrative that Anna was crazy, which is just, that's a crazy statement. Of course he did. And he agreed. So that's it. So I have no problem with that being posted. This is the tweet Alphas in chat is talking about. Yeah, we could go over this if anybody wants. We can go over this this tweet.
So there are two options. We either have
we could go over this, but I don't think any of my opinion has changed at all.
That's not the. I'm not answering that question. That's not what I'm talking about.
It is. It's important because you're blaming it implicitly on me.
So I believe there is. Wait, just to be clear, Destiny absolutely has a role to play in the narrative that Anna is crazy. That is absolutely the case. If not at the very least, some of the things that he said about her BPD, didn't he say some shit like that for a long time, that she had like BPD, that she was, I think straight up, he's called her crazy several times. And very importantly, no real pushback against people calling her crazy. I would say that there's a lot of people that in Destiny's orbit that calls her crazy that he has not given proper pushback against them and said, no, I don't think she's crazy. He just lets them say what they say and then just like hands off. He's hands off about it. So I think that the idea that he has no part to play in the narrative that she is crazy, that is not true. Do you think it's fine if he sent the same message to... and I addressed that to him, and he agreed that he had a part to play in the narrative that she was crazy. Dozens of women? Yes. Hey, I believe there may be a concerning trend of how DGG treats women. Would you like to get back to me? That is a fine thing to send to dozens of women. Yes. That is like a journalist thing to do. Yeah, it's a perfectly fine thing. He's not? Come on. I'm answering a question. That is not fine? How is that not fine? What? I believe that's fine to this very day.
Crazy, then I'm just going to come on and say.
He's not a journalist? It doesn't matter if he's not a journalist. He can inquire in a journalistic way. Anybody... Correct. And until I saw the evidence that, with Eris at least, he was not inquiring in a journalistic way, I had no issue with his thing, and I had no reason to have an issue with him approaching people in, you know, the manner he saw fit. Can do that. Anybody can inquire or investigate a claim of misconduct from Destiny's community. That is ridiculous. You guys are just saying that nobody can investigate whether or not Destiny's community has unethical practices with women. You're fucking insane. So you're saying if I wanted to investigate whether or not Destiny was engaging in any unethical practice at all, let alone with women, I just can't do that? I can't approach these women at all? I can't have a conversation with them at all? It's just fucking ridiculous. You and Steven bad? I never said Steven was bad. I said that he was engaging given my current information, I don't think he should be, I think he's engaging in an unethical relationship with Anna. Which has stayed consistent to this moment. By all of the information that I currently have, he is still engaging in an unethical relationship with Anna. The problem is, as he stated in the conversation that I had with him, that it seems like there's primarily private information that he believes might be able to change other people's opinion on that. But he stated it is reasonable for individuals on the outside to believe that he's engaging in an unethical practice. So it pretty much just comes down to him and her words that their private communications could show that it changes the ethical nature of their relationship. If you believe the likelihood or unlikelihood, I don't believe it's very likely that if I saw every bit of information about their relationship that I would agree that it's ethical, but it's not, I can't request that, nor do I really want to request that in order to prove it. It's not really something I'm interested in, but it is something that would be necessary in order to continue that line of condemnation. And I hope people understand why that is. Everything in that clip was, I stand by and I addressed, I think, appropriately. All right, this is, somebody linked me this. He's finally seen the light. Growth watching is over. Neither Lav nor Mr. Girl are ever coming back to, yeah, I think we already read this, are ever coming back to this community. Gonna ask Forethought to ban all posts concerning both. I changed my mind. I think Lav is a bad person. She's got a history of making these bogus sexual assault claims too. No point in going over any hit piece. I don't care. My interactions with her alone are enough of a reason to never want her around again. Just lots of logs with the way she talks about me to other people. It's funny, I joked earlier on stream or privately that they could try to Bob Savage's strategy of, look, he's being communicative just so he can manipulate people, and that stupid cunt is actually unironically doing it. I'm blasted listing both, but I'll announce on stream later today I don't want to be involved with anyone who associates with either on their platform. I don't really care about this point. Okay. Here's, yeah, Destiny's issue with Mr. Girl was that he was using loaded language and priming these people to agree with him. Right. And I think this is a display of that. I heard Destiny saying that earlier. I just never saw any hard logs or evidence of that being the case. Now that I believe there is hard logs and evidence of people being primed to agree with Mr. Girl, I find this to be, I find that statement to be, you know, vindicated there. So, yeah. Yeah.
No kid gloves with Lav, just to be clear. What we do. Now, the difference is that in this situation, you're dealing with sexual assault allegations against your friend. It's really hard. So, like, I can extend you grace with being like, I understand why you like say dumb shit. I understand why, like, to some, like, I understand some of these elements, and I can like hold a little bit of space for that while still trying to like take you seriously on like the actual intellectual ideas that you bring to the table. The difference in this situation is you're talking about sexual assault allegations. So it's really hard to cut you a break. And to be fair, I'm still saying I think you're getting a shorter end of the stick because Max isn't being as public about it. I think more of this like anger that people have should be directed towards Max and not at you. But the reality is that it's really hard.
Everyone should just log off.
Really, you can't hold space for somebody on like the elements that are valid about like their life and their experience while they're making sexual assault allegations against their friend. Like, this is super toxic. Like, you can say things that are understandable and still not excusable.
Correct.
That's fair.
I don't think.
Hold on. New leaked Lav and Mr. Girl logs. Lav says Mr. Girl is right and Destiny is a sociopath. Mr. Girl messages Eris Ann as the victim of Destiny's emotional abuse. Leaked log. Bottom one is DM to Eris Ann. Steven's a sociopath. When is this? 2020, 11, GMT? When is GMT? GMT to PST. Wait, so 8 hours ahead? So at 3 a.m. would be last night at like, okay. I'm glad you're resigning because I think that's probably the best thing for you, even though I liked your input on stream. I'm an adult. Max has never manipulated me. Quite the opposite. Ooh. Everyone's saying I'm a manipulative mastermind. It's hard because I feel like I have to prove myself. I know. I will. Thank you. I got really caught up in the last 24 hours, though, and I will prosper free. He can destroy himself and moving on. Oh, wait. I'm reading the wrong way. God damn. I think Steven is abusive. I think his community is toxic. I said it because I felt it. Then I spoke to Steven and got confused because he gaslit the fuck out of me. So I'm just taking myself out and moving on. He can destroy himself. I will prosper free. I got really caught up in the last 24 hours, though. I will. Thank you. I know. It's hard because I feel like I have to prove myself. Everyone's saying I'm a manipulative mastermind. Okay. How did these get leaked? Lav leaked DMs of Mr. Girl. Okay. If you get extremely substantial evidence, and maybe I think we should sit for a bit. I could feel less intense in the morning. Steven has a kid. I don't want there to be reasons. I don't want to be the reasons his kid's dad loses his income, or I don't know. Yeah, I could see you feel intensely guilty about this, and like you have hurt a lot of people somehow, including me. Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't have brought it up at all. Yeah, I can tell I'm sorry. I could tell you feel responsible for everything involved. You might want to talk to Shaylin about this. Anxious, like my crack has been taken away from me, but also strong, like I've made a really vital and self-introspective choice. Can I give you some fatherly advice? I don't like the way that. Fatherly advice. I will kill you. I can handle big brother. Father is sending me into orbit, but yes. Okay, I'm assuming it was a joke. You mentioned killing me before. I have a homicidal hair trigger. I think you should write everything down. I think having it all laid out in front of you will be helpful. I also think it will prevent you from impulsively tweeting about it which you might intentionally regret and end up discrediting yourself. Okay? Lav leaked Mr. Girl's DMs to Destiny or somebody, and then Mr. Girl's DM to Eris Ann, not aristocracy, is what we already viewed. Okay. Let's see. Chud Logic's commentary. I obtained the logs skimming through his VODs for the browser links, so some may have been missed. It seems Lav called Destiny a sociopath and sided with Mr. Girl again before he decided to cut ties with her today. Bonus mean on Chud Logic's stream, I think sometime when talking with Euridte later, Lav leaked that Doobie told Destiny about Mr. Girl's shenanigans, so Destiny shows chat the Doobie Giga Chad log and gives commentary. Odyssey in bed with chat, we already know about that. Odyssey link. Mr. Girl's DM to Doobie after he found out he was the leaker. I didn't see this. You've leaked our conversations. That is what, period. You've leaked our conversations. Yes. Why? I messaged Steven immediately after you messaged me. I've had people try the malicious sexual predator narrative with me before, and I know how damaging it can be. So I couldn't let you do it to him. Not when you pressured him to be emotionally open with you and promised not to betray him. Given the clear mental health issues Anna has dealt with and your own experience dealing with mental vulnerability, I can't believe you didn't know how unreasonable it was to go in depth with her about it without Steven's involvement. I was very disappointed in you, and if you'd come to me with this first, I would have tried to talk you out of it. You had already started the process, so it was too late to put it back in the bottle. Probing you for information and sharing it with Steven was the best I could do. You should have gone to him, your close friend, before messaging me or anyone else if you had these concerns. I'm sorry things developed this way, sir. Damn, nigga, that's a bit ruthless, bruh. Damn. Damn. LMAO, the dates, I didn't realize this was happening that long. She was sending this while she was on her 6th day in a row going on Destiny stream to hang out. Actual insane person. That clip of her leaving the panel she was rescheduled to be on just to jump on another Destiny panel while she was planning to destroy him behind the scenes. Wait, what? Wait, what? Where were those logs? Oh, this 11:07? Is this when that happened? I thought that was earlier than that. No, it's 11:09. I don't know. Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna be done. I'm on triple, quadruple overtime. I've been streaming for what, 7 hours? Almost, roughly 7 hours. I fully intended this stream, all to Twitch and YouTube combined, to be like 2 hours. I was expecting, I went live today thinking it was going to be a 2 or 3 hour stream total for both, but it is now a 7-hour stream. So, all right, I'll probably have a YouTube video made of my conversation with Smeth. I'm not sure how that's going to be cropped up, but I'm going to talk to my editor about getting that done. So yeah. I should probably go to sleep because I might end up actually, I probably shouldn't go to sleep because I might end up going to the gym in like 2 hours. But yeah, so that's where we're at right now. Todd Sullivan, thank you for the 5. Ergo Viasis, thank you for the 5 as well. Get some sleep. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. YouTube has been such a blessing to me over the very short period of time that I've been streaming on it. The YouTube chat has been very supportive of the content that I put out and allowing me to cover the things that I want to cover. So I want to say thank you to the YouTube community so much. You guys have been very supportive of me. I should be able to see you guys tomorrow. We'll find out. But I'm going to be honest, here soon I'm going to take a day off of streaming because I'm going to do what I love, which is play video games. Okay, God of War Ragnarok came out. My brother has been playing it since it came out. And the idea is when he's done with it, I'm going to get the PS4 and then I'm going to be playing it. I don't have a PS5, so it's a PS4, and then I'm going to start playing it. And when he is done with the game, I'm probably going to take a day off of stream and do what I really love, which is play games like that. So that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. So I'm not sure if that's going to be tomorrow and going to prevent me from streaming tomorrow, or maybe it's going to be the day after, or maybe the day after. He's like 36 hours into his playthrough and still hasn't beat the game. I don't know how. He's playing on the hardest difficulty, though, so bear with him on that. But yeah, that's what's going on. Okay. Are you going to stream tomorrow? Maybe. Like I said, if my brother finishes God of War Ragnarok tonight and then I can get the PS4 for tonight, I'm not going to end up streaming tomorrow. But if he doesn't finish it by the time that stream comes around tomorrow, then I'm going to stream tomorrow. That's just how it's going to work. I'm pocketing my day off for when I get to play God of War the entire day. That's what my day off I'm pocketing it for. That's what I'm saving it for. So, yeah. All right. You guys have a good rest of your day. I hope that the fucking Reddit drama wars come to an amicable and peaceful conclusion. And yeah, much love. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, if not the day after. Bye-bye.